Maurice, we miss you, baby. Know you like cooked food, girl.
How's everybody doing today? Yeah, it's another wonderful day, and I hope your day is going well. It's been a minute, been a couple of days, a few days, and I hope those few days have been great for everybody. It's a lot of news on the horizon, so today it's about the news, national news, international news, and why? Because that's important for us. I mean, I don't know how many of y'all actually follow the content. Some people, certain people like different kind of content. Some folks they follow the maybe the content that is more. I guess everybody follows the content that's geared to their frequency. But for me, I'm pretty diverse. My interests, um, also I'm 50 and I'm above 50, even though I don't feel like it. I am. So that means, and I'm also a person that's traveled. You know what I'm saying? In the U.S., lived in different places in the U.S. and traveled in the U.S., traveled outside in other places in America, and also traveled outside, of America. So my interests are kind of diverse, but they're always rooted in some values that I really got, mostly, largely values that I got from my own hometown where I'm born and raised. And, that's where everybody gets their core values from. And luckily, those values were wonderful values, strong values, values that were positive and values that allowed me to overcome things that, just walking around as a man myself, taught me how to treat people, taught me how to deal with different situations. So that's how we're going to be covering the news. Also, I want to give a big up and a shout out to Sister Nandy. I heard parts of her stream last night, and before we get into the international and the national news and international news, I concur 100%. I don't know what's going on in people's minds. They have this protocol where you have to, mob people, I think, where individual thought is not welcome. You got to be on a part of a gang list or an accepted group or something like that. Look, for me, there's people I rock with and people I don't, and none of them is about a gang. They're diverse people. I like Sister Nanny's perspective because in that area where she does a lot of commentary, she's good at it and she know what the hell she's talking about. So I follow that because she seems very knowledgeable, but also kind of reasonable, just reasonable. She don't get caught up in left or right or whose side to be on. She just do that, and so I appreciate that a lot. And that's how I am too. I ain't got no time for no nonsense. If you don't like somebody, you go in on them yourself. When I got something to say about somebody, I say it myself. I don't beg nobody to come help me. I don't go crying to the world and other people's chats and just be like openly every day, no matter what the subject is, all of a sudden write something that's about V. Bennett or whoever the perceived op is. You know what I'm saying? Because I don't have ops, especially not on YouTube. You know, what I have is foolishness, and that you can find everywhere. But foolishness is not something that, even when I have someone I don't like or appreciate, generally I just don't show up talking about them to other people. That's just me. I might talk about them to people that know who that individual is and has already discussed that individual. Outside of that, I'm not trying to go and introduce my little cornball disagreements to other people that don't have nothing to do with it or don't know anything about it. It just ain't the way it is for me. So, Pumpkin, what's up? There you go. Hold on, let me drop the link. So, now that I said that, let me move on to what's important, because it is a whole lot of other shit that's way more important. Um, so let me see here. Yeah, Pumpkin, you could come up when you want. Now today we're gonna start off with the national news. Um, I believe it's the national news. Then we're gonna go into international news, and then we're gonna bring it back to entertainment, if y'all don't mind. And those are three different genres. Got nothing to do with the perceived ops. Zero to do with them. Don't you know the earth is moving fast? A lot of shit's going on. You know what I'm saying? Like that has consequences to your life for real, real shit. Like like your taxes about to go up or down. You know, like a storm, a tsunami about to hit your ass, like something. What's
Guess
up, pumpkin?
guess
How you
what
doing?
happened to me? Guess what happened to me? We
Oh,
just
come on,
had a
tell me,
mini
tell me about it.
earthquake. We just had a mini earthquake. Scared the hell out of me. I'm sitting on my
Are you
couch
serious?
on the
In New
phone.
Jersey?
Yes, my building shook. I thought the building was blowing up.
Oh, well then, damn, we gotta start right there. I guess that's what
Yeah,
we do. Let me see here. Let me pull that up. Let me pull that up. Let's see.
New Jersey. Everybody knows about it.
Everybody except me, I ain't know a damn thing about it because I'm
Oh
not.
yeah, well
Uh,
everybody over here know about it. My grandkids call me. Everybody calling. My girlfriend called me. She said, "You hear the earthquake?" I said, "Girl, I was sitting on my couch. My couch was rocking, and I got some. You know how we keep all these knickknack stuff, glass. I'm getting ready to move all my stuff and put it on the floor. Could put it somewhere on the porch. I don't know where I'm gonna put it, but I don't feel like cleaning up no darn glass.
mm-hmm. And you know
Oh,
what?
it hits New York City. There it was.
Yeah, yeah, it said that. I'm about to pull it up. And you know what?
Are you struggling
You
to
know what? Look, there was
Wait a
where
minute.
else?
Hold on. I gotta do something. I forgot to
Okay,
do
no
something.
worries, no worries. I'm just going to do a little commentary, but no worries. I'm gonna
I
wait.
want to
Wait a
hear it.
minute.
I
Okay,
want
no,
to
I'm,
hear
I'm not going to play it. I'm not going to
it.
play it.
Okay.
But I don't know if folks have been following, but there's been earthquakes, and well, a tsunami event actually is an earthquake under the water. You know, and an earthquake is when it's called an earthquake, typically it's not underwater because then they call that a tsunami, but above ground, on the ground, they call it earthquakes. But check out how all of a sudden a lot of that's been happening. And I'm already going to throw out a conspiracy theory. It happened in Turkey when they was going through this NATO thing, finding out the rules. All of a sudden, Turkey had an earthquake. They on a fault line. It don't take much to have an earthquake there. I mean, I think for me, since I know the U.S. is at war and I know NATO is at war, I'm just telling folks. For me, I'm never leaving out the possibility that something is happening, something else is going on. That's the same thing I said about that boat crash in Baltimore where they knocked down the bridge by going and running. The ship that didn't have steering found its way to back up into the what do they call that? They call that a support beam, right? And knock down the whole bridge. Shit, I'm just saying, folks, think about communication, distribution, electricity, and things like that. That's all I'm saying, and you know, So we're gonna wait for Bev to come back. We got a couple minutes. Let me drop the link.
I'm back.
Yeah, because I'm a conspiracy theorist, but I'm a big one. I'm on like a big practical one. I'm not.
But you
Yeah,
know
go
what
ahead.
it is? I live in where I live at is the valley. This is Passaic Valley. It's called
Hmm.
Passaic Valley, and we
Hmm.
have mountains, and we're part of the Appalachian Trail. If it went straight, we could walk. I could walk all across America through here. It's the Appalachian Mountains. We have a lot of mountains. We're by the mountains, and I live in the valley. And when the Earth is turning, it probably has something. I'm not sure of this, but I think it has something to do with that eclipse that's getting ready to come. Because it's like you see a ragged edge. I read and I was told that it's the fault when the earth turns, it's fitting into those pieces. It's like rocks fitting into those pieces. I hope I explained it right the way they explained it to me. But it's like a puzzle type of thing, and it fits, and it's like grinding, like a
Hmm.
It's that thing in your car that turns your car around. You know how it turns? They put
All
a
right.
belt on it. I forget what you
Well,
call it, like that
let's
fan
feel
belt.
let's feel free to have any conspiracy theory looked into today. What the heck? I don't care.
Oh, wait a minute!
I'm
It
up
was
for it.
4.8 magnitude
Yeah,
earthquake. Yeah, well,
yo,
it shook the hell out of me. I thought the building was blowing up. I said, "Oh Lord, I'm gonna get trapped, and I ain't got no clothes on."
yo.
Oh, shit
I'm
now.
just.
Oh, don't talk sexy now.
All right, Ralph, you there?
Yeah, sir. She trying to talk sexy.
No, I
Me,
wasn't
Ralph.
talking sexy. I was scared to death.
They say
And
the older the berry, sweeter the juice, I heard.
Did they say that? Ralph, you about to get
I'm
where's
glad.
Andre
you
at?
about to
About to
get
come up here.
spanked, Ralph.
She's gonna give up the belt and just take the bat on you. Yo.
Yeah, exactly. Man, that kid, I was talking to my friend. It only must have been on my side of the town. I said, is your house shaking? He said, no. He said, oh, your building about to blow up. I said, oh, God.
Hey, but I'm just saying, think about this. I mean, this is
It's
my
the
thought.
weather. It's climate change.
My thought is Russia cannot face the United States militarily, and their only option is really to be on disaster time. A whole lot of accidents, whole lot of things that and I'm telling you, my theory is that it does not help the United States government to tell anybody anything. If it is something like that, they wouldn't tell nobody. I'm just saying it. But all right, so look, y'all ready? Let's hear this and then let's do some commentary. All right, let's let it rock. Here we go. Let's see here. Oh yeah, and this is for I don't know what they call this. Yeah, copyright disclaimer under Section 107 of the Copyright Act of 1976. Allowance is made for purposes such as criticism, comment, news reporting, teaching, scholarship, education, and research. Alrighty, now let's go.
The phone, we'll check back in with Mike. Getting a lot of interesting questions and comments, Kathy. Good to have you with us. One person asking, could it have anything to do with all the rain that we've experienced this week?
You know what, Thomas, sometimes people try to equate meteorological events and weather with earthquakes, and there's nothing scientifically that proves that, but it is interesting with certain types of weather events, even with hurricanes and tornadoes. It could be near the timing of an earthquake, but not necessarily related. It is interesting that this was felt in such a widespread area. I was driving to New York City at the time the quake hit and did not feel it, but my phone was blowing up from South Jersey to Morristown, friends in Cherry Hill, friends in Hoboken, even on Long Island. In New York City, people did feel it, and everyone's talking about it. Everyone's phone was buzzing with the alert. So that was kind of surreal walking through the streets of New York. But I have a map that I want to show you because I was never familiar with a fault in New Jersey, but we do have one. It's the Ramapo Fault, and it's in North Jersey, and there have been other quakes in Jersey with the epicenter in New Jersey, in Lincoln Park, in Jersey City, in West Freehold, in Clifton, Fairfield, and also in Morristown, that's in North Jersey. But you can see those magnitudes were 1.1,
you ain't hear this?
1.6.
You haven't heard it?
No.
right,
But she said Clifton. She said Clifton.
Clifton,
New Jersey.
Hoboken. Yeah,
Right.
Hoboken.
Clifton, New
all of them.
Jersey is the next town over from me. That's very close to me.
Yeah, they talked about that when they had Sandy out there. When Hurricane Sandy, they talked about something similar to this as well.
No, we had a tornado once.
Yeah.
It wasn't a big one, but we had a tornado.
I just stopped it because of your question. All right, so let me try to find a place again. Hold on. Oh my goodness, man. Where was it at?
Commercial. Oh, you got
back. You're on live now from.
Oh, we just missed the damn news. Hold on, let me go to this one now. Let's just maybe this one is the.
That's the one you had. Breaking news.
I had breaking news.
Yeah.
All right, let's try
That's the one.
All right, let's see here. Sorry about that.
That's okay.
Okay, here we go.
Is going on. So, folks, if you can, don't call 911.
Yeah.
Don't call 311 unless you.
Airport. So if you're flying from Fort Lauderdale in the next half hour, for example, you may end up seeing a delay just because they don't want to put the plane in the air until they know it can land.
Mm-hmm.
They'll get the planes that are in the air on the ground safely, typically. It doesn't sound like this is going to be something where they're going to be diverted.
Tell you that the MTA is saying that there had been no impact on its service, but the teams are inspecting the train lines. We want to give you that update as well. But right now, the deputy mayor in New York City saying that they do not have any major impacts in the city from these tremors and this quake of 4.8. Let's get right now out to Steve Overmeyer. This is an important day at Yankee Stadium, John, right?
Oh my gosh, Steve, did you feel it? What's going on at the stadium?
Oh my God, that's ooh-wee.
Yeah, out here at Yankee Stadium, this is supposed to be this is going to be the home opener, but it certainly kind of changed the tone a little bit for the home opener here for the Yankees. The quake was felt by some people here at Yankee Stadium, but not all. I was actually in the tunnel, and I didn't feel the earthquake at all. But when I stepped out here, a lot of photographers said that their cameras were shaking for about 15 seconds. And
I gotta
thought it was
call
an
my
earthquake. And talking to a couple of the Blue Jays players, they were in their clubhouse, and they said it felt like it was a train going overhead. They just assumed that it was just a subway because they weren't familiar with that feeling. But in talking with a couple of the Yankees, some of the Yankees players who were out on the field, maybe because they were running around fielding balls, didn't feel a thing. But other guys who were standing still said that they absolutely felt it, and it kind of concerned them a little bit. But there's no damage here at Yankee Stadium. All is well. Everything seems to be on pace for what is going to be the opening of Yankee Stadium for the season.
In all places at all times. But is there a big party going on in the parking lot right now? Aren't they opening it up right around?
They talking about it like it's just another fun day. Hey, there a party going on
now? I wonder if people out there felt.
What did he say? He said they were grabbing balls and couldn't tell.
Oh, Lord.
Like, how y'all doing? I mean, I think it's because nothing really got damaged.
But you know what? That 4 point, if you look it up, that's pretty close to being a big one. Because I think 5 is bad too.
Yeah, 5 is bad.
But the 4 is not fully closed yet.
Well,
we
7
may have a major catastrophe,
7,
earthquake.
7 is total.
I hope I'm not living here when it happens.
Exactly, and 7 is total destruction. Rubble is what you got left after 7.
5 ain't no joke either.
No, that's what I'm saying. 5 is no joke because 7 is total destruction. So, 5 is interesting look, but all right, let's see. Let's keep playing.
Great question. I haven't been outside.
Well, you can turn that.
Ain't nobody want to see anybody out there. We do have a couple of crews out there.
Unless you all want to see them, I don't.
Of New York, New Jersey, Pennsylvania, my friends in Philly.
Yeah,
we're asking about Connecticut as well.
Across the Northeast, my sister in Rochester are saying that they felt it.
Wow.
If you just happen to look at even in our internal email, producers and reporters at CBS News from across the Northeast are all weighing in and saying, what they felt.
Strange. We felt it here.
We felt it here in the newsroom.
Yeah.
And our Chris Van Cleve, our transportation correspondent, is going to join us now on the telephone.
The brother here on the left, he got them listening ears. Yeah,
his name is Vladimir. Believe it or not, I forgot his last name. His name is Vladimir.
If he talked to you after a while and then he respond, "I'm listening," you'll be like, "Yep, damn, I know he is listening." Don't let him walk in the room if you want a secret happening. All right, let me play it.
And cleanup efforts are continuing after the bridge
in Baltimore.
After that bridge collapse in Baltimore. But Chris,
don't have him on the stand testifying against you. He's gonna be like, "Your Honor, I heard everything. Your Honor."
Let's talk about this earthquake. Give us an update what you're hearing from sources as it relates to transportation in the Northeast, specifically airports and railway.
Yeah, well, New Jersey Transit says they're subject system-wide up to about 20-minute delays in both directions as they're doing bridge inspections following the earthquake. Newark Airport, JFK Airport have ground stops in effect. I don't expect that to be...
You know something? Let's just indulge the conspiracy some more. If that was an attack, if that was a somehow, because people have been saying you can create earthquakes they've been saying that for decades now, right? Tool of war, right? Now, if that's the case, could it be that this is just a preemptive this is one just to see how you react to it? What do you do?
Lord.
Oh, I believe it. Because a 4.5 is strong enough to say, hey, you'll feel it, but we ain't gonna rumble shake down no buildings. Now Jersey City and Newark has a lot of high rises. Not as much as New York City.
I live in a high rise.
You know what?
Yeah, I know. I used to stay in one too. You know what I'm saying? And I understand the difference between like a signal, like if you're thinking about it, like last time we had a major earthquake, right? It went from Virginia all the way up to I think New York at one point in time. How this one was just in New Jersey, it wasn't really shockwave from like where the Urshel place really aligned up as. where it would start from like South Carolina and work its way up.
But didn't you hear the lady say we have a fault line here? And that's what it is. The fault is a crack, and the crack is trying to. It's gonna close, but every time it moves, it tries to close. We're gonna get an earthquake, and this 4.8 is, to me, is scary. It's very scary to me.
Yeah, it sounds like a military plot. Like I said,
please, I gotta tune out to this because I'm scared because I'm on the 8th floor. I ain't but 16th floor, so I'm in the middle.
But just hear us out, Pumpkin. We're gonna switch over from this.
You're scaring me. I ain't gonna lie, and I don't get scared.
Yeah, cover your ears. I'm sorry. Cover your ears, Pumpkin. Anybody out there? Yeah. We'll be around for about to discuss for 2-3 minutes, maybe.
I thought my stove was blowing up because I'm always doing something with that darn stove.
I mean, this is just for the conspiracy theorists. I mean, we know it's a fault line, and we know, industrial activity can also induce these kind of things. It could just be nature. It could be a bad day. It could be but if it's a conspiracy.
Excuse me, just let me say this. I'm going to step away because I'm on my phone. I'm going to go get my computer and plug it up. It died out and I ain't plug it in. I gave it a break. So I'm going to plug it up while y'all talk about this darn earthquake.
All right, no worries. All right, so check this out. But just to indulge just a little more, the thing about a 0.5 earthquake or whatever the hell it is, 5.1, right? It's interesting because it's not total destruction. It's enough to make you have to go around and do your checks and balances to things, find out what's going on. It's also enough for an enemy, if they did want to target you with something like that, to find out what are your protocols. What do you do when something like this happens? And guess what? It's also could be seen as a warning. Like be on your P's and Q's because, you might be thinking everything is all good.
It also shuts down everything electrical, VB. Like, depending on the magnitude of it. Like I said, before we had smaller. We had one, I think, in Maryland a couple of years, maybe about 10 years ago, or something like that. I'm not sure, something like that. And it's within the last 10, 15 years we had one. I remember sitting on my bed playing Call of Duty, and just a small one happened, and you couldn't really use anything electronically. So I know in New Jersey, with that large population of people, like I said before on your show, like I took a fire with the fire department. I took like some, hazard safeties for like, nature-wise or whatever. And this will show right here that it will put an end. Like if this is a terrorist attack, this will put an end to a lot of things in New York, such as if they could do another attack on a bridge, if the JFK bridge, if this earthquake was good enough, it could crash the bridge. Also, and stop people from, traveling and stop import export. Not only will it, send the shockwave through electronically and shut down things, as far as, you using your card, banks and things like that, Wi-Fi signals like that will be shut down. And then all phone companies shut down. So you're really at risk at, any kind of attack because you have no type of, I think it's Verizon and T-Mobile are the first people to actually come back on, and anybody who have prepaid phones, y'all are the last ones to actually have your phones turned back on. So it could be a way of showing an attack and getting you and prepping to reattack.
Yo, I just put the U.S. government's own website up about earthquakes, and it says here. I mean, I can open it up for y'all, and I'm just indulging here. I'm sorry for anybody that don't go out there and say, I bet you $100 or I told everybody, run, it's the Russians. I didn't tell nobody to panic or nobody to think anything or don't strike back. Let the government do their job, but this, man, this is what it say, man. This is what it say, bro. Check this out. Fact 5, induced seismicity can occur at significant distances from injection wells and at different depths. I guess they're talking about in the water. Earthquakes can be induced at distances of 10 miles or more away from the injection point at significantly greater depths. Look, I mean, could a submarine have some kind of weapon on it?
All I gotta do is hit a certain part of the Herschel plates, and it's gonna cause a whole disruption. And a lot of people know if they send like a open up. Hold on. Yeah, you can get a popsicle. Go ahead. They know like if they send like a missile, drop a little underwater bomb or whatever, they know what part of the regions, because all the Herschel plates line up from Africa, Europe, all of it all kind of lines up. So they know if they send a shockwave somewhere else, it'll affect that whole part of the East Coast, or what part they hit to have it trigger down. They mapped the Earth out already.
I'm like, for me, I'm more safer when I try to look at the worst case scenarios. But right here, it's a lot of information about torpedoes in the ocean creating. But my thought is like, look at this. A drone capable of destroying America with a nuclear earthquake. Look, this is 2020. This the news. Doomsday's device. Drone submarine Russian claims could destroy U.S. by triggering underwater earthquake with nukes near completion. So I don't know. To me, it sounds like this one, you would know it if it's coming from the water. You know what I'm saying? But, yeah, if it's coming from the water, you're going to see some water stuff happening, like a wave. They talking about a tsunami here. But I don't know, y'all. Just a thought. Okay, we covered that now. So let me go back to the, your regularly scheduled program off of the conspiracy stuff now. Back to
terribly long-lasting ground stop, but the New York City airports are going to want to do some inspections. One, to make sure the buildings are structurally sound, and two, that there's no debris out on the tarmac or the runway. We saw a couple of weeks ago what happened when a United jet engine ingested bubble wrap. Remember, we had that fire coming out of the engine there that made headlines. So you can imagine if bubble wrap. So it's not uncommon after an earthquake for an airport to pause operations to make sure the runways and the taxiways are intact, to make sure the buildings are structurally sound before they resume operations out of an abundance of caution. The good news here, you're talking about a 4.8 earthquake. That's certainly going to get people's attention, but tends to not be one that drives, substantial damage. But that also can, that also can depend a bit on where it was epicentered and whatnot. So right now you're going to see some travel disruptions getting in and out of New York, out of the airports. New Jersey Transit is doing bridge inspections. Those are the types of things that you would expect to happen after an earthquake like this, where they just want to make sure that things are structurally sound, that it's okay to continue operating safely.
Yeah, it makes a lot of sense. Initially, when we felt it, it just sort of felt like a train almost going past.
Yeah, we
and I thought it was lower.
We first felt it rumbling, and we thought that's weird.
Yeah.
And then we looked at each other.
It went on too long.
It went on too long, and then you started to look up at the lights, and they were kind of moving. And I realized we both did at the same moment, like, are we feeling an earthquake?
Yeah.
And I was like, this is an earthquake. You know? Did you feel it in Baltimore, Chris?
There are reports of people feeling it. I'm sitting in a car right now, waiting for the president's arrival. So we're outside of the closed area. I didn't feel it in the car. I can look at the USGS shake map, and there are people in this area that reported feeling it. People as far south as Washington, D.C. reported feeling it. I was in Washington for the D.C. earthquake, which was, a similar strength. And, you certainly, if you're near the epicenter of this earthquake, you're going to feel it. You're going to hear it. It might sound like a truck backing up, or the rumble of a train track. Northridge, when I was a kid, I remember that sounded like a freight train barreling at the house. So you're going to hear it in a lot of cases before you feel it. But there were some reports here in this area that did feel the shaking.
Yeah, one of our, so it's interesting. Anne-Marie and I were in the Studio 57. We certainly felt it, but one of our crew members was on a break outside and came back and said, what are you guys talking about? He didn't feel it outdoors at all. So I think if you were working out, if you're in New York City and you happen to be working outside or you happen to be walking outside or maybe even in the subway, you might not have felt it because 4.8 in Jersey, it may not have actually registered the same here in New York City.
Oh, I guess Vlad, if I can jump in for a second, sorry to interrupt you here. We just heard from the FAA. The FAA says that this 4.8 magnitude earthquake in New Jersey may continue to impact some air traffic control facilities in New York, New Jersey, Philadelphia, and Baltimore. Air traffic operations are resuming as quickly as possible. And, of course, we're tracking those delays. If you're in an air traffic control tower, the LaGuardia Tower is 233 feet tall. You're going to want to make sure that's structurally sound before you keep people in it. So that sort of assessment is happening at ATC facilities and at the airports. So for some period of time today, we're going to see some delays in and out of the Northeast out of an abundance of caution.
Yeah, and I what the situation
that
is
should start to take as goes on.
So this starting to sound real goofy because it just what you're mentioning, Chris, are.
Say that again, Rob.
Yo, that's starting to sound real goofy to me. You know what I'm saying? Like real goofy.
Okay, what did they say?
Excuse me. I'm gonna go out and come back in because I'm gonna go on my computer.
Okay.
All right?
Okay, no worries.
Yeah, because like I said, like if you actually really pay attention to any type of natural earthquake or even natural tsunami, natural hurricanes and tornadoes, they always start from the very bottom. They always when it's very big, like a 4.8 or something like that, 5. They always show you the hurricanes or whatever type of the situation coming in from the south, working its way up. This one is starting its way kind of north, working its way up further north, and we all know with Philly, New Jersey, New York, it's really kind of can be suppressed by water. Like it can be over flooded by water or whatever. And this is to me saying is, are they trying to flood the top part of America? This is what it sounds like to me. Like it sounds like they don't want it to be an earthquake. The earthquake might be the cause, but the flooding would be the big part of it.
Yeah, well, it's like I don't expect anybody to, even if there was any type of suspicion, I don't suspect they would because it would be, look, it's an earthquake. So even if there was a suspicion, that's not what they would broadcast. The government wouldn't broadcast that over the radio. They wouldn't do that. So, but when you listen between the lines, it could almost sound like they're saying something else too. I mean, the bottom line is New York, New Jersey, it sits on a river. I mean, it's
floating.
It's
floating. New York really is floating. They have things to keep New York afloat. New York is sinking into the Atlantic Ocean.
You know what? Let me check this out. And here's the ironic part about it, not to just be on this conspiracy thing, but the reality of it is that there was an earthquake that just happened. I don't even know how many days ago. How many days ago was it? Let me see here. It was where's it at? How many days? I'm sorry. It was 2 days ago. Look, and this is on the international front. Now I'm gonna flip it and show folks what I mean. This is on the international front. They talk about an earthquake here in New York, New Jersey, which is an economic capital. It's an economic center. But look at what happened in Taiwan just 2 days ago. Look at this.
Martin, good to have you with us. A massive earthquake has hit Taiwan, causing serious damage and knocking out power to tens of thousands. The strongest earthquake in 25 years was centered near the city of Hualien on Taiwan's eastern coast.
Coincidence?
Don't sound like it at all.
The biggest earthquake in 25 years. It just so happened to be at the same time China's talking about invading them. Some people say we just getting back what was ours. Other people say you're trying to invade us and you're gonna kill us all, but whichever one, it's ironic that This just happened 2 days ago. I mean, it's a lot of earthquakes. I mean, the U.S. is, NATO is, and the U.S. is, trying to enforce its positioning on China and Russia. And I'm not saying this for I'm not saying they don't have the right to do that. I'm just saying trying to be neutral in it, and even if Russia and China see it as an attack or see it as some other shit, whatever, they could say that. But there is a position that the U.S. and NATO is trying to enforce, and they have their story about it, and China and Russia has their way of saying that the same thing. But this happened 2 days ago. Earthquake in Taiwan. For people that don't know, this place is the place that the U.S. has been, helping bolster their military defenses in lieu of impending quote unquote invasion by China. It sits at China's front door. You see, and I'm gonna be honest with you. I think I have a suspicion here. If something like that happened to Japan, I'm almost sure they would fire off at China. Like if they suspected any type of attack, military attack, I think Japan would definitely, because of the history, the past war with China. You know what I'm saying? Like they know, or in my thinking, they would have no reason to suspect that China would not try to end them totally. Like no more Japanese language, no problem from them, because Japan, as you know, in history, invaded China. You see what I'm saying? So, yeah, but I just think this is interesting, man. Just 2 days ago, another earthquake. One is national, and this one is international. What do you think about that, Pumpkin? Are you there? Oh, okay. Let's give Pumpkin a second to get set up, because she just she did have to set up her change computers. Hold on. So let me rock a little bit more of this video.
4 people have been confirmed dead and more than 50 are injured. The National Fire Agency say some people are trapped after dozens of buildings and tunnels collapsed. Powerful 7.5 magnitude quake initially prompted tsunami warnings for Japan and the Philippines, which have since been lifted. Very latest, let's cross to our East Asia Bureau in Taipei and our correspondent there, James Chater. James, how badly has Taiwan been affected by this quake?
Well, as you mentioned in that introduction, this is now the most powerful earthquake to strike Taiwan in 25 years. The majority of those casualties and injuries you mentioned, we're seeing in that eastern city of Hualien, and that's also where we're seeing the most shocking kind of social media images coming out from this earthquake, from landslides, reducing rock faces to dust and rubble. Also, some buildings anchored almost 45 degrees to the ground. And that's where we also believe some of the people are still trapped in those buildings. Now, one of the other things that people will, of course, be looking at is the impacts on the semiconductor industry, which produces some 90% of the world's most semiconductors. Our biggest company, the most important company, TSMC, so far says that operations at their factories have been largely unhindered. There was a brief period of evacuation, but operations so far seem to be proceeding without too much interference from this earthquake. But just the other thing that people will be concerned about in the coming hours is that we've had a really significant number of aftershocks since this main earthquake struck at about 8 a.m. In the 4 hours after the earthquake, we had about 58 aftershocks, 2 of which were above a magnitude 6. So concerns in the coming hours about the impact of those aftershocks.
What about other countries in the region, James? Tsunami.
Hey, look at this. Other news reports are saying that it shook the ground so hard in Taiwan that pellets, dirt, rubble came down from the sky like bullets. Over 1,000 people injured. Only 9 people died, but 9 is enough, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, but that's a lot of economic damage right there. And I'm gonna give a shout out to those architects in Taiwan. God damn, them motherfuckers, they are on an angle where it's like we built them for them not to fall completely to the ground. They're all leaning to the side like dominoes that won't fall. That's some good work.
Yeah, that's true, because 7.7 is
That's
meant
supposed to be to the ground.
induce.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's supposed to be total rubble, complete and utter rubble. Nothing left. I mean, you've seen 7 in a lot of places, bro. 7 does not look nice at all. And this was 7.7. I mean, 7 points. Oh, they say 7.5. Other places say 7.7. I wonder. Some say 7.4. Others say 7.5. Others say 7.7. So it's a mixed bag with the impact number. But yeah, man. I mean, I just find it very ironic. Let me just yo, Pumpkin, you there? Okay, it's okay. We let her take her time coming back in.
Yeah, I'm here.
Oh, so
yeah, I'm here. I mean,
what you think about that? Irony or just earthquake time?
Who, me?
Yeah, is this a coincidence or is it just earthquake time? You know, like, is it just a coincidence or is it? If it's a coincidence, then it means it's just earthquake time. It's happening to everybody. You know, it's just going to happen in Taiwan, and it's it's going to happen in New York. What you think about that?
Wait a minute. Somebody is echoing. I don't know if
Oh, it's got to be you.
Somebody is echoing.
No, it ain't somebody.
I was on mute, so it might be you.
You're the guilty culprit, Pumpkin. All right, work it out. No problem. Just come back on when you want to test it. But we can't hear no echo in your audio, Pumpkin. Just so you know. I think you might want to close down your YouTube stream and just stay on StreamYard because you can hear the stream live from where we at in StreamYard. You don't need
turn the media volume down.
Hello? Wait a minute.
Turn the media volume down, and that helps too.
Wait a minute, Ralph. Let me say something. I want to make sure I got rid of that echo.
Mm-hmm.
I'm on StreamYard. Yeah, I got rid of it.
Okay, there you go. So what you think about this? Coincidence that it just 2 days ago Taiwan hit with 7.7 earthquake?
I ain't got a clue. All I know is I thought the building was going to come pancaking down on me. I said, Lord, I'm dead. That's all I said. And I hung up.
I find this very, very strange. I find it very, very strange. And, I'm a person that looks after these kind of things, and I don't blow them up. I'm just saying, when you're an organized person, when you're responsible for other people, when you're even responsible for kids, this stuff. You're not going to just be like, oh, this is a coincidence. The neighbor just did this and that, so that don't mean nothing. No, neighbor just came home from jail. He was in jail for 5 years for a sexual assault. That don't mean nothing. Don't mean he going to be looking after my child. Hell no. Everybody. That's why they have the offenders list. Ain't nobody going to be like, he did it again. Oops. Coincidence. You know what I'm saying? It's like, no, you better watch your child with shit when that happens, And for me, I'm just like, damn, Taiwan 7.7 2 days ago. Now it's New York, New Jersey. They could feel it even in DC. Yeah, let me pull out a map, y'all. I'm sorry, I gotta pull out.
That's a long stretch, man. And normally the last one that we had was higher than that. That was that went from I think from South Carolina all the way up to New York, and that one was stronger than the 4.8 they're saying it was.
Yeah, exactly. I don't even. Do I have to pull this out? Hold on. Let me see here. Map. Let me just say map, yo. 2 seconds, y'all. Hold on. 2 seconds. Can I pull this up here? Where the hell is it at? All right, here we go. Boom. All right, so let me see. NYC. All right, so let me pull this up now. Boom. Where is it at? It's here. Okay, we're gonna go to some other news, local news. Now, this is it. This is NYC at the end of the day. Now they say 10 miles. In any case, this is not international water. This is U.S. territory. Taiwan would be, there's international waters outside of Taiwan because, China and Taiwan are two different countries, So now let me do this. You can see that. Now let me pull up one more and just flip between these two. And let me see Taiwan. See what Taiwan look like for a second. What the distance is from Taiwan, China, and Taiwan. Now, close that shit down. Come on. China and Taiwan. Let's see here. Boom. Where is it at? Where? Damn, how could I not see? Hold on. Let me say Taiwan. Taiwan, that's better. All right. Taiwan. Oh, there it is. So look at this. Look at this, y'all. Check this out. So you see New York, right? Let me zoom in a little bit on New York. Now that's it, right? Let me zoom back a little bit. Now, let me go over to Taiwan. Now, to the Taiwan map. Let's see what it say here, right? Look at this. You see? That's Taiwan. That's very, very close to China. That's the closest nation to China. You see that? And there's got to be a lot of international water right here in between. Yeah, so I don't know what's going on, but it's just to take a look at that, y'all, just for the heck of it, you know. In any case, I don't think there's much that can be done about it. So look, there's nothing hit. In Taiwan, that was 2 days ago, is 9 people they found dead at that moment. It could be more now because there's a lot of people stuck in buildings and things like that. And you know, there's still people searching. They're doing a search expedition. But as of 2 days ago, there was 1,000 people injured. That was the numbers. In the U.S. right now, nobody's reported injured. So, all right, y'all. So what's the next story now? What's the next national story we could talk about? Because I don't want to miss the national stuff. I just thought it was interesting.
I'm confused. I'm confused. So, like, let me see if I'm saying this right, and if I'm hearing you right, and what you showed was right.
Mm-hmm.
So, earthquakes usually start underwater, right?
No, they usually start at fault lines, and the fault lines can be on land or in water. And when they happen in water, I mean, I'm not sure about the tectonic, quote unquote, this tectonic weapon here that's theorized, but nobody's ever seen something like that work. You know, it was theorized by Russia some time ago, right? But in 1992 by Alexei Visvolodovich. I'm sorry. Yeah. And so I'm not sure how that one works, but as far as hitting a fault line on the ocean, that has been known to create tsunamis. Like, that doesn't seem to be such a hard thing to do, bro. Like, straight up.
Yeah.
That's
and
just like,
they did mention it was rumors of a tsunami, and it was something else. I think I don't know if they said typhoon.
When was that?
The one we just watched, the video we just watched, you just said it was speculated to have typhoons and tsunami in that video.
Oh, what? Hold on. Let's go back.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah, go back to it.
Okay, damn. Let me go back. Thank you, Ralph. Don't want to miss that one. All right, let me pull it back a little bit, right? How far? Just from the top or what? Yeah, I'll do it from the top because it was only 1 minute in.
Hit Taiwan, causing serious damage, knocking out power to tens of thousands. The strongest earthquake in 25 years was centered near the city of Hualien on Taiwan's eastern coast. 4 people have been confirmed dead and more than 50 are injured. The National Fire Agency say some people are trapped after dozens of buildings and tunnels collapsed. Powerful 7.5 magnitude quake initially prompted tsunami warnings for Japan and the Philippines, which have since been lifted. For the very latest, let's cross to our East Asia Bureau in Taipei and our correspondent there, James Chater. James, how badly has Taiwan been affected by this quake?
Well, as you mentioned in that introduction, this is now the most powerful earthquake to strike Taiwan in 25 years. The majority of those casualties and injuries you mentioned, we're seeing in that eastern city of Hualien. And that's also where we're seeing the most shocking kind of social media images coming out from this earthquake. Some landslides reducing rock faces to dust and rubble. Also, some buildings angles almost at 45 degrees to the ground. And that's where we also believe some of the people are still trapped in those buildings. Now, one of the other things that people will, of course, be looking at is the impacts on the semiconductor industry in Taiwan, which produces some 90% of the world's most advanced semiconductors. That biggest company, the most important company, TSMC, so far says the operations at their factories have been largely unhindered. There was a brief period of evacuation, but operations so far seem to be proceeding without too much interference from this earthquake. But just the other thing that people will be concerned about in the coming hours is that we've had a really significant number of aftershocks since this main earthquake struck at about 8 a.m. In the 4 hours after the earthquake, we had about 58 aftershocks, 2 of which were above a magnitude 6. So concerns in the coming hours about the impact of those aftershocks.
What about other countries in the region, James? Tsunami warnings were issued for a wide area.
Absolutely. The main area of Japan that was potentially looked like it could be impacted by this earthquake were these southwestern islands, Okinawa prefecture. Some of the islands in that prefecture are actually very, very close to the Taiwanese mainland. This is islands like Yonaguni, Ishigaki, where tsunami warnings were issued, and some tsunami waves actually reached those islands within an hour, actually, of this earthquake taking place. Those warnings have since been lifted. It seems that the impact on the Japanese parts of Okinawa prefecture and also the Philippines have been largely unaffected. Flights have resumed to Okinawa. But again, Japanese authorities particularly are warning, given that we have seen this large number of aftershocks, that people in these islands should remain cautious because aftershocks, even of a magnitude 6, which we have seen, still have the potential to trigger tsunami waves.
Now, the region is no stranger to earthquakes. Are people there generally well prepared?
Yeah, Taiwan has a very well-oiled response mechanism to this type of earthquake. The response and emergency services really spring into action. Taiwan's President Tsai Ing-wen has said military personnel are on their way to the most affected zones. And of course, we have seen really, really damaging earthquakes in Taiwan's history. For example, the 1999 earthquake, where we had some 2,000 people killed and tens of thousands of buildings destroyed. Since that earthquake took place, we've had much more stringent regulations in terms of earthquake-proofing buildings. And that's why we really don't see the level of destruction you might expect from an earthquake of this magnitude in Taiwan.
James, thank you very much. That was our correspondent, James Chater, in Taipei.
Yeah, so like I said, I seen a video on Instagram just this morning where some lady was a news reporter was in the tsunami. They was like, instead of her running from the wave, she decided to play in it because it wasn't that bad, but it was actually wasn't one of the bigger waves. It was flooding out. So it was showing certain areas that were flooded by tsunamis or whatever. But I'm saying to myself, if it's 7.5, that's supposed to hit Japan. That's supposed to hit Hong Kong. That's supposed to hit Hong Kong, China. If it was that big of that magnitude with tsunami. That's how it always been. And when China got hit, it always moved to like Taiwan or something.
It's interesting. I mean, yeah. I just think, personally for me, it's just worth looking into. I mean, that's why I called it conspiracy theory, but it's only because it seems like war is afoot. Another thing that occurred to me is that, it just made me wonder, what would a tsunami do to military ships? Like, now let me check something out. Now, this is the Asia fault line right here. And so this is Taiwan on the bottom, and this is Japan on top. You see, and this is China, obviously, over here, right? And then there's reports of there being U.S. military fighter. What do you call those? Fighter. What are the ships that carry, planes on them and fighter jets and all of that stuff? Aircraft carriers out here, right? And then this is the fault line for New Jersey and New York. This is the fault line. So it's close to Manhattan. Like Sister said, it's It's on the Appalachian Trail. That's what a fault line is. That's what Pumpkin say, and it's true. I mean, you can obviously see it here. So, yeah. So, I mean, I think the beauty of these fault lines are the beauty of it. If you're going to conspirize, and I don't even know if that's the right word, but if you're going to conspirize, right, on it, then it's going to be difficult. It would seem to me that it's very without material evidence, like something being produced to show, something being found to show what started. It seems like it's a hard thing to know just based on what it is. It's like you're just hitting the fault line. If it was an attack, all you got to do is hit the fault line, period, and disturb it. That's what make it. That's what will agitate it, essentially, the fault line. An explosion or some other device now in the water or not. But here it looks like whatever's happening, the earthquakes, they're happening on the fault line. So, who knows, man? Who knows? But I always think it's good to look at these things, in an objective way. I'm sure I'm not speaking for Tar, but I'm sure if Tar was here, he would be like, nah, this is the universe coming back to strike. That would be a different conspiracy all in one. But yeah, this Mother Nature coming back to strike. Who knows? Who knows? You know what I'm saying? For all those years. So we're gonna see.
This don't seem like a Mother Nature attack. Tom, if you listening,
yeah, Tom might
we
be
joking. We joking. Mother Nature attack a little harder than that.
You never know. I mean, he might be down with the war tip too. I don't know. He might have some information on the on these earthquake machines. But people have been talking about it for a long time. Oh, they've been saying the U.S. have one. Other people, what is it called? HARP, right? Isn't that what it was called?
Mm-hmm. See, if you look back from 1992 on under, if you look at natural disasters, they're way more stronger, deadlier. Like I've been in in Virginia here in Petersburg. I say I was about 11.
Mm-hmm.
We had like a serious we had a very, very serious tornado. Well, we actually, my mom had to drive away from the tornado. We watched cars get sucked in it, thrown out. It like ripped down the Walmart, ripped down like the South Park Mall area. And we like driving through this is like the biggest like tornado we ever had. So like to watch natural disasters from early in my youth, from the early 90s to the way it look now, these look more man-made than the earth doing it itself. They look way more stronger. They look way more normal. These don't feel or look normal. I feel like they're conspired.
depth essays, video highlights, and the best 2024 election coverage. Download the new MSNBC app. Here's how to do it.
What's going on? You playing something? Well, BB, you muted. What's going on?
Oh, sorry about that. No, that was Pumpkin. She's setting up the next clip. She's setting up the next clip. I think it's called. Okay. Let me go over to that. Yeah, you could drop it in the back chat if you want, Pumpkin. Yeah, we're gonna check out what's going on with the New York AG since we in New York territory, right? We in New York. Let me see something here. Let me just put in earthquake, and then I'm gonna put. I'm just got to put that in the algorithm here, and then let's see here. All right, so boom. Now, did you put it there? All right, let me look it up. Hold on, I will look it up now. Let's see here. New York AG. I think this obviously got something to do with Trump. Here we go. Boom. Yeah. This is on. All right, let's see.
His bond was revoked.
Oh, really? Oh, hell no, I ain't know that. So many people.
Oh yeah, he was still progressive. His bond was revoked because the company Night Security Bond. It's like I don't know what to call it, but it's out of California and it charges super high interest. It's being investigated for doing stupid shit. Excuse my expression, but doing stupid stuff. Yeah.
Right.
So Letitia James went and she questions the company because some kind of papers they were supposed to send financial to show his financial that they could afford to pay this bond if he lost, and they couldn't do it or they wouldn't do it. So I think he had a scam going. I really think he had a scam and thought he was going to get away with it because nobody, Deutsche Bank, all of them banks, none of them reputable companies would give him any money because they wanted his properties as collateral.
And
if they didn't get paid.
And he wouldn't do that?
No, none of his property. He overinflated.
Oh, he can't.
He
do
wasn't
that.
valued.
Right.
He was getting all these loans. He all his properties were. He's not a billionaire.
Right, I got you.
He's barely a millionaire. Yeah. So
Yeah.
he went all the way to California. Plus, Letitia James says they don't really have no authority over here in New York.
Right.
So she questioned it. The appellate court rescinded it, so it's not paid.
Oh, so
Now
because he got to get a New York bonds company to do it, right? If it's in New York, right?
He can't get none. Nobody in New York will give him none. Everybody know he crooked. He crooked.
All right, let's listen to this and then let's hear what they got to say. I had no idea. I haven't even, but that's why you here, Pumpkin. Ralph, you want to say anything? You want to set it off before I play this?
You know he's a Trump man.
No, we don't know.
I was just about to coon out. I was about to coon out. Be
Let's
funny.
hear the alternative perspective. Go ahead.
The alternative.
I beat you to it.
No, I'm just gonna coon out and say that means nothing to a status, white man of status. And the earthquake and everything probably helping it all go the same way to buy time and everything else. Now
The earthquake was probably about Trump, right? They wanted to stop.
Right, look, that could have been that. Look,
we're gonna hit your ass with an earthquake. All right, go ahead.
Yeah, and it'd be like, well, we can see that the economy is going to crash, and we can see that the earthquakes and stuff like that going to start happening here. And then once them buildings start collapsing, what is it to Trump? He didn't lose. He would have lost out on nothing. So either or, like I said, it's going to play into the white man's hand.
Look, you know what? To borrow on another conspiracy theory, one of the buildings that got demolished, or I don't want to say that. I'm sorry. One of the buildings that fell, right, in New York City. A lot of those things. What happened to all the records? And look, what would happen? Everything's digital now and backed up, so that ain't gonna work. But just for conspiracy's sake, what if they was willing to go that far to be like, you know what we're gonna do? You know what? I know what we're gonna do. We're gonna knock everything down and destroy the records.
And don't forget, he got ties to overseas people over, you know what I'm saying, the overseas governments and presidents and stuff like that. And he be like, well, look, America want to play these games. Well, we'll give them a game to play until I'm the president.
Mm-hmm. Let's talk about how Biden ain't doing enough to reconstruct. He ain't fast enough. He should have known
because that's what it's going to look like from Baltimore, one of the most torn down cities in America. Philadelphia, the second most torn down city on the East Coast. Jersey, a spot where you can crash the economy with all the middle class and high class. New York,
he's going to go hard on the Dems in Baltimore. He going to go hard.
Baltimore already ain't got nothing.
Yeah,
Back up.
Yeah, go ahead.
What you say about? I'm talking to Ralph. You know I'm talking to Ralph because Ralph always starting something. What did you say, Ralph, about New Jersey?
New Jersey has such a big variety of when it comes to Northern Jersey has a lot of rich people as far as like the Hoboken area, East Orange.
No, they don't.
East Orange, Hoboken, yeah, they got a lot of a lot of wealthy places, people out that way. Not saying like the ghetto part,
a lot of wealthy people here in Patterson, but they all full of crap. They all crappy.
Yeah, I'm saying I know Jersey pretty well. You know what I'm saying? I can still ride around Jersey, you know what I'm saying, and still remember where to go. I've been a couple places in Jersey, but I'm saying that, the economics of Jersey and New York.
Time ago.
I mean, you want to say 2015 was that long ago? 10 years ago. I mean, it ain't too long. But I mean, I still understand the way the marketing is there. So once you get into Newark, once you get into the Newark, the Newark area, Newark, Rahway, Linden, once you get into that kind of area, Jersey City, you're knocking out a lot of people who make a lot of good money in that area. You're going to crash the economy by taking out New York. Though a lot of those people go to New York to work.
That's true. But no, get back now. I know what it was. It was what you said about Biden. Biden can't do anything. Do you know that darn? Well,
it's the governor, right?
Say what I want to call.
Who? Don't they got a Republican governor? Baltimore?
No, they got two black. I was getting ready to tell you that.
That's new.
They got two black. They got a black governor for the first time.
Yeah,
and
but
they
that's
got a black mayor.
No, but that's what I'm saying. But that's a new thing. 2019, I think in 20, they ain't have no black governor. They had a Republican governor for years, right?
Yeah, they had some black mayor lady that was stealing from the city.
It
wasn't
everything. Him. His name is Wes Moore. Look him up. Wes, W-E-S Moore.
Okay.
M-O-R-E. He's the governor, first black governor.
Well, look, I know when that sinkhole. I know when that sinkhole happened in Baltimore, where in the middle of downtown, where the earth just sunk in, out of nowhere, anybody could have been driving on that street. They had a Republican governor when that happened.
Exactly.
So you can't get no federal dollars without the governor signing off on it.
But
is that right, Pumpkin, or no?
Yeah, no. Wes Moore just became governor. Okay. Brandon Scott is the mayor.
No, but I'm talking about
wait a minute. Before the governor, that's what I'm trying to tell you. The governor before him and the mayor before him, if I'm not mistaken, they were all Republican. So Wes Moore, he's a young man. He's not as young as the mayor of Baltimore City, but he's young. The mayor of Baltimore City is 37, 30 something, I believe, but he looks young. He looks like a teenager. He's thin. He wears his hair. He don't.
Oh, he's a new guy. Okay. All right. Power to him.
The new guy, the mayor. But anyway, Marjorie Taylor Greene is, I don't know why they listen to this dumb woman, but they listen to her. She said that Baltimore City has insurance for things like that and let the insurance pay off. But what nobody understands or nobody wants to understand is that Baltimore is a port city. It's a major port. It controls all the ports. Your cars come in. They name some things. I know your car, your farm machinery to run your farms. Just a whole lot of stuff.
Everything comes to rental cars. Everything comes to metal, coal. Everything comes to.
The same way with Port Newark in Jersey, and the port in Jersey City. So they don't want to do it because they want to have a talking point, which is stupid. The logic is stupid to me. I might be missing something on this one, but why would you why would you not pass something so you can make Biden fail? Say he's a failed president, but you don't want nobody to pass the bill.
I know why.
Because wait a minute, let me finish. They call the mayor, the young boy, the 30-something boy. I think he's 32, something like that. He's young. Mm-hmm. And they were calling him the DEI mayor. Mm-hmm. Now they don't call him that no more. Now they call him the 12-year-old. I said, who the hell voted for him?
Well, we're going to have to cover that too. But check this out.
But wait a minute, let me say this. This. He got on there, and of course, Fox News tried to get him. Well, what are you going to do this? What are you going to do? When are you going to fix the bridge? Blah, blah, blah. The whole nonsense that they do. He was on point because he told them, he said, stop right there. I ain't with the dumb shit tonight. I want serious questions. I didn't get up here to answer dumb shit. So you know what they think about him. Now go ahead.
But check this out. I know why they anti infrastructure in Baltimore, why they anti this. The governor didn't didn't want to invest. I don't know about the new governor, but I know when that sinkhole happened, that was a Republican governor. When all of this tragedy was going on in Baltimore for some years, decades, that's Republican, I believe. But on the governorship level. Now, check this out. I know why. Because the reason, in my view, it's always the same damn reason. It's too many black folk in Baltimore. Well, there was a time where you could buy properties, and I'm not talking about a lifetime ago. I'm talking about in my lifetime. It's loads of black people that bought properties in Baltimore for 1 penny. Do you think they want those people developing that shit? Do you think they want people like black folk coming up off of those investments? If the city does well, those people who bought those homes do well.
They've been put it into that, VB. They've been put it into that. They put it into that when they built the bar. When they built that what's that daggone hospital?
Hopkins. You talking about Hopkins? You got to be talking about Hopkins. That's the biggest hospital in New York.
John Hopkins. My
Yeah,
cousin
he's talking about John Hopkins.
That's the biggest one in
John Hopkins. Yeah.
Hopkins.
Yeah. But
So
it's a lot of folks, man. I know folks that bought that stuff, man. That bought properties, bro, in Baltimore. I mean, and made money.
I know a lot of people. Who ain't had no money became. I know a lot of people who ain't had no money. By family homes and shit. Stuff that was, excuse my language, stuff that was passed down. Basically, he was like, those people are reaping the benefits, but they're expecting to make them sell their homes in the next 30 years.
Yeah, I hear you.
And I mean, and if they crash the economy, they'll do it again.
Well, I put it to you this way. I'm sure if somebody own a home, they want to be able to invest in it and rent it out for a decent amount of money. Think about this. If you got it, because we talking about homes that are bombshelled, like all you have is a front to them and a wall, dog. Everything else in a lot of them homes in Baltimore, you have to totally invest and build over. So why would you want to do that in a place where the rent is cheap anyway? Will it match the amount of work you got to invest in it? So I think a lot of people sat on those properties for a long time, but you know what? I know a fella that is involved in a lot of politics for Baltimore. He's originally from DC, by the way, but he moved to Baltimore because DC expensive, Baltimore cheap. You know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. DC done ran out a whole lot of people. You know what I'm saying? But I'm gonna leave it at that. But we should come back. When we come back, let's check into Baltimore and just focus a little bit more, intensively on Baltimore in terms of details and things like that. But it's good we had a chance to dialogue on it. Let's see what they're saying now. Let's see what's going on with Trump. I wonder if Trump bought some houses in Baltimore. Let's see.
Oh, wait a minute. Yeah.
Trump bought some stuff downtown. Yeah, he did.
What you say, Rob?
His son-in-law, Jared.
Trump did buy some stuff downtown.
Jared Boyd, he was sued. They were slum.
Yeah, I bet you he's a slum manager, right? They say Trump was a slum manager.
Slum lord.
Yeah.
So the son-in-law did.
But
they say that was the worst place in Baltimore you could go, and he was putting people out left and right.
Hey, guess what? I know a dude. He passed away, but his daughter owns his properties now, right? He got a loan. This is how you got to be. You know how nimble you got to be sometimes. He got a loan from a Chinese bank in DC. They finished that bank. Now that bank is outlawed. You can't do nothing. But that was the only place he could get a loan for a decent rate. And he got a loan from a Chinese bank and bought up maybe like 10 houses in Baltimore for a penny and fixed them up. People live in the joints.
I don't even think they were row homes. Not even 10 houses. They were 10 row homes.
Yeah, row homes. They row homes. They not separate houses. They row homes. No, you're right. They row homes. They brownstones.
So additional, you get up to almost with 10 row homes. You get up to about 40 people.
Yes.
So
exactly. You could put them into they apartments now, bro. They apartments each one. They family, apartments or each level. But yeah, because that's how you need to do to get your money. It's not like Baltimore. When they invest in it, when the United States invests in Baltimore, everybody in Baltimore is going to win. When they don't, it's just going to stand still. But let's play. Let's see what they got to say about Trump's ass now.
Breaking news in Donald Trump's civil fraud case. The New York Attorney General has filed notice questioning essentially the financial strength of the company that posted his bond and whether it can cover the cost. I want to bring back MSNBC legal correspondent Lisa Rubin, who is frantically looking at her phone because this is literally just breaking. So this is the $175,000, right?
$175 million.
Yep. If only it was $175,000, Donald Trump is saying. $175 million. So there's a question about whether they're really covering it in a sufficient way. Is that it?
Let's go back for a second. So this morning, Knight Specialty Insurance Company filed a corrected version of the bond that attached, among other things, its financial statements and showed what its assets were as of the end of last year. That's December 31st, 2023. It has over $537 million in assets. And what the Attorney General's office is saying, the cash it has on hand is less than the bond. And they need to know, because specifically this company is not admitted under New York's Department of Financial Service. It's not a New York insurer. And because it doesn't have qualifications in New York State, they are entitled to ask for what's called justification of the surety. That means, among other things, Chris, that they want to know, how is this collateralized? What are the specific identifiable assets that Donald Trump posted to ensure that if they went on appeal, they will get back this $175 million and up to the value of the judgment that Judge Engoron had ordered, which at this point stands over $454 million if that judgment's upheld.
Wasn't that similar to the problem Donald Trump himself faced? Because he clearly has a lot of assets. The question of are they liquid assets? How quickly, for example, if he needed to, could he sell something? And would it be worth what would be needed to cover the
He had
bond?
other problems too, right?
Yeah.
A lot of those assets were encumbered and he couldn't pledge them because there was already somebody essentially in line. If you owe a $125 million mortgage, for example, to an existing lender, then you can't exactly give that over to the Attorney General first when you've got somebody in line with what's called a perfected security interest. So that is a similar problem. Trump had even greater problems on his own, which is why he went to Knight Specialty Insurance Company as his suretor here. But here you see the Attorney General's office saying what you filed this morning is still not enough to satisfy us that you have posted a bond that is sufficient to cover our judgment if and when we went on appeal.
So now what happens?
They have 10 days to file what's called a justification of the surety, and then there will be in addition to the motion practice, a hearing at which the suretor can come forward. And they have copied, for example, on this motion, Amit Shah, who's the president of Knight Specialty Insurance Company, signed the bond. He is copied here because he is basically the person on whom this is being served. You will show up. You will file these documents to explain to us how this is collateralized. This is bringing Don Henke and his company a whole lot more into this mess than I fear that they anticipated.
Okay, so then the question becomes, what if, we don't know what's going to happen, but what if the decision is, no, this isn't good?
So if it's not, if it's not good, then Trump will have to obtain a new undertaking to prevent Tish James from enforcing on the judgment while he appeals. Right now, he has a stay, but that stay is conditional on his having posted this $175 million bond. If this bond isn't sufficient, according to a court, then Trump will have to obtain another one in lieu of it.
Remind us what enforcing might mean.
Enforcing could mean seizing assets. It could mean, for example,
I already see where this is going. Why would anybody in New York, in their right mind, involved in money business, big money business, or especially any form of real estate, want to bail out Trump? Because, you know, to be honest, look at how much Trump was able. I don't know. I know this is going to sound funny.
That company is not from New York. That company is out of
Right.
California.
Right. I got you. But they're saying the company needs to be insured in New York. And they're saying that for a reason, because they want to be able to put hands and feet on them if something don't happen. Right. So in general, I'm not even saying these bond companies, just in general, who would want to connect their name in New York City? Because New York's a big business city. If you're registered there, you got lots of business there, lots of money. Who would want think about this. Who would want the general attorney down their ass because check this out. Look at what Trump was allowed to walk around with in the first place. That, you know what they call that? To me, it's like it's hot. It's hot. You know, when you're a criminal and the feds come down on somebody, you know, motherfucker's supposed to shut up and like duck. Don't make phone calls.
You get out the area, you stay low, you don't go back around for a minute, you know.
Excuse my language, y'all. Excuse me.
No, but you saying the right thing, yo. When it's hot, you get low. Like when Donald Trump playing it like a street guy anyway. Like he actually moving like a drug dealer. So you put it in the right term for real.
Who gonna want to connect their business to him in any way, knowing that you messing with the attorney general business right now? They could just look into your shit too. Find out if you've been paying your taxes on time. It's like, hell no. They don't want this avalanche. You know what I'm saying? And in fact, they might be doing other people a favor just by keeping it on Trump, because you don't know how many other people is like, you know, been skimming on the side, skimming on the product, you know, cutting it and all kinds of shit. That's what Trump did. He cut this shit.
I know you ain't had baking soda, BC,
baking soda, isotope, goddamn everything. You know, this guy, like, he's just a foul one. You know what I'm saying? But in any case, I'm sorry. All right, so let's hear the rest of it. Let's see what they got.
Bank accounts. It could also mean taking steps to obtain the ownership of assets that are free and clear from other mortgages. In the perfect world, Tish James doesn't want to get into a war with other lenders to whom Donald Trump already owes money. She'd rather take possession of assets or properties that are free and clear of other demands. But she never wanted to get into that business in the first place, which is why the surety is a good option for the Attorney General's office as well. They are a law enforcement office. They are not a real estate agency. They are not interested in conducting a fire sale any more than Donald Trump wants to host one himself.
Well, this is a perfect example. Early in this whole process, when we knew there were 4 criminal cases, one of the things that folks like me was constantly asking folks like you is what impact it might have on the political calendar. And one of the things folks like you said was these cases can get complicated. There can be delays. There can be things like this that happen. And now it's another thing that's taking time and attention for Donald Trump and his legal team away from other things that he has to do, like run for president. Lisa, thank you for that late breaking news.
Hey, everyone, MSNBC.
All right, they're going to end on a happy note. Hey, everybody, come watch us again for the next episode. We got cake and ice cream from downtown. Yay. They just put the man business out there. And like, now they all happy. On to the next story. Oh, well, I don't know. Ralph, you got something to say about this one? What you think about Trump? Is he being treated fairly? Let me ask you the hard questions, Ralph. Is he being treated fairly?
No, he isn't.
Okay.
No.
Ralph,
All right.
be quiet. Be quiet. Just be quiet and drive. Keep your eyes on
We
the
got to
road.
hear the alternative view.
You
And he's
know
brave
that
enough
man
to come
is
and give it.
being treated. We can hear the alternative view on somebody else. He know darn well that man is being treated more than fair. Because
But
I
we
tell
gotta
you
hear
what,
the argument. We got to hear the argument, Pumpkin. Come on. Then you
wait a
gotta get
minute,
to- we gotta
Ralph.
hear the argument.
I tell you what, you can, but Ralph, I tell you what, go do what he did. I guarantee I know where you'll be. I'll send you something. I'll put
All right,
something in your
okay.
commissary. All
Perfect.
right.
I got you.
All right.
I got you. You're gonna speak. You're gonna speak. Well, let's let Ralph kick it off though. Then you can come back later and just rip him apart.
I'm
So-
done. You know I have to mess with Ralph.
All right, I got you. Plus, you deserve it. You deserve first pitch on this one. All right, go ahead, Ralph. Though, Ralph, we're gonna change it up. So, Ralph, go ahead, rip away, Ralph.
Okay. So I truly do feel like this is all a conspiracy for the presidential election. I feel like these things are too minute as far as the earthquake. I feel like the ships, the ship going into the bridge, all of this attack on America going through this time frame right now, and it's all bogus. But also, I understand I'm going to Washington.
Oh, hold on. You trying to say that those attacks are what? What are they?
Electoral destruction? Like they're trying to just disturb the what I'm saying?
You're talking about the conspiracy. Who's behind it though?
You know what? I think it's a collage of people behind it. I think Russia, like you said, might be behind it, and America corresponding, working together.
But look, But I'm sorry to cut you off, but is Biden behind it? Let's just be upfront.
Yeah,
about this.
I want to say Biden is behind it because remember Hillary had something to do with them Russians not too long ago, didn't she?
No, what you talking about? Hold on.
I'm
What you
thinking,
talking
I
about?
think
The dossier? You talking about the dossier?
I remember saying something about Hillary. They was going through her files, and they were saying she was doing something with some foreign countries like Russia and somebody else.
They said she had a communication that was supposed to happen on through official lines, not her own private line. But they said that her private line was hella secured anyway, so they didn't see that as being malicious. But I hear you. I want to hear it. Go ahead. Continue.
So now,
oh no, they're under.
hold on.
Oh, okay. He might be driving, Ralph.
No, I'm good. No, my woman's on the phone and she's talking to her job. But
okay.
So yeah, I'm good now. So
okay, good.
So yeah, when it comes to the Democratic Party, they always had outside sources as far as with like China. They're doing the most type of you know what I'm saying? They have the most connection with China. Like I said, there was some conspiracies about them with Russia. There's
But who
also
said that? Where did conspiracies come from? Who's
the
conspiracies
news like
are
trying to get Hillary Clinton indicted. You know, even Donald Trump that said some of these things and some of his
she did have to speak in front of a congressional hearing, if I'm correct, and she was found to have no fault, there was no crime committed.
Well, that's because her husband is a former president, and you know she has a lot of ties to things. They just say you ain't got no fault, even if you did. They're not going to lock somebody up of that magnitude. It's already proven they won't lock somebody up who's doing those type of crimes. I've never heard of anybody, a Secretary of State or anybody, a backup person to the president being locked up.
All right, go ahead. You finished now? You want Pumpkin?
Go ahead, Pumpkin. Go ahead, put a hole in my head real quick.
Go ahead, Pumpkin. You in charge now. Go ahead. Let's hear your rebuttal. Pumpkin, you there? Oh, she must be. I don't want to have to take her place.
No, you ain't gonna have to take my place.
Okay, because
Brandon, I got something. I was doing something. Yeah, that don't even make no sense. You know why you never seen nobody? Yeah, you can look like that if you want. You know why you never seen nobody do that before? Because ain't nobody but his orange ash did that nonsense.
Okay, I hear you. That's a strong start.
Nobody else did it.
Keep it coming now. Keep it coming. Come on.
Ain't nobody else did. Ain't nobody else did the nonsense he did. I mean, he goes all out on you.
All right, so speak about Hillary. Let's take it one by one. He said something about Hillary. Go ahead. What happened?
What'd you say? What did he say about Hillary? Because I was
doing something about Russia, Hillary, the emails, congressional hearings.
No, they've been debunked that thing. That never should have been an issue. They made that thing an issue, and it was all a lie. Them is the biggest lying ass white people I ever seen. And YouTube, that was me. That ain't V Bennett. That ain't him.
Ralph, don't be offended. She talking about some other people now. She ain't talking about you.
I ain't talking about YouTube. It Bennett does not strike this man's channel. I said it. They let them the line that says white people, and the people that follow him is them inbreds. You ever see the story about they Whitaker? Look at this. I gotta find the real name of it. It's the story about this inbred family, the Whitakers. They mountain people out in Pennsylvania. They done intermarried 4 or 5 times. The brother go with the sister, have a baby. Then there is some TWPs.
All right. Well, I'll tell you what. Ralph, let me ask you this: if Trump gets, if he gets convicted, right? At the end of the day, whether it's a conspiracy or not, like, would you feel sorry for him?
Hell no.
Because he's rich.
No. That's a powerful white man. He done way more in my life than I could ever do. I would never feel sorry for him.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure, because you know, that for me, it's like I don't mind people believing in anything they want, but there's limits now because Trump is a billionaire, and I swear he's an asshole. I ain't never got nothing to do with him. But politically, I'll entertain any thought politically because that I heard some of those theories put out there, and you know, there's people that believe that stuff too. So who am I to I like to hear the theories. I like to break them down. I like to have dialogue on it. So I'm good with it, man. You know, but I would never have Trump. I wouldn't want him to be my boss. I put it to you that way.
I ain't have a problem with it. You know, none of them for us anyway. So you know, not a Biden, not a Trump, not a whoever next in office. You know,
who you gonna vote for, Ralph? All right, I shouldn't ask you that. Never mind.
I told you. If I'm going to vote for Trump, I told you I'm voting for him.
All right, but nobody's supposed to believe you. Just because you said that don't mean that's what's going to happen.
I voted last time. Be damn sure gonna get my vote this time.
Okay.
My mother told me a story once because
let me see how many people voted for Trump in Virginia last year.
My mother told me a story about when she was working during the Depression. When Roosevelt was running, she said this lady she worked for, a white lady she worked for, let her go home early. She said, I'll pay you for the day. Go home now. Vote for Mr. Hoover. And she said that she told the lady, okay, I will. So I was young. I asked my mother, why would you tell her that? You vote for what you want. She said, I told her that to keep my job and I voted for who I want. And I said, well, who did you vote for? She said, I voted for I started to say Trump, Lord forgive me. She voted for Roosevelt. And that's why I said he's sitting up there talking about he voting for Trump. Nobody knows who you're going to vote for. But if you do, no offense, but you a dummy. You a dummy.
Hold on.
I'm sorry. Let me stop messing with you. I don't mean no harm
when you now, Ralph. She's like, she
can't.
Wait, let me tell you this. My sister and I, my only sibling, she was older than me, and she got mad with me. She lived next to a church, so all she had to do was walk out her door, walk in the backyard of the church, go in and vote. So she said, who are you voting for? I think I voted for Obama. Somebody I voted for, but anyway. And I said, well, who are you voting for? So it had to be. And she said, I'm voting for Trump. I said, well, what do you see in Trump? She said, well, he votes for, he believes in what believes what I believe. He has the values I have. I said, well, what do you believe? And she went on and on. I said, oh, you want to be one of them broke ninjas. That's what you want to believe. You believe in being broke.
Oh, okay.
You know, I didn't say ninja.
So the Democratic Party.
You know, I didn't say no ninja. I'm being nice. Yeah, but he got it. And she's a fan of Candace Owens, PragerU, Charlie Kirk,
I'm a fan of Candace Owens.
I like Candace Owens. Wait a minute, let me say this, Ralph. They even had my sister went and got a master's degree. She used the government, you know, the money they give you to go to school. Didn't know no money when she came out of school. Okay, and she had a master's degree, and she was social worker for over 42 years. Do you know them two that Candace Owens had, and them fools had her down? Oh, you know, I shouldn't have been there because I didn't do well in high school. I said, Linda, let me tell you something. I belong any damn where I want to go. Can't nobody tell me where I can't go and what I can't do.
Oh yes,
if I don't, I don't want it. Who, Ralph? Other than my mom and my daddy.
See, that's the problem we got nowadays. We think we too. See, we don't realize how good we got it until it's stripped from us. And it's gonna happen when it might not be in our time. They get a couple more, get about 30, 40 more years. A whole lot of rights gonna be stripped. This whole Constitution got to change.
I ain't gonna be here to sing them.
Yeah, so you know, I'm gonna let you carry on your old-fashioned ways. Nothing wrong with that.
Oh no, you did, Ralph. Now, see, I'm trying to be nice to you.
You called Ralph dumb. Pumpkin. So he got.
I know. I don't get mad.
You know, I gotta joke back. I'm a joke friendly though, because I'm in a good mood. I just dropped 10,000 on. I just dropped 10,000 on my car. Still paying on it though. I just, you know what I'm saying? Got my wife, $2,000 wedding ring and all of that. So I'm pretty good right now. You know what I'm saying? And I'm in a good space. So words can't hurt at the moment. But
just trying to take advantage of you.
I got tough skin. I'm from Patterson. I got tough skin. We don't.
I know there was some tough women in New Jersey. Very tough. Yeah,
30
yeah,
minutes,
you got.
but I lived in the 4th Ward, and if you know anybody, ask them
I
about.
do know that's a little. Yeah, they got some good weed out there. But anyway.
All right, so look, let's hear about Ralph. Ralph said he's voting for Trump, and he said he voted last time. We don't know if he's voting for Trump, but he said he is. That's enough. So
I keep my word, man. I'm a man. I try to be a man of my word.
But I actually shouldn't have asked you because it's supposed to be private until afterwards. So,
but I believe it should be private. If you support something, just like with this show, if you support something, you should show you support it openly.
Yeah,
I don't support nothing behind closed doors.
It's just because I asked you. I felt like I put you.
No, it's me and you, bro. It's me and you. It's not. I feel like it's nothing. I feel like this in life. You support your kids, you show you support your kids. You support your job, you do things to support your job and show you support your job. So in life, if you support things, you show the support you're doing. I support Trump, so I'm going to vote.
Yeah, you got a right to do that. But what I was saying, the point I was trying to make with what I was saying was, he can tell us anything. He say he voting for Trump because he know that turns a lot of black folks off. But it don't bother me because if you want to vote, none of
the Negroes I hang with. All my Negroes voted for Trump.
Yeah, because y'all want that $1,200 check of my income tax.
Well, they might need it. I mean, $1,200 ain't that's not even my paycheck. For every 2 weeks, that ain't doing me no justice.
But
but a lot not. And I said I didn't mean
Ralph,
you.
He does have the right, and I do believe him. I'm just saying. Yeah, but he have the right to change his mind if he wants to tomorrow or any other day, even in the election line.
It better be a Negro. It better be a Negro that came out the South with a semi with a bald spot in his head, looked like he been through some troubles, and he really worked his way up from the bottom. That's the only way another person get my vote. After this, I won't be voting again.
All right, Pumpkin. Who you voting for? Trump? Pumpkin? Who you voting for? Trump?
Heck no.
Okay. All right.
I ain't beat like that. I want all of them out. I want all of them out. Listen to me now. I listen to you. I want all of them old Republicans out. I want all new people in there. I definitely want that Marjorie Taylor Greene out. I want that Lauren Boebert or whatever the hell her name is, the one that having that man do what he do in the place with all them kids and smoking weed and doing all kind of crazy stuff. Matt Gaetz, he accused the SA and grape, SA and grape, because all of a sudden we got a bunch of white supremacists, and we got Tim Scott in the Senate, and everybody know what the hell he is, and then you got that damn Clarence Thomas on the things, and they ain't nothing but butt kissers. And do whatever white folks tell him. Clarence Thomas needs to be
Okay, Ralph, what you think about Clarence Thomas? Come on now. Just because you like Trump don't mean you gotta like him.
I don't know nothing about him.
He's like, dude. Oh, okay. Well, never mind. I won't.
Let's do something on Trump. Let's do something on Clarence Thomas. I can find a whole lot of stuff.
All right, but that answer is very telling. But it's okay. We're going to. He said, I don't know nothing about him. And you,
I'm only focused on Trump. I don't focus on nothing else but Trump. I don't care who's underneath him. I don't care. Listen, if Biden's the president, I don't care who's under Biden. They ain't nobody important. Biden is the face. Just like when what's that black lady? I guess supposed to have been black. I don't know, kind of.
Candace Owens.
Nah. Candace Owens.
Would you vote for Candace Owens? Would you vote for Candace?
I like Candace though, but I ain't vote for Candace. No. What's that lady that I'm talking about? That light skinned kind of looking lady who everybody thought she was black that was underneath Biden. You know who I'm talking about. The second person.
You talking about kind of Condoleezza Rice?
Condoleezza Rice.
She was not under Obama.
No. That's not what I'm saying. No, that's the wrong name. No, it's the Democratic lady. She's a Democrat. She came in with Obama.
You talking about you talking about the sister. She's been appointed to many different roles in the U.S. She's high level U.S. She worked for Obama.
I know who he. I know. Yeah. I know. I can see her face.
What's her name? What's her name? I forget.
When Biden went on vacation, she took over for a little bit, looking dumb as hell.
Hold on. Wait a second. Now.
You don't like her because she likes skin.
Because see, Ralph, because you got to make sure when we say this about people that we know who it is. I think the sister was under Obama at one point.
And I know. I can see her face, but I can't.
That's because she tricked y'all. They tricked y'all into being a black woman, like they tricked y'all into Obama being black.
You know, Obama is black. I'm black. So let's not go there. That's very touchy with me.
Oh, here we go. I'm sorry. She's on the face of Essence also. Here we go. Because it ain't too many you could point out. Now that's the other thing, Ralph. You gotta understand it. I mean, all I had to do was type in Google, women on Obama's. I typed in women in Obama's administration, and her face came right up. Now, let me throw this out here. You talking about Susan Rice, right?
No. Valerie Jarrett. That's her name. Valerie Jarrett.
Oh, she not under Biden though.
No, Susan Rice is another one, but it's another lady. It's another one, yo. She was just there like 4 years ago.
She was there 4 years ago under Trump?
No, under Biden.
Biden ain't been the president for 4 years, bro.
That's the
one. I'm trying to tell you, she's been with Biden. She ran with Biden. She's the one under Biden. She ran with Biden.
Oh, you talking about the vice president?
Yeah, that's what the name, whoever's second in command, whatever that lady's name is.
All right. Yeah, of course, man. You talking about Kamala Harris, man.
Yeah, that's her. That's who I'm talking about. The foreigner. Yeah.
I know the exact one he's talking about.
Susan Rice, she got way more experience in foreign affairs, and I'm surprised she ain't run but I'm surprised she wasn't. But I think it's polarizing, so they don't always offer up people. It was good. But check this out. Ralph is from Virginia. I'm sorry. So let's just take a look at what people voted like in the 2020 election real quick in Virginia.
Wait a minute. Yeah? Ralph, can you see this? Can you see this picture?
What picture? It's in the back channel.
You don't see the picture? It's Valerie Jarrett. Put in the name Valerie Jarrett. This is who he's talking about because she was always with Obama.
Valerie Jarrett.
Jarrett.
She's a woman, man. She's. Oh, okay. I see you talking about. Is that who you talking about, Ralph?
The former senior advisor to the president of the United States. Ralph went off. He ain't on here.
This ain't Susan Rice though.
No, it's not. Susan Rice was somebody else.
All right, let me.
That's the one he's talking about.
Well, we don't know if he's talking about it because he went off. You talking about?
He went off.
Ralph, take a look at this. Let me put it in the chat. I thought he was talking about Susan Rice, but he said no.
I think Susan Rice is a Republican. This woman right here, Valerie Jarrett, was always with Obama. She was the senior advisor to him.
Okay, well, let's see something. They said Valerie Jarrett. Okay, that's up there. Now, let's see. You said she's a senior advisor to U.S. President.
She was.
But what does it say about her? Like, you said she was this woman's a Democrat. How you know she's a Democrat? Where does it say that?
Obama. She was a Democrat because I remember.
Oh, she's out of Chicago. That's why.
Yeah, she was a judge. She knew them. When he was, in Chicago.
Now let me see something here. Susan Rice, man. Come on. Let's see here. Susan Rice. Now she also worked under. She was a rep under Obama, right? She's the United Nations. She's a Democrat. She's a member of the Democratic Party. Why you call her?
She wasn't the one that. Well, he said that she was the one he was talking about was always under Obama. She became. She is under.
She ain't a Republican, though. That's all I'm saying. She wasn't a Republican.
No, she's not a Republican.
Yeah, okay,
that's all. She was like an ambassador or something. But
yeah, she was ambassador for the United Nations.
Advisor, yeah.
Yeah, she was.
She was.
All right,
Go ahead.
Let's look at what people vote like in Virginia because Ralphie's from VA. So let's just take a real quick look at that. So and then I'm sure he's gonna hop back up in a little while.
He probably he said his wife was in the car. She was talking. They probably got to talk something.
Is winding down,
that's all
and
good.
all signs point to a 2020 presidential matchup: Biden versus Trump. It's the contest some Americans say they don't want, but it's the matchup America's voting for. Hello, everybody, and welcome into News 4 at 11. The results are in. I'm Jim Adler.
I'm Nancy. Virginia had a chance to help change the narrative on the GOP side. Nikki Haley hoped that Northern Virginia
They talking about your people, Ralph.
voters would help her take a bite out of former President Donald Trump's lead, but that was not to be.
First to President Biden's big night. While there were 3 names on the Democratic ballot in Virginia, Biden faced no real challenge. The projections have him winning handily and capturing all of the Commonwealth's 99 delegates.
Damn.
We're working for you tonight with team coverage of Super Tuesday.
NBC's Alice Barr is watching the other states that voted today.
No, Ralph.
Yeah, my bad. I'm back, y'all. That was the car people calling.
Good, Andrea. I need some help up here.
All the black people, all the black people that voted for Trump, they ain't even make up over 1% of the people that voted.
Well, it depends on it's
Virginia
the
is little.
The Virginia's not little. No, Virginia's not little.
In Virginia
at all.
My dad is from Virginia. That's the littlest town I ever lived in.
The little town, that's the whole state, and it's one I think it's within the top 10 of largest states in America. But look, let's check this out. The bottom of Virginia is represented different from the northern part of Virginia, like Alexandria, Arlington, all of that. Trump don't do rallies up there. Trump do rallies in Richmond. He does it in Williamsburg. He'll come to, he comes to the bottom part. He's not dealing with the northern part like close to the DC area. That's what I'm saying. It's a complete cutoff between Northern Virginia and Southern Virginia. It's almost separated. Like if you was from Arlington, Virginia, we be like, man, get your little good DC ass up out of here. You northern somewhat. That's what we would say to you down here. We don't even have the same slang. So yeah, that's highly believable. Only that little percent is very believable.
I would call us Yankees, right?
Yeah, we would call y'all something different because y'all more fast-paced and city-like. This is
We call y'all country boys.
Yeah, but all
Them
that
Jamaicans call us Yankees too.
Yeah, but you can't be saying that, and you in Patterson, and you in the country looking like you right. You're not too far from the Poconos. Goddamn on the KKK. Matter of fact, the KKK ran up on me when I used to work for Labor Ready out there at close to the Poconos for the State Farm. So you can't be saying country and y'all country.
Poconos is in Pennsylvania. I live in New Jersey.
Poconos is in Pennsylvania. Is in Jersey. It's on the backside of Jersey.
No, it ain't.
Yes, it is.
That's South Jersey.
It's on the back. It's on the backside of Jersey. Yes, it is.
I don't know about that. I can't argue on that, but I know South Jersey. I live in North Jersey. South Jersey, they country too.
Oh, the Pocono Mountains. Okay, damn. Is that part of the Appalachian Mountains or something?
Yeah, it goes up into the mountains. I got a hotel out there one time. We had the Tarzan and Jane suite out there, for a romantic evening or a night or two.
Oh, and you know what? Yeah, I heard about the Poconos in terms of that. I just didn't know it was in the mountains. Damn.
Yeah, you got the snow resort. You got all of that, and it's right up there on the. It's going all the way up. It's on the north. It's on the northern west side of Jersey. The back where they used to have the State Farms at.
Okay. All right, Andrea, you here?
I'm here,
my sister.
I'm well.
You well?
Yeah.
That's good. You doing better than Trump?
Of course. I mean, that's not hard, right? It's not hard. When you try to live right, you shouldn't have to go through all that, that BS he's going through right now. I mean, your ghosts come back to get you at one point or another. Just do the right thing. It's not that hard.
Does Trump sound stressed at all? Or is he handling it like a cool, calm?
He whines like, a spoiled rotten brat that is not getting his way.
He always did that, but he still sounds
Yeah,
strong.
but that doesn't. But no, he does not. You stop that.
He said this is not
He
right.
ain't no
and he
strong
looks
man.
fast.
What?
He look like
It's not right. It's not right that I'm finally getting my punishment for doing everything I've done wrong in life. Yeah, you go sit down. Stop
Andrea,
that, Ralph.
I got
Stop
another.
it. Stop
Andrea,
it. Stop it. Yeah.
I got another soft lob for you. Does Trump sound like a man's man? Yes
No,
or
he
no?
doesn't. He sounds like a goddamn backup, just
Hell
a
no.
damn coward.
No,
Sounds like
no, no. He's
I'm
a white
going to use
man's
a term
man.
that he
Don't
is not. No,
compare
he's
him
not
to
even
black
that. He's not even that. Those white men who want to claim he's tough, they see that he's crying like a big ass baby every day. He got something to cry about. If he was a real man, he'd be behind the scenes taking care of his business and keeping his damn mouth shut. But he can't. He wants to whine to the people to make people feel sorry for his stupid ass for the dumb decisions he made.
I heard more
and I'm
crying.
not one
I
of
heard
them.
more crying for Joe Biden when he fell off that bike than any Trump
Yeah,
speech ever.
and Trump looks like a wumpadump because he eats too much McDonald's. So what's the difference? He looks sick
What's
all the
more
time.
American? What's more
He
American?
looks
Falling
sick all
off
the
your
time.
bike or eating McDonald's?
Falling off your bike because everybody does that. Everybody does that.
Everybody eats McDonald's. Well, I don't eat McDonald's.
And everybody falls off their bike too. People fall
But I
off their
do
bike
enjoy
every
that
day.
sweet tea.
People
Nah, I
fall off their bicycle every
I
day.
ain't falling off no bike.
That's why
People they fall off their bicycle every day. Don't even try to make that some kind of line of demarcation. He sounds like a big old crybaby, and he needs to shut up. All his wrongdoings are catching up with him, and he did that. Nobody else did that to him. He did that to himself, and he would, he would not, he never fired anybody face to
The word
face.
was man.
He always did it over Twitter. He does everything, because he don't want to go face to face with anybody. That's what his problem. He's always trying to duck and dodge. Ain't no real man does that. No real man does.
Well, hold on. The thing was said, real man. Now, after a certain amount of time, men ain't falling off no bike unless you too weak. He's a weak man.
No, it's not. Whatever you can say, you can call it how you want to, bro. I see your wumpa ain't never on no bicycle because he know his fat ass would hit it just real quick every day. Every day. He can't even ride a bike. At least he can get on a bicycle and ride. That one that you talking about can't even get on one because his ass too goddamn fat.
How do you know that? How do you know that?
So I'm just saying, I ain't never seen him on one. He ain't a good golfer because his tummy's in the goddamn way. So I mean, excuse me.
Well,
if he ain't
golfing
cheating, he
is
ain't
hard
winning.
on the back and knees, so you got to
If
be
he
able
ain't
to golf.
well, but he claim he's the best one out there every time he gets out there. So stop trying to make excuses for that sorry piece of crap.
That's what good men do. When
Stop trying to make excuses for that sorry piece of crap.
Basketball.
He ain't good at playing no damn golf. I don't give a damn. He spent all of our tax dollars out there playing more golf than he did governing the country. So go sit down somewhere, Ralph. Stop it. Stop
They
it.
say he cheated. That
Stop
he
it.
cheated when he
Let's
played
hear a
golf.
little bit more about how folks voted in the last election.
Put that picture up.
And she was talking about Susan Rice. She was a Democrat, and Valerie Jarrett were the two of the top black women in Obama's administration. That's what she was talking about.
Yeah. Okay. And Ralph. Okay, but Ralph said he. But anything about Nah, I ain't gonna do that to Ralph. All right. Let me. Sorry. Or yeah, because it's two of y'all now, so I'm gonna have to lean with Ralph a little bit.
If you want that smoke, you go ahead and bring it.
Don't worry about
smoke, BB. Bring it.
Don't worry about me, BB. I got my back.
If you want some smoke, BB, you better you go ahead and bring
I don't want
it.
no smoke.
Okay. Because he's gonna get it.
Shit.
He
All
gonna
right.
get it.
Let's play.
All in fun, all in good fun.
It is, but he's still gonna get it though.
Ralph, he's not satisfied with whips anymore. He want belts. He want a bat now. He says really.
Yeah, so we can bat Trump out of here.
Yeah, he got immune to it.
I got something that all black women are scared of. I got a bad hair, a hot comb and a bad hairstylist. I'll put it right on you. I'll mess that hair up.
What does that mean? What does that mean?
I don't use
You won't mess mine because mine is natural. Mine is natural.
That's what I'm saying. Don't put that straight comb on it and burn the tip.
Yeah, and we'll burn your head too because you have that same kind of hair, Negro, Ralph. You got that same kind of hair, and they was smooth in the day too, wearing it.
Y'all
But they
ever
was wearing
heard Davidson, that joke with the hot comb? His hot comb joke. Y'all ever heard that?
Well,
Davis.
whether it's a hot
take
comb
hot
joke.
combs very seriously. I don't play
I'm
it.
all over that.
My head, I done got
After
burnt.
this.
I had my torture when I was young, and I swore to God, as soon as I got old,
Y'all
I
not
wasn't
tired of
never
it yet.
having
Y'all like
Yo,
y'all
when
not
I used
tired.
to-
Nah, let me be quiet. Let me be quiet now.
Look.
Shut up, BB. Shut up.
When I
play
used
this.
to be somewhat of a good man. Well, I'm still a good man, but I used to be the girly good man. I used to do my girl hair. I had the hot comb and straighten her hair all the time, so I know how to do it. But don't make me put it on y'all. Don't make me put it on y'all.
Hey, if you think you can bring it, you bring it, bro. Bring it, and we'll see how the tables turn. You know, we'll see how the tables turn.
ahead. I remember I let a friend of mine do my hair. She burnt my hair out on the top. My mother had a darn fit. I had a braid hanging down. hanging down the side of my neck all the way down to the top of my breast. And I let the girl burn the braid in half. She made me wear it to school like that. Would not cut it with messing with a damn hot comb. Burnt the hell out of my hair.
All right. So okay. All right. We had to talk this one out. But let me just hear a little more about the voting spectrum in Virginia real quick, because that's what they're talking about here. Let's see. Then we're gonna move on past that. Let's
Northern Virginia Bureau reporter Drew Wilder has exit poll insights, but we begin with Bureau Chief Julie Carey and the projections in Virginia's Republican primary.
I'm thrilled to be back in the beautiful Virginia.
Donald Trump predicted big wins on Super Tuesday, and he got one in the
But this is 2020, y'all. So then we're gonna flip to 2024.
Commonwealth, winning even in places like Loudoun County, where election workers lined up tonight to drop off ballots and voting equipment. Trump voters we spoke with today, undeterred by his legal challenges and the criminal charges he faces.
What he stands for, making America great again, jobs, the economy, truly caring about the people here in America is the reason why I voted
wait a
for
second.
him, because I
Wait
believe
a
in
second,
America.
y'all. I'm sorry. This is this year. It was updated. This is this year now. Sorry
How
about
about
that.
they said 2024? And also,
Yeah.
she said what I said: make you feel more American. The jobs, that's what he does to us in the South. That's how we feel. That's why we vote for him. And don't forget, they was messing with his votes. They was hiding his votes.
Yeah. Just like they had, there's a guy who was charged just recently. He voted 9 times illegally, 9 times, and he got just a $5,000 penalty. And you had this one sister down in Texas who thought she could vote, and she's in prison. Go sit down somewhere. They always lying. They're always lying.
We always say that
fraud. They were talking about voter fraud. They're the ones who commit the voter fraud. Just stop all that nonsense, Ralph. Stop it.
No.
Stop it.
Listen.
They cheat all the
It depends
time.
on who you are. It depends
They're
on who
cheating.
you are.
They're always cheating.
Yeah, for Biden. And it says
No,
this.
it ain't. Here, I heard that in the state of Texas, they suppressed 85,000 votes here in the state of Texas. So don't do that. Don't do that. Don't be honest. Don't say it was for Biden. No, I'm just saying I read that about that.
Yeah, but I'm saying
that.
that was Texas. That's not saying for Virginia. Virginia, what I'm saying, is different. That's what happened in your area.
All of them do the same. No, they were not trying to do that for Biden. You stop lying, Ralph. Stop lying.
Oh, but that's what the theory says.
Damn
that
Republicans do that shit.
Yeah, because I've never seen so many Mexicans and Spanish people vote for Biden in my life, and I'm wondering why do we have so many foreigners down here now? We used to seeing only blacks and whites down here, only blacks and whites.
Like they can't migrate over there? I mean, what they supposed to just stay in the first place?
Is not an area. This is a predominant. Listen, out of 28,000 people, if you pull it up, 22,000, 23,000 people are African American in my area. So,
excuse me. Now, when you finish, I got something to say. Go ahead.
So when you look at the dynamics of the black population that voted from Richmond, from Petersburg, Hopewell, these are places where it's normal, all Negroes. Where these people coming from? Voting for Biden. That's scary to me.
Yeah, whatever. No, you don't know if all those people voted for Biden. You're just making us
I ain't making that up, man. I was at the gas station. I heard like
it doesn't matter whether you do not know who they voted for. Stop lying.
No. They was out. We was having a whole conversation.
Okay, all right.
Andrew, don't argue with him. He know he lying right there.
I ain't nobody got to lie about no dang
Yes, you
conversation. Those white
listen.
girls and those Mexicans was.
Wait a minute, let me say something to you. The reason why, Ralph, you see a lot of Spanish people down south now is because there's a thing on TV. It's always on TV. It's called Harvest of Shame. It came out in 1960. It was by Edward R. Murrow. Good report. See it now. And it came out on Thanksgiving Day, 1960. It showed the Black people who picked the food that we ate. And my mother made me sit and watch it. I was little, but she made me watch it. And when you see that, Black people have come far from that. We don't want nothing to do with them fields. Those Spanish, those Mexican people are.
That's not what we got here. We got a little farm over down the street.
Let me finish. We as Black people years ago, they did that sharecropping. I had an aunt, and this is no lie. She had 22 kids. You know why? Because she had she had to pick acres and acres of tobacco because she lived on a tobacco plantation. If you ever saw the movie Sounder, my aunt lived like that with 22 kids. And she did that. She was a sharecropper. Black people don't sharecrop no more, but those Mexican people want the money and they do it. And a white man, owner of an orange field, the people that picked the oranges for us to eat, he had a white boy doing it. And the white boy said on TV, he said, this is hard work. This should be at least a $30 an hour job. That's when DeSantis decided to send all them people up this way, up my way. Ain't put no coats on them. Some of them had flip-flops on and everything. Those people are willing to work. Even the owner of the orange grove said it. He said, I don't know why he sent them away. He said they could work. He said, this boy can't do nothing. The boy wanted $30 an hour. They will take $200 a week and will live and do what they got to do because they want that money. They hard work.
And you saying that's not a good thing. That's not a good thing.
Black people don't want to do that no more. We don't want to pick no cotton. I went down south one time to Alabama, and I called myself. I said, I'm going to pick because they got a machine, but you still got to pick the cotton. It ain't as bad as it used to be. Man, I said, I've been down. I don't even think I've been down 5 minutes.
Pumpkin, you can't speak for all Black people.
Yeah, because
Black people don't want to do that.
Miss Pumpkin, hold on one second, Miss Pumpkin.
That was a joke.
I can listen, Miss Pumpkin. I can get in my car right now, and I can drive past 4 or 5 houses, and they all got their own crops in their yard. We actually have our own Petersburg Black-owned farm in the middle where our kids go pick. I can go right now, get in my car, and I can go get on webcam and show you where we go pick our own crops, our own fruit, our own vegetables, all of that.
I didn't say that.
Ralph,
I know
do Black people want to pick cotton for a job?
Yeah, they still do. But no, they don't want to do that because that's going to remind them of some you know.
There you go.
Because we got tobacco farms. We got the weed farms where you cut down the weeds. You got to watch out for snakes and all kinds of stuff.
I said pick. I'm not saying.
Yeah, I'm just saying it's the same thing. You got to pick cotton. You got to pick tobacco.
No, because the person who owns
cotton is not in Virginia. Cotton is not in Virginia.
Yo, I will own it. I don't care.
But Ralph, you ain't saying nothing. If you own the property and it's on your property, you're gonna do that. Don't. You're making it sound like a far fetch. We're not talking about. You know what we're talking about. Stop.
I'm talking about people having to make a living off of that.
Yeah, but he's trying to compare it to people who own farms and stuff like that. We ain't talking about people who own their own land and all. They're gonna do that. Duh, Ralph. Come on now.
I'm not. I don't. You know. And I used to watch Lassie on TV, and I wanted a dog, and I wanted to live on a farm. I always wanted a collie, and I wanted to live on a farm. I loved Lassie. I always loved down south. Virginia is tobacco country. North Carolina is tobacco country. Now I went to Alabama. That's where I saw. I was gonna move to Alabama, but my mom got sick and I had to come back home. But That's where I saw cotton. They have a machine. It ain't as bad as it used to. I think I've been down for 5 minutes. I said, oh, hell no, this ain't.
Listen, people, no, I'm going to tell you this. People from Emporia go to North Carolina to pick cotton. It's a place called A something. It starts with an A. It's not too far from the bottom of Virginia. They pick cotton there. You know, people.
Well, I've never seen cotton, and I've seen a tobacco farm.
But if people want to do that, that's fine, Ralph.
2 kids. I'm
just saying, while we be talking like people ain't still picking cotton. Yeah, those people are making like $25, $30 an hour right now in North Carolina picking cotton.
Okay.
And they're making up to $40 an hour.
I'm gonna tell you like the kids say, show me the receipts.
Yeah, you got it. Yeah.
All right, look, hold on. We just go to Google real quick and then do cotton farms North Carolina. That's it. It'll pop right on up.
Okay, I'm gonna pull it up, but let's hear what they say about the voting real quick. I just want to get that out the way. Then I'll pull it up, no problem. But do we have to? Because what's the point?
It's really no point, but it's there. They can do it on their own time. It's there. North Carolina cotton farms. Just pull it up.
I mean, for me, I was joking. I don't know. I think when it comes to, I could imagine somebody. I don't blame somebody for being traumatized by a cotton plantation. Because look, man, that stuff lasts. That stuff is very deep. Just when I was in Delaware, man, and I don't even know if it was even a damn slave plantation, but it was a plantation of some type. No, actually, it was a plantation, bro. And I drove in there. I drove in it, and if I remember correctly, they even had some old houses there, something restored. It was part of the Virginia, some historic society, right? Some of the things have been preserved in there, right? But I drove through there on the day it was closed, but I still drove through there, right, to see it. Man, I got some creepy vibes just from riding up there, so.
E.I. DuPont was the biggest employer in Delaware, and he was a very prejudiced man. He didn't hire no black people, and Delaware was an all-white state. It isn't now. But when he had it, E.I. DuPont.
I was right on the wherever it was close to the bay, right? Because I was right on the bay, been to Delaware, and I had to drive like maybe 15 minutes to get to it from the bay, from the water. You know what I'm saying? So
no, but I'm just saying the history of Delaware. He's the one who his company invented the non-stick in the pans that come off. That they telling everybody not to use them pans no more because it's making people sick.
Yeah.
And he's the one who did that. DuPont. When you hear the name DuPont, he had his plant right down there, and he made it known. I think in the 60s when
we got one in Richmond.
Yeah, but in the 60s, he didn't hire no black people. They made him hire. They forced him to hire black people. So people can tell me what they want. I've seen a lot, and I know a lot, and I heard a lot from my grandmother and them of things that have gone on before. See, this is what you get when they don't teach. This is when they don't teach things in school. This is why they don't want DEI. I always get that E mixed up. Diversity. I forget what the E is, but and whatever.
Equity.
Okay. Diversity, equity, and inclusion. They don't want you to know that. They don't want you to have CRT, critical race theory, and think about who you come from. But one thing about me, nobody can ever take my blackness from me because I know who I am, and I am come from, and I am proud to be black. I wouldn't want to be nothing else. And after seeing Donald Trump, after seeing Lauren Boebert and that doggone horse-faced looking Marjorie Taylor Greene, I'm damn glad I'm happy. I'm happy and I wasn't born black. I mean, and I was born black and wasn't born and I ain't no WTP.
What's that?
White trailer park trash.
Okay. Yeah, these abbreviations, yeah. No, I'm saying, all I'm saying is, as far as the video when it goes to the voting with Trump, I wouldn't care if it was a cotton field or whatever. If you paying me $30+, you can. I ain't got no trauma. No F trauma. We finna be working. Okay, and I hope they get a 12-hour shift.
I support that. $30 an hour. But that's what I'm telling you. Watch this documentary. It's called Harvest of Shame. Edward R. Murrow. It's old. It's from 1960. It's like 64 years old. But when you watch that and see the way Black people was living, and this is 1960. Now I'm at my house. My grandmother made this big turkey, so big it couldn't get in the oven. She had to take the rack out and sit the pan on the bottom of the stove and cook the turkey. Ham, chicken, all kinds of stuff, cakes, pies, and everything made for Thanksgiving dinner. And I was picky. I don't like turkey. Can't stand
I wish I could order a sweet potato pie right about now.
I think I'm about to give me some turkey legs and smothered gravy.
I don't like turkey.
I'll
make a mean. Too bad you ain't close to me. I would make you one, but I can make a good one. But my point of it is, when you see that and look at now, you see it, Ralph, through the lens of your eyes after the civil rights. And I think my opinion of civil rights, I think integration was the worst thing that ever happened to Black people.
Now we talking.
Yeah, but even when we were doing good, Beverly, what did they do? When we had cities that were thriving and all that stuff, what happened?
Yeah, right. They take it away from us. Take it away from us.
So
do you know? Go ahead, Andrew. I'm sorry.
No, I was going to say they don't give a damn. They tell us to pull ourselves up by our own bootstraps, and when we quote unquote do that, they find some reason to tear that shit up. I mean, you name it. They don't want us to be okay without them. They don't. I don't care. You can talk about keeping us separated even when we are separated. Now they're trying to take away the HBCUs. Now they're trying to take away all this other stuff. What are you talking about, Ralph? I mean, all that stuff sounds good, and we did all that. They act like that didn't happen here in America. It did multiple times over. And anytime we were successful, something tragic happened every time.
Let's see what president it started with.
Wait a minute.
I bet you was a Democrat.
Look it up. But listen to this, Ralph. Because see, you
they was a Democrat back then, and you know that the thing switched over. Don't do that either, Ralph.
I'm just don't do that.
You know what you're saying. You're just trying to start trouble because you know the Democrats back then were acting like these damn Republicans, and the Republicans today are acting like that. Stop that, Ralph. Stop it. You're always trying to start.
Trying to start something. Let me tell you something. Do you know that in 1911, my mother was 1 year old in 1911, but do you know that there was another Black town that white people lived in Georgia, Forsyth, Georgia? Oprah did a special on it in the 90s. The whitest, still all white town in America.
Still like that to this day.
You read this book, The Blood Roots. Blood Roots it's about a young boy that his family moved to. The mother they were from Georgia. They moved out of Atlanta and they moved to Forsyth, Georgia. As he got older, he had friends. The family was very liberal, and he began to question his mother and father about why there were no Black people in the town. So he started investigating. There was Black people and white people working together. There was professional Black people, teachers, regular preachers, Black people that work farms and stuff. They were all successful. They had their little businesses and everything. Something happened. A young girl was found murdered. They grabbed the first Black people they saw. They burned it down, ran all the Black people out of town.
That's right.
And it's been
a white town ever since.
Right till today. That town is still white.
I seen that. I actually seen that.
Want no Black people. This is what I don't understand. Y'all don't want to be bothered, meaning white people don't want to be bothered, but they don't know. Most Black people don't want to be bothered with them. All I want them to do is leave me the hell alone. Give me my money, and if I had money and didn't have to work, I wouldn't deal with none of them. That's the way I am. I ain't trying to be one of them, don't want to be one of them, never have wanted to be one. I'm proud of who I am. That's why I can't stand people like Candace Owens. I can't stand the Hodge twins. I can't stand Officer Tatum. All them sellout people. All of them. You know what?
Miss Pumpkin. Before we go back, just it's real quick. Is the Hodge twins those two light skinned guys with the colorful
with
eyes?
them funny looking hairstyle, looking like a damn.
I can't stand them sellouts. Yeah, all right, that's all I want to know. What you saying, BB?
Let's hear. Let me just play this. Let's hear about the result, the election, just to see how folks in Virginia voted. Yeah, I just want to see because I don't know anything about it, to be honest with you. But just so we can get on to the next topic, I want to get this out the way. So it's a little bit of so
it's go off for a minute.
It's okay. It's not going to take long.
What he
matchup, Biden versus Trump. It's the contest some Americans say they don't want, but it's the matchup America's voting for. Hello, everybody, and welcome into News 4 at 11. The results are in. I'm Jim Handley.
I'm Sean Yancey. Virginia had a chance to help change the narrative on the GOP side. Nikki Haley hoped that Northern Virginia voters would help her take a bite out of former President Donald Trump's lead, but that was not to be.
First to President Biden's big night. While there were 3 names on the Democratic ballot in Virginia, Biden faced no real challenge. The projections have him winning handily and capturing all of the Commonwealth's 99 delegates. We're working for you tonight with team coverage of Super Tuesday.
NBC's Alice Barr is watching the other states that voted today. Northern Virginia Bureau reporter Drew Wilder has exit poll insights. But we begin with Bureau Chief Julie Carey and the projections in Virginia's Republican primary.
I'm thrilled to be back in the beautiful Virginia.
Donald Trump predicted big wins on Super Tuesday, and he got one in the Commonwealth, winning even in places like Loudoun County, where election workers lined up tonight to drop off ballots and voting equipment. Trump voters we spoke with today, undeterred by his legal challenges and the criminal charges he faces.
what he stands for, making America great again, jobs, the economy, truly caring about the people here in America is the reason why I voted for him, because I believe in America.
Nikki Haley and her supporters hoping Virginia's open primary that allows any voter to cast a GOP ballot could boost her campaign. We found plenty of voters hoping to keep her presidential bid alive.
I voted for Haley, and I like Nikki. I think she's smart. I think she did a great job as the ambassador, and I don't think that we need.
Okay, so right now they're talking about the Republican race, the primary. So let's see what else they say.
4 years of drama.
But political analyst Bob Holsworth says the Trump win was no surprise. While Haley held 2 Virginia rallies, he says her campaign made a run here late in the game and didn't spend much. Trump's strongest showing in rural areas.
In some of the rural areas of Virginia, outside of the major metros, Trump was running up huge numbers. He's getting 80, 90% of the vote in some of these localities, and that was going to make it very difficult for Haley.
That's where Ralph was at, right? Something like that.
Those areas, all those areas that I named, all got massive. Like that's what I'm saying. Every young black person I know, besides older Christian people who are Democrats, are the only ones that voted for Biden.
All right, let's listen to the rest of this real quick. All right.
NBC exit polls showing the top issue for GOP voters, not the economy, but immigration. A 2020 rematch, Biden versus Trump, seeming all the more likely now, a prospect some voters dread.
This is one of the few times in my life I can foresee a train wreck coming either way, regardless of who gets.
If we're talking about Trump or Biden.
That's correct.
It remains to be seen whether Virginia becomes a presidential battleground in the fall. Donald Trump lost to Joe Biden by 10 points in 2020, but some recent polls have shown him edging closer. In Loudoun County, I'm Julie Carey, News 4.
Now, Donald Trump's convincing primary win tonight in Virginia will not earn him all 48 delegates. NBC projects Nikki Haley will win 6 delegates, the rest, though, going to the former president.
For a closer look now at the local votes, our Northern Virginia Bureau reporter Drew Wilder joins us now. Drew, where do things stand this evening?
Well, Jim, I think the biggest point right now is that former President Trump absolutely crushed Nikki Haley in Virginia, nearly 2 votes to 1. But we know that Donald Trump has historically been vulnerable in suburbs and among college-educated voters, and that was reflected a bit tonight. Let's take a look at the numbers. Starting here in Northern Virginia, let's fly into Fairfax and Loudoun counties. Starting out in Loudoun County, Donald Trump did pretty well here. I think a lot of people expected Nikki Haley might get a little bit closer there. He beat Haley by almost 2,000 votes. Fairfax County, I think, is really, really interesting because you see here Haley has a commanding lead in Fairfax County. But the total votes in this GOP primary are down by about 50,000 compared to 2016. But Donald Trump still brought in about the exact same vote total that he did in 2016. Now, when we get a little bit closer in here to the district, Arlington and Alexandria, Nikki Haley absolutely crushed the former president. Nearly three votes to one in both Arlington County and in Alexandria. Now, there are
you did, bro. Let's hear some more. Let's hear it.
two other areas that I want to show you and highlight outside of Northern Virginia. One is right here. This is Chesterfield County. This is a growing suburb just outside of Richmond. Look at how well Donald Trump did in Chesterfield County. Chesterfield is a very purple area of Virginia. Donald Trump nearly doubling up Haley there. And then we take a look a little bit out west, and you see this little patch of Haley maroon surrounded by the sea of Trump red. Well, what's going on there? College-educated voters. This is Albemarle County, and this is the city of Charlottesville, where the University of Virginia.
That's what Pumpkin said. No, let's keep going.
Virginia. So what does all of this mean as we look ahead to November? Well, let's take a look at some NBC News exit poll data. Maybe give us a couple of clues. When Republican primary voters were asked if they would vote for their party's nominee in November, 36% said no. That number almost exactly matches how much of the vote Nikki Haley pulled in today. On the issues, GOP voters say immigration is their top concern, actually edging out the economy. And when asked which GOP candidate would handle the border better, Trump was favored nearly 2-1. Now, we know Democrats voted in the Republican primary today in support of Nikki Haley, so that likely makes this race look just a little bit tighter on paper, and it was not a tight race, you guys.
Not tight at all.
No.
All right, Drew, thank you for breaking it down. As we said earlier, we like seeing you there at the big board.
Good to be here.
Thank you.
Yeah, okay. So it seemed like everybody's info was pretty much accurate. Yeah. All right, so let's continue. That we had enough dialogue. What is this about right here, man? Yo, by the way, I put up a post yesterday about the spike in DC, and the homicides. It's 33% up. I think that was 2023, and now it's basically on trend to continue that. But a lot of other major cities went down. They've had a slowdown, like Chicago, I believe Chicago, Detroit, some other cities, but DC has had a spike. So it kind of shows you how DC doesn't really follow like national trends in terms of stuff. It's a different kind of city, strangely enough. But I don't want to go to this right now. Let's go to, wasn't it Candace Owens? Y'all wanted to talk about, right?
Yeah, let's talk about my girl Candace.
All right, let's do that. Yeah, because we can always come back to this one. Let me see here. Let me take that off and then go back to YouTube here and see what the deal is. Okay, that was New York. Here we go. Let's flip this down.
People don't believe it. Virginia is very, very segregated and separated. Y'all don't understand it. It's not like no other states. It's kind of like, well, Texas is like that a little bit too in Alabama. But we gotta understand those 13 colonies gonna belong to Republicans all through all the votes.
You know what? I understand it because you know what? They never had any sit-ins and the stuff about integrating schools in the 50s in Virginia. You know why? Because Virginia closed all the schools and opened up private schools.
Yeah, charter schools, private schools. And my mom, when she went to school, they didn't go. Like I said, I went to school and it was only like 3 or 4 white people there. My mom went to school. She went to an all-black school, and she's on like 60, 62. So, it's very segregated, and it's different from somebody that's been in Jersey, DC, Baltimore, where, you see a lot of mixtures.
Yeah. That region, it's not good to like gloss over states. It's the East Coast is very diverse. You got number one, you have rural and you have city, right? And then you have some states that a lot of it is rural, and then they might have some cities in it. Like VA has some real cities in it. Well, how many cities are in it? Is Richmond,
Seven cities.
Alexandria? How many major ones?
It's Virginia Beach, Richmond, Alexandria, Newport News, Fairfax. I mean, is it
Fairfax?
I know
That's not a city. That's a county.
Yeah, it's a county. Yeah, it's 7 of them. I know it's 7 cities though.
Yeah. But it's like that. Yeah. And but then you got DC right next to it. That's only Democrat basically, and only a city. It's not it's a state technically.
It ain't even a city. It's a district.
It's a district, but they have voting rights.
Virginia is a commonwealth.
Right. So it's some diversity there, all that can be shown across
it
the
ain't
East
that
Coast.
much.
But it's a good place to the East Coast is a good place to poll voters though, because you have all those differences, to kind of see what the national trends might be. But in any case, let's move on now. Now you said Candace Owens is disowned by the Black community. What link should we type?
Africa, go to I forget his name. His name is Phil, and I can't think of his last name. It's
Africa. Just how you typed it?
Excuse me?
It's just how you typed it in the back chat?
African diaspora.
Okay.
Diaspora.
Yeah, so let me do that one. Okay, I wasn't sure. Is this
there
one?
He is. That's it, right there.
All right, let's take a look at what the brother got to say. I'm going to, before I play it, I'm going to drop the link to so everybody can check out his page. He's been out here for a while.
Yeah,
for some years. Yeah, so I don't watch so much, but I have watched before. So I like some.
It's so much that you really can't watch. I can't watch them all either, but I don't like her, so I watch them.
Rejected. All right, let me just put that in the chat. Candace Owens rejected. I hope I spelled that right, because it is.
Rejected.
Yeah, there we go. So, all right. So let's see what he got to say. This brother here. He had enough, I guess.
Yeah,
I rejected her ass a long time ago.
Huh?
I rejected her a long time ago. I don't even know what that was about.
Today
it's it's late.
I'm telling people this chick wasn't right. Oh, my sister.
Oh, not this sucker.
Yeah. Okay. Well, his name
but
is.
But he ain't lying on this one. I don't know about nothing else. He got the truth on this.
This dude always crying.
He ain't lying.
He ain't crying no more than your guy.
He
ain't crying no more than that other dude. He ain't crying no more.
Should I
play?
play?
Make black people great again.
Yo, he's shit.
I'm just gonna let y'all speak. Y'all got it. I'm going on mute, man. This dude a whole clown out here in these streets, man. I can't listen. I listen, but I can't speak on this.
You find out what you said about him.
You can't take the truth. You can't stand the truth.
I know I can't stand 6 foot, big, tall guys who scream the diversity for white women.
Africa.
Yo, this dude is a clown, man. I don't mind listening to what he got to say, but he's goofy as hell. I don't know how people listen to him.
But when you say goofy, is it because he has African here on his t-shirt or what?
Nah, man, this dude been doing YouTube for a long time. Nah, ain't got nothing to do with the African situation. It's his viewpoints on stuff, man. He be cooning like
his viewpoint just about good as Donald Trump, so you ought to be happy with him.
Look, I had to say that, Ralph, because we do have some people that they're going to discount him just because of that, right? So I just wanted to make sure.
I do. I talk about other social media things I used to see when I used to watch. I'm like, this dude is too corny for me, man. I can't listen to him.
All right.
Well, I told you see it from a different lens than most of us see it from. He's an older guy. That's why you don't understand him.
But Ralph is part of a demographic, a voting demographic. So
yeah, he is. But I'm just saying, most young people don't understand where he's coming from. He comes from the old school, like I do.
I don't think people are going to vote. His demographic is going to win their vote, their wish.
That's a young America now, and y'all out the picture. You gonna get this? We running stuff now. It's the 30s and the 40s.
And if all young people put Trump in, you're the asses that's gonna be in trouble, not me.
Yep. Trump's going to make you pay that student loan for real. All right, let's go. Let's go, young people. Trump is going to make you pay your student loan. You're going to be in debt for Trump your entire life. It's going to be called education slavery. All right, so now that I got that out the way.
There you go. Educational slavery. That's a good one.
What you act like we're not going through that right now? Come on now.
No, we ain't going to that. Let's go on.
Yo, you know how many bad loans they gave out to go to Everest and all these ITT techs, and they being sued, and then just to go to school to be a doctor.
Hey,
you don't make none of that money back. You be broke for the next 7 years. Yeah.
Hey, Ralph, is the university supposed to be like a plantation? You tell me.
Yeah, the university it's a prison system, it's a prison system.
Yo, what's up, Donnie? All right, let's play. See what the brother got to say, man. Ralph don't like him, so we took that note. Let's see what he got to say, man.
It's Monday, April 1. We are starting the fourth month. Of the 2024. I mean, the first quarter of the year passed by so fast. Quarters. The year always break up in 3 months at a time. Let me make sure I check something real quick.
This is the brother's channel right here.
Good. I got me a little bigger screen today so I can check what y'all got to say and I can respond to that. Sometimes we forgetting certain iPads I have that I can use to respond to y'all in real time instead of looking at my phone there. Those of y'all who joined us Friday on the stream, we talked about Puffy, P. Diddy, the Diddler, or any other names you want to call him. We had a pretty good stream. I wasn't holding back there, and I'm not going to hold back on any kind of streams that we do exclusive to the app. Now, we simultaneously stream here, let's say on the YouTube platform and the app. So that's always just normally, but there'll be some time say, okay, we want to get into this topic. So we're going to stream on the app because we can't say certain things. It's YouTube's platform and do what they want to do. And that's why you said, so sometimes we got to amend what we say, not say certain things. Well, on the app, we can do what we would like to do. If we just had even 1%, even maybe even 10% of the people that we have here on the app, then we are secured enough to do what we got to do, right? Because these platforms do whatever they would like. And then you say, what happened to this person? What happened to that one? Well, when we had these platforms, we did not try to create our own, but we can say, hey, our people can be in a particular place. And that's the launching point. Listen, you talk about black media and you're talking about also the corporate media. Corporate media, the reason why they have so much resources is because they're being funded. They're being heavily funded by the government. You understand? And the government earmarks money to all these major mainstream organizations because, they use those organizations like a propaganda mill. That's just what they do. So they're going to paper them up. So that's why they kind of seem like they have unlimited resources, thousands of reporters, because the government, our tax dollars, are really subsidizing those platforms. Of course, they don't want black people to be subsidized like that. And if they do, you better believe you're completely and thoroughly controlled at that point. So this is why we say join the app, help us be 100% self-sufficient. And we can just get to that magic number of 10,000. All we need is 10,000 on our app, and we are completely free to do whatever we would like to do. We're slowly growing, but we just need that 10,000. That's the only thing we need. And we pray we get that, and hopefully people hear the call and go there so we can actually get into more topics that's a little bit more, what you would like to hear. Because even my wife was saying, yeah, I know you kind of, watch things and you don't kind of do certain things that you used to do. I say, yeah, because these platforms change versus over there, I can be the old field and just say what I want to say. All right. So with that being said, before we get into Candace, and I've seen a bunch of people caping for Candace there. And we'll get into why.
You caping for Candace, Ralph?
I decided to do this stream because people's memory is very short, I noticed, even though we got an internet that makes, your memory very, very long. But before we get into doing that, let's go it on. And Tamiko, yes, if you're on here, then you should have the African Diaspora News Channel app. You can download that in Google Play and the Apple App Store. So yes, get a membership there, support the platform. But let's play our devotion, and then we will get to the meat of today.
Y'all forget I am the leader. They want to hear from the mayor. If y'all ain't learned that yet, the mayor, not the trustees that don't do nothing, that only run their mouth. Y'all don't do no work, no work.
What is that?
No comment. Y'all should be ashamed of y'allself. Y'all black. Y'all are black. And y'all sitting up here beating and attacking on a black woman that's in power. Y'all should be ashamed of yourselves.
So this is what it's all about, guys. They don't want a black person in power. They don't want a woman in power. You know, if you ain't seen that yet. And someone so young. Everybody gotta understand, God give you what you can handle. That's what God give you. He ain't gonna give you more than that. As long as you can stay the course, fight the fight, and keep going, that's what we're gonna do here at Thornton Township. And we've been doing a doggone good job.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, that was your devotion of the day, of the city girl mayor and Dalton. Shout out to her. Yes, we're gonna laugh at her every chance we get.
Oh no, Ralph!
Because
what? Oh my God! Ralph just went up and threw on. Ralph, put that up again. Let me see that. Don't try to hide it now. You shouldn't be ashamed, Ralph. I'm not. I'll put one of those on. Go ahead, Ralph. Let me see your
Yeah,
cap.
you know, I did that for my boy Trump. That's what I did that for.
Hey, you know what I did? When I rode from DC to Chicago, right? Because I knew I was going to be on the highway. I had a USA Olympic hat right in my windshield. Because I was like, I don't want no damn police pulling me over. None of that shit. I had that shit right out front. Look, my lady was like, damn, what the hell going on? I was like, all right, but that's okay, baby. We're going to be all right. Yo.
Yeah, look, when you show you American white people, I ain't saying this is a hack or a trick, but I learned this when I was hustling. My homeboy used to put on this goddamn, he used to put this Yankee flag up on this daggone car.
Oh my God. That now that's the opposite now, Ralph. Come on, man.
Yo, look, yo, I'm trying to tell you.
But he ain't get stopped nowhere.
You never got stopped. He'll run around with dope on him, weed, all kind of stuff. So I've never seen this guy get pulled over.
Damn,
Never seen him get pulled over.
Confederates. Yeah, for real. They better hope I don't become a cop. I'm gonna pull all their ass over. Nah. But now they got something for that too. They got something for that too, because they get down like that down there, man. If you try to buck their system, they be trying to hurt people, bro. It's flat out. People get killed. People get killed, man, in politics for real. All right, let me keep playing this stuff. But don't worry about it, Ralph. It's a lot about the U.S. I'm also it's my home country. It's the only one I got. So there it is, man. All right, let me play it. Let me play this.
Because what she's doing is not funny, but if you keep putting her face up enough, people are going to start. So who is this woman they feel keep playing? And you go do some research and call her out just a little bit more for some of the funds that she is stealing. So let's get to Candace Owens here. Some of y'all are caping for her because, Phil, she's saying some true things though, Phil. Well, Satan says some true things too. In order for Satan or his cohorts, the demons, right? In order for them to deceive you, of course, through people, they always going to give you a little truth and wrap it in a lie or falsehood. If you come to someone with a lie and a falsehood, they're going to immediately say, you're lying, stop. But so they got to give you just a little truth, right? But what is the track record of this particular person? I always say, well, Candace is changing. Candace started changing because she started seeing that her behind about to get kicked out of Daily Wire. Candace is about Candace. Candace is about getting her cheddar, right? All of a sudden now she cares about black people. The whole time she was looking out for black people. That's what it was. We just didn't get it. She was just like on some secret mission with Turning Point USA, the Daily Wire. Anywhere she would go, she was just being a secret operative to help out black people. That's what she's saying now. But I'm gonna run two clips today. Number one, let's go back a few years to the time of George Floyd. Black America was very shocked at what happened to George Floyd. George Floyd, no matter what he was or what his situation was, he did not deserve to have his life sucked out of him the way it was. No one deserved that, period. No human being, no animal, no living being deserved what happened with George Floyd. And in the midst of the pain of Black America, and even throughout the world, they saw that, and people throughout the world were outraged what happened to George Floyd. There was outrage in America. Say, look how brutal America is. Look at what they did to this man. Even when I went to Turkey, I had Turkish people asking me about George Floyd and say, how y'all let them police get away with doing that kind of stuff? If our police do that here, they going to jail. That is sad. If that's what's happening, y'all, why don't y'all move away from there? Look, you can come here if you want. We're not going to do that to you. I had Turkish people telling me this. So if I had Turkish people who is not Black, who's not African, who's not Caribbean or anything, then surely someone that has a descent like me, right, would be like, hey, this isn't right. Hey, I need to be very sensitive about the situation with George Floyd. And shout out to the Unicorn Tribes that Candace has always been against the Black community, all about, the dollar bill, y'all, just like them folks. But let's put you on reminder of Candace here, real quick, because we're gonna work our way up a little bit by Candace. So here we go. Let's see what Candace said.
Come out and say that I do not support George Floyd and the media depiction of him as a martyr for Black America. I'm going to explain why, and I hope that some of you guys will understand where I'm coming from. I have spent a considerable amount of time reading a lot of Black authors that I think are some of the most brilliant Black Americans breathing. Walter Williams, Shelby Steele, Thomas Sowell. And I recently came across something that was an idea that was planted into my head by Shelby Steele. And it has been something that I cannot forget. It is something that will stick with me for the rest of my life. And it is something that I hope for the Black Americans that are watching will stick with you for the rest of your life. Shelby Steele said that the Black community is unique from other communities. Our culture is unique from other communities because we are the only community that caters to the bottom denominator of our society. Now, let me explain what that means. It means to say that not every Black American is a criminal, not every Black American is committing crimes, but we are unique in that we are the only people that fight and scream and demand support and justice for the people in our community that are up to no good. You would be hard pressed to find, a Jewish person who has spent 5 stints in prison, who commits a crime and dies while committing a crime, and that the Jewish people champion and demand justice for. You will be hard pressed to find this in white America. You'll be hard pressed to find this even in Latino America. If there is a
What the hell is she talking about? Where'd she get that data from? I'm sorry. I don't know any community that basically, I mean, when you live in a community, particularly when it's an ethnic community and you face oppression, that's the dynamic that you face. They're going to be questionable about how you treat any individual in the community. Now, I don't understand why she's saying this, because from what I heard, snitching is up at an all-time high. Ralph, what's she talking about? Ain't snitching turning people in, fighting crime? What the hell is she talking about? Excuse my language. Let me roll it.
Listen, now that I'm grown and mature, I approve of snitching. And she ain't far from telling the truth. I don't give a damn what happened to George Floyd.
What? Oh no, Ralph, come on, man.
He went out. I'm gonna sound. They're gonna be more mad at me, Ralph. You're always saying something blasphemous. He went out like a sucker. He too big to go out like a sucker like that. Yeah, he went out. Like I said, I'm a little itty bitty guy. I knocked out my first police officer at 18 when my baby mama standing there pregnant. And I had to face my charges. You know what I'm saying? So, for this man to be 6 foot something, 200 pounds, and you let them do that to you, and you don't get no respect from me as a black man. Ain't no police, no person, no human gonna treat me like that. I'm sorry.
But what would they do to him if he tried to run? They would shoot him in the back, right?
Well, I'd rather get shot in the back than get beat up right in the front.
I mean, he died though. He did die.
Yeah, he
So.
still died. He died screaming. His last words was "mama." A 40-something-year-old man who beats on women. You know what I'm saying? Who does his little situation with the streets. He's supposed to be some called street dude kicking in doors. Your last words is "mama."
But okay, I understand your point, but that ain't Candace Williams' point.
Well, yeah, because Candace is one of them goody girls. I'm just keeping it straight with me. You can't be no friend of mine doing nothing like that. I'm sorry, you gotta get away from me.
All right, so, all right, Andreas, yeah. Go ahead.
I think you say stuff for shock value, and I don't care to comment. But it doesn't matter. You know, well, you got your opinions on how you think people should do a particular thing, right? Yeah. You got your opinion, and that's fine. But I don't see it the way you see it, and we're just not gonna. You just have to agree to disagree. Enough with all that bullshit that they keep trying to put on us like that. So you can say what you want to say. You always want to call somebody a coward or whatever who you don't think is fighting back, but the one who you could claim you're gonna vote for, he's a bigger coward.
I don't want to make no public threat. I don't want to make no public threats because I got family members who work. They catch people who make threats against presidents and stuff like that. So what I'm saying to you is, whatever. Any one of them can get their brain blown. I don't care about those white supremacy.
Ralph,
yeah.
Couldn't they have? Why is it that they couldn't restrain the man? He was giving up.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. He was big.
In handcuffs. He was
already on the ground. There was no need for that. And
you see how long it took him. You see how long it took him to get to the ground.
Ralph,
you trying to tell me?
Ralph, no, it don't matter. He was on the ground in handcuffs. They could have thrown his ass in the van and rolled out. They could have called a van and rolled. I mean, did they have to kill this man, bro?
Like, look, you know what? Like I said, when I did my dirt, I was in Baltimore. I seen way more than what a George Floyd went through. Okay, and I ain't saying that is right.
But you're not him, and you can't say all that. You just can't, Ralph. So I don't.
I understand what you're saying, but I'm just saying what I seen
stuff for shock value.
I'm just saying,
you don't know what the condition was with him. Okay, you're not the only one though, Ralph. You ain't the only one.
Okay, Ralph. What was George Floyd's crime?
I guess he was selling something outside of a store, being destructive, doing something.
Okay, he wasn't being destructive.
Look, he had some petty crimes that they associated him with. Look, he had one crime they tried to associate him with being a drug addict, right? Okay, well, what happened to all the empathy they got for people now? All of a sudden, they got empathy across the country for people addicted to fentanyl and all this clinic. You get access to clinics and all that stuff. So how come none of that stuff worked for him, man? He had that in a $20. Huh?
That's for white people. I ain't never listen. You gotta have some money to be a black person getting to them addicts, Joe. You gotta be a heroin addict, or you gotta have some money. I don't see too many people that's black going to those. Come save me. I'm an addict situation.
All right. I understand what you're saying. It's not that I think it's Ralph, but here's the thing, man. Damn, I'm trying to spell George, man. George.
George.
Yeah. Okay. It came up funny in here on the thing. Okay.
That's Jorge.
Yeah, Jorge. For the Hispanics out there, that's Jorge, y'all. The Spanish-speaking people. But I myself, I'm like, listen, look at the crime. The crime he's associated with is being a junkie, and also having a $20 counterfeit bill. Man, do you know how many of these counterfeit $5? I mean, they don't have $5 anymore because they didn't. I think they expelled the $5. But cats used to. Somebody passed me a damn $5 bill one day. Can you imagine? And I happened to notice it only because I count my money closely. Somebody gave me some cash. It was a cash payment. So I was like, let me count this shit. And then all of a sudden I could feel something. And it was a $5 bill. And it was one that wasn't right. You know what I'm saying? So I don't know if the person gave it to me on purpose or if it slipped, if they tried to slip it to me on purpose.
I knew it, found out it was fake because that's.
But it was just $5. I mean. Yeah,
everybody
but
passes off the ones and the 20s.
Yeah,
so
but
you got the 5, you're trying to get rid of.
I don't think so though, Ralph, because one $5 counterfeit bill, what is that going to save him? It was a $600 cash payment. What's that going to pay him? You save him, I mean, anyway, I don't care. The brother spent a lot of money with me, so I ain't give a damn. But it's about some videography, video editing, not videography, video editing up in New York, you know. But check this out, man. I mean, the man was in handcuffs. He was in handcuffs. You said, what kind of man going to go through that? He died saying, "Mama." Okay, but let's flip it around. Why couldn't they just get his ass in that van? All them dudes, they wasn't strong enough to get him in the van. He wasn't Superman. He wasn't acting like
he wasn't resisting. No, you know, that's the point. He was never supposed to go in the van. They was finna kill him from the start.
I got you. All right, so let me not press you anymore on that.
That's that darn old street nonsense. That's just
no. You can't call it that. You can't call it that, man, because like you know,
and you can't call it what you call it, Ralph.
Oh
yeah, well, then this dude.
That's street, Ralph. That's absolutely
street. That's why I don't have. That's why I don't have no sympathy.
It wasn't about.
That's why you don't have what?
That man stayed around his neck. Once he got down, he should have set him up when he told him he couldn't breathe. Come on. That wasn't right.
What was the other boy from New York that said, "I can't breathe"?
Are you saying
and for cigarettes, they killed Garner. I forget his first name.
Eric Garner.
They killed him for cigarettes. That was right. That's street nonsense. That's why people don't like our community.
I'm listening to you.
People who think like you. That's not right.
I don't think it's right. I don't think it's right. But let me ask Ralph this. Ralph, so are you saying to black men that get stopped by the police and then the police is like overly checking them, being all funny about it, you saying that all of them should run? Just run. Get the hell out of Dodge. Run. Get out of there because they might kill you. Is that what you're saying?
No, I believe they all say like, all right, if we're in a group, we're in a group. I believe we should all stand strong together. You have a better case together than you have separate. So I don't advise them running.
Okay. So are you saying the people with the cameras should have done something?
Yeah.
Yeah, I believe that's correct. I believe the people with the camera.
There was only one girl and she was 17 with a camera.
Yeah, okay. I'm not blaming her.
That's what they tell you now. That's what they tell you. Everybody and their mama 5-year-old got cameras at this time. You know what I'm saying? I'm just looking at the situation. You know, as a black man who's been in trouble with the law, a lot of people don't really know how law works when they have something out for you. We got to think when we was in Baltimore, they got high profiling, right? So if you're a teenage kid and you don't got ID on you, which you didn't really need to at that time in the early 2000s, they would take you to the station or fingerprint you at their car just so they can get to see if you was a gang member or see what you was into or whatever in Baltimore. So they will harass us a certain way. And like I said, I sold drugs at a point in my life. I've been robbed by police, beat by police. I done beat up on police. I'm just not the type of person gonna go for it. I've been through too much.
Okay, so but you're speaking for yourself, Ralph. You can't put that same mindset that you have on anybody who chooses to do how they choose to do that. So, you know, empathy for all the stuff that you went through. Okay, but you can't just come back and assume that everybody has to do it your way. That's fine. If that's what you did, good for you.
And you don't mind.
But to say you don't have empathy for that man the way he was murdered, man, go sit down.
What about George Floyd with rumors, speculations, I ain't gonna say it's fully true, of him putting a gun to a pregnant woman's belly?
If he did that, they should have charged him for the crime of doing that. But one means doesn't justify the other. I'm just stop it.
To me, when you acting like you portraying a street life, you die by streets or you die from police or in prison.
Okay, whatever.
So you think that you're going to die police? God forbid if you get stopped, you're going to die from police. I taught my son was no angel, but I always told him 2 things. I told him, when the police stop, say stop, throw your hands up, lay down on the ground, and don't talk to them. Call me, call your aunt, call somebody, but don't talk to them. Tell them you want a lawyer and stuff like that. So you mean to tell me my son is not a man because I told him that?
No, those ain't my words. Hold up, don't say that. Those not my words. Because I also believe that too. Because all cops ain't bad. Now, if you follow it, now we can have a cop that having a bad day, and your son could be following your instructions. Pick up his phone, and they can easily say, "Oh, I thought he grabbed a gun and he dead." That's all it takes. But I do respect the person saying, "Hey, I put my hands on the steering wheel. I didn't get off. My phone was already recording." I respect that.
The man complied with him. He told him he got claustrophobia. He couldn't stand that. Derek Chauvin, if you followed it and really know what happened, the lady the bouncer where he was working, where George Floyd was working as a bouncer, he was trying to get on the verge of getting his life together. The lady said that hired him said that Derek Chauvin never liked the fact that he worked there, and he used that against him.
Yeah. And they said that they had
And the guy at
problems.
the store said he will never call the police again on anybody, even if the money is counterfeit. Come to find out, the money wasn't even counterfeit.
Hey, listen, Ralph, listen, man.
Yeah.
Do you believe that he would have that Derek Chauvin would have dished out the same punishment if the victim was white?
White.
Sorry.
Depending on the level of disrespect, yeah. I just seen, so I'm not biased against white police officers doing white on white crime, because I've seen it numerous times. But in that situation, I don't believe so. But I do know when anybody fully, disrespect police, or they have a situation where, they're not abiding by the law, the law got something out for them, or you now became a victim.
Okay, wait a minute. What did you say?
I say when the police got it out for you, or they got your number, they trailing you, they targeting you, you are a victim. They can, like I said, they throw drugs in your car, they beat you, they kill you. I think there's a statistics where they're saying more white people getting killed by police in this day and time than blacks. We just get promoted more.
There's not as many of us in this country as there are white people anyway, so whatever.
Okay, but they still die.
But there's still, I'm just talking about ratio of numbers. There's more white people in America, so more of them, so that should make sense that there'd be more of them being killed by police than black people. Stop it.
Well, I don't believe that there's more white folks in America than black folks.
Well, I'm just saying, we're just going by what they say, Ralph. We're not going by what we speculate. We're going by how they look at and how they take the census. They say there's more of them here. Okay, we're going by what they say. Okay. And that's what you're doing. That's what you're doing. You're going by what they say. Because if you believe what you just said, then you know there's not more of them dying by police than anybody else. You can't have it both ways. You can't say, well, I don't believe there's that many, and then you want to say there's that many. Can't have it both ways.
I'm saying there's that many dying, but I don't believe there's that many there. I honestly believe that. White people kill for nothing. And they kill their families at a high alarming rate. Yeah, white people always get dying. So I really don't care how white people die.
Okay.
I'm just pointing out the obvious when it comes to our people. We need to do something better, different when it comes to police. We can't look at a George Floyd or the dude that was selling the cigarettes
But they don't care. You had the brother in his military uniform.
The great guy, the kid from Baltimore.
They don't care that you had the brother who was in his military uniform. What they do to him? Huh?
That's what I'm saying. It's like it's promoted as their job to get us out the way or imprison us for their reasons. Now, what reasons? I can't put a finger on that.
All right, Ralph. What happened to him was that injustice?
Yeah, it was very unjust. It should have never happened. But for a guy with a criminal record like his, I figured you fighting back.
Right. I hear you, man. All right, so let's play some more. Let's see here.
Person that spends multiple commits a crime and dies while committing it means to say that not every Black American is a criminal, not every Black American is committing crimes, but we are unique in that we are the only people that fight and scream and demand support and justice for the people in our community that are up to no good. You would be hard pressed to find a Jewish person who has spent 5 stints in prison who commits a crime and dies while committing a crime, and that the Jewish people champion and demand justice for. You will be hard pressed to find this in white America. You'll be hard pressed to find this even in Latino America. If there is a person that is spent multiple times in prison, you are not going to see a bunch of Latinos coming out demanding justice for this person, even if, and I want to be very clear, what I'm saying is not any defense for Derek Chauvin. I hope Derek Chauvin gets the justice that he deserves to be, implemented upon him, and that the family of George Floyd deserves justice for the way that he died. But I also am not going to accept the narrative that this is the best the Black community has to offer. For whatever reason, it has become fashionable over the last 5 or 6 years for us to turn criminals into heroes overnight. And it is something that I find to be despicable, and it's something that I refuse to stand by any longer. And I am not going to play a part in it, no matter how much pressure comes from Black liberals and Black conservatives as some token of people wanting you to believe that this is the only way you can be Black, is you have to say this was wrong and that this person was amazing. I won't do that. George Floyd was not an amazing person. And as soon as this video hit the internet, I did just basic searches. Everyone jumped on it and was looking at the police officer, and everyone agrees that the police officer was wrong and the police officer has been arrested. So that is not the reason I'm not discussing that, is because that is not something that has been misconstrued in the media. He has been turned into the devil that he is, and there is no reason for us to harp on that any longer, because white Americans are not uplifting Derek Chauvin as a victim or pretending that he's an amazing human being. But George Floyd is being uplifted as an amazing human being. And for those of you who have not yet seen the clips and did not pursue or wait for more clips to come out, first and foremost, George—
Is that true what she said? White Americans don't hold up sick people as heroes.
That's a lie. They held up Carl Rittenhouse, whatever the hell his name is. They got him. They went on the last place he was. The white kids or everybody ran him off the stage. So yes, they do. This girl don't do nothing but lie. She tells half truth. She tells the truth, but then she twists it to what the white people want to say. And if you look at her, she look like she fucking high or something. She is a problem. She is the Black community's worst problem. And she's not American. She's Caribbean.
ABB, they've been propping them up. That's why we got all these statues in this country. That's why we got all this. They've been propping up them. They're evil all the time. This ain't new. They've been doing that. She just doesn't want to go back and look at history. We got all these schools named after them. We got all the stuff. We got the dollar bills named after them. All them that was hating on and doing stuff evil, still out there. So stop that. Yes, we have. Yes, they have.
Yeah,
he was our hero. They've been doing that, and they know they have. She's such a doggone liar.
Who made him a hero? I thought he was just a victim of police brutality. That's not a hero, but it's something that is questionable, something people have to question, because if you don't question it, you know how many other people in these kind of situations could die? They're not supposed to die. If it's injustice, then why wouldn't anyone not be against it?
Yeah, they lost the Civil War and they still hollering. I mean, stop. They try to make statues out of those people. She's just a liar.
Look at the marketing, those George Floyd shirts and all that Trayvon Martin stuff. Like,
Trayvon wasn't bothering nobody. What was he doing?
I know. I'm just saying in general, they use these things as marketing with killing our people. Now, if we was doing the same thing in reverse, it wouldn't be no marketing for it. It'd be an all-out war. So that's what I'm trying to get people to understand. Like, these people are promoting the death of Black folks just to get you up, just to get you. You know what I'm saying? If George Floyd would have stood there and fought and broke 2 of those white officers' necks, he would have been a martyr. Everybody would have been like in a rap song, I'm going out like George Floyd. You know what I'm saying?
But Rodney King was trying to get up and resist, and what they kept doing to him, they kept beating him down with the damn belly club. I mean, when you're outnumbered, man, what are you supposed to do?
Another one kept getting beat down, and his ass whooping so famous. He's the ass whooping all around the world. He's the one that's been known. Don't get Rodney King. But being a Rodney King ain't even a good thing no more. What he stood for, he only known for the ass whooping.
Yeah, but he was trying to get up. He was trying to get up off the ground. He wasn't trying to stay down there.
He was a gangster, though. I give it to him. He didn't stay down like no punk.
But he wasn't in handcuffs either, though.
You muffled up a little bit.
He wasn't in handcuffs either.
Right. He should. That's what I'm saying. George Floyd should have never even got to handcuffs that big.
Okay.
But all right, Ralph. I think I'm not sure what you. I mean, to me, it sounds like you could say what you're saying in a different way, but it doesn't matter. It's all good.
I got passionate. I should be lukewarming this down. You're right about that because it can trigger a lot of people. But I'm also saying is what I'm really trying to say is Black men are not protected in these situations. We got to stand together and fight and do something. This is not a situation that particularly goes with women. Even though police just started maybe less than 10 years ago attacking women, you know what I'm saying? But this been a thing. Catch that Black man and do your will with him. This has been our fight. No one's standing with us with that. So I give my hats off to any Black man who protects himself to the fullest, even if he got to die for his respect.
Well, it ain't that serious. It ain't.
But
Ralph,
you know that even if that were to happen that way, you know they're going to paint him in a different picture. You know that he's not going to come across in the media as a law-abiding citizen who fought for his life. He's not going to come across that way. You know that
to certain people. To me,
it doesn't. But it's only the people that know him. But it's not going to be who they're representing, who they're trying to talk to about in the media.
Yeah, if he would have killed a white man, he would have been one of my. He would have been one of my. I would have put him in my top favorite, my top 5 Black strongest men. If he would have killed.
But you know, I'm just saying, you know that if that person was a good person who died saving his own life, trying to save his life, you know they're going to write about him and try to put some stuff on him that's not true. You know that. So what difference does it make whether they fought or didn't fight? It doesn't matter.
No, I'm not even worried about the rumors they would have put on him. You know, he did his job. Yeah, you know, for me, I don't care what the media said about him.
Okay, whatever. Okay.
All right, let's play some more.
George Floyd at the time of his arrest was high on fentanyl and he was high on methamphetamine. This came back in both of his autopsy reports. If you pursue the 911 transcript, you can see the person describing somebody who is out of their mind high, and which is what made the person fearful because he tried, to use a bill that I guess was a fake bill to purchase something, and then he was outside acting weird, and they, in their police call, said that this person was obviously distorted on drugs.
He seemed very sedated. Methamphetamines makes you amped up. George Floyd didn't seem amped up.
He didn't seem like nobody I know that did meth.
And she lied about the accident, the autopsy report. If you get it, there was a report of it online. It said he had fentanyl. He had fentanyl in his system, but he did not have enough to kill him. What killed him was that man was Chauvin kneeling on his neck.
Yeah, he's just a
he murdered.
He's a victim of the opioid epidemic. I mean, that's what he is.
But he was working, and the lady who hired him to be the bouncer at the club, she hired him. She gave him a break. She gave him a job. He was on the verge of getting his life back together. He had a girlfriend. And they were working together. And, they were working on getting themselves together. And he had a daughter. And everything. This woman here is the devil. She is a liar. Her and the people like her are the worst people, are detrimental to ourselves, to our cause.
But I agree with that. And but on the note of drugs and things like that, young kids, stay away from drugs. Adults, stay away from these kind of drugs. Not that I believe that was the cause of his death or anything like that.
No, I know what you're saying. You're absolutely
fentanyl,
right.
Heroin, all these kind of drugs, cocaine, they're highly meth. They're highly addictive, and they destroy people's lives every day.
And what I've showed you. They don't. There is no more heroin. They take xylazine, which is horse tranquilizer, and that is worse than anything. I mean, it eats from the inside. I don't know if you ever heard of this drug they had in Russia years ago. It was called crocodile.
I heard of that.
That crocodile.
They had it in the U.S. too. So it was something.
Yeah, but this is worse. If you
eats away at your flesh, and look, it eats away at your
from
flesh
the inside to the outside.
Some of the people were actually high on it, trying to be cannibals. They got an article about it.
No, that's the crocodile. Xylazine is totally
no,
different.
I'm talking about crocodile, man. Crocodile.
Yeah,
Somebody
crocodile.
tried to eat another person on that shit.
Yeah, it made him psychotic. But xylazine, you know the things I showed you about Kensington, and where they try to, the way they put it up there, it sounds like it's a city in Philadelphia. It's not in Pennsylvania. It's not a city. It's in the northern part of Philly, and it's a very small area. And it's an open air drug market. And if you see blacks, but if you look, and if you go through it and look, because there's a lot of stuff on it, you see it, and you see mostly white kids. And when they interview, oh, I came from California. Oh, I came from Oregon. Oh, I came from a 2-parent home. My mother was a nurse. My father was a professor. And it's the same way where I live. A lot of the stuff, the black kids are getting away from the drugs. You know,
I hope so. And stay away from them, because
stay away from them, right? But the
it.
people in the city that are making the problems now are the white kids from the suburb. Like I told you, I live in Patterson. This is Passaic Valley. It's the Passaic County, but it's the county seat. We're in a valley. You look up on the mountains, you look down, you will see Patterson itself. So they have drug treatment programs. And I took a course in college for to be an alcohol and drug abuse counselor. Someone told me, well, how can you tell someone what not to take drugs when you've never taken them yourself? I said, I don't have to take them to know that shit is no good. And I can tell you what to do. But I found out I have no empathy for people who go to rehab, in and out of rehab, and don't do anything. And I said, that's not for me, because that's not how you're supposed to be if you're going to work with these people. But they release them.
Because the longer you vacillate in that choice, the worse your life going to be. You know. Go ahead.
They release them back into these towns instead of sending them back. And I'm gonna say this: when the CIA and Oliver North first introduced crack cocaine to Los Angeles, to California, and it was destroying black communities. No one ever said nothing. The only time black people get any relief from anything is when it affects white people. And the drug epidemic, the opioid epidemic is killing these white kids. Now it's a big problem. And I have a real problem with that. I
feel you. It's a lot of bias.
I got a real problem with it. I got a real problem with that.
Yeah, you're not the only one. I hear you. I agree. All right, let's play some more Candace Williams. What's up, Angie?
Owens.
Yeah,
Candace Owens.
Yeah.
You keep saying Williams and not Owens.
I said Williams? Oh, damn.
Uh-huh.
Candace Owens, I'm sorry.
What
Miss Williams. Miss Williams, I'm so sorry. All right. Candace Owens now. All right, I think she's about to flip the script now. She done talked all this stuff.
No. Listen to it. This is mild what she's saying now. You ain't heard nothing.
Oh, damn. Let's keep going.
All right, ladies and gentlemen. That was Candace in the height of George Floyd there. That was her. No, I don't want to do that. Let me go back up here. Give me a second. All right. So you still have people saying, oh, she's telling the truth. She's telling the truth. I can tell the truth on a whole lot of things, but it's context. It's when I do it or when I don't do it. I know when to shut up. I know when to speak on some issues. First and foremost, I don't care if George Floyd had a drug problem. Don't care. So are you saying at the time that you give an excuse for what happened to him? Last time I checked, in this country, we will want people to go to rehab and get rehabilitated and get off of those, dangerous drugs, right? George Floyd, and we're going off of what she say, was outside allegedly. I mean, I seen the tape. I didn't see him going crazy outside when the police showed up or whatever, right? I didn't see him fighting the cops or whatever. We all seen the George Floyd tape prior to the situation when he lost his life, right? She's given excuse. This woman has given excuse and cover for a lot of Black Americans losing their life at the hands of the police. This woman has defended the police so many times and demonized the Black community. And we have some people who really just don't get it, that's not good for the community at large, because when you minimize the life of a Black person, then it translates the message to every other group of people to minimize the life of a Black person as well. Notice no other groups get out there minimizing the lives of their people like that. When a tragedy happens to their people, they don't get here saying, yeah, he was a criminal and she was a criminal and he was no good and she was no good. Because when you do that, when they are a victim of a crime, a victim of a human rights violation, the message you're sending out is, well, that person deserved it because they was X, Y, and Z. And Candace Owens, for a long time, did this to the Black community, not just that one time. She did this. She made a career of this. A career. I don't care if she's telling the truth on an issue. So what? It's a time to talk about certain truths. It's a time, man, we should shut up. It's a time that we need to stick to the task at hand if you're going to have a platform or a microphone. Of course, I understand that she was placed there by the folks who are anti-Black racists. I get that. They papered her up to be their mouthpiece, because if they say exactly what she said, they lose their jobs, they lose their businesses, they get canceled, etc. So they're going to paper up Candace to do so. And Candace had no problem doing this because Candace, she say we. Candace is not we. Candace is Caribbean. Candace don't look at herself as part of this community, because if she did really look at herself as part of this community, when she saw George Floyd, she would have saw herself. She would have saw her brother. She would have saw her cousins. She would have saw every male through George Floyd. Nobody looked at George Floyd as like a hero. We looked at George Floyd as one of many who has lost their lives at the hands of a wicked and oppressive system. That's what you saw when you saw George Floyd. I don't care if George Floyd wasn't perfect, so what? Like Dave Chappelle said, George Floyd wasn't the one we chose, but he was the one that was chosen. And not every person go be perfect like that, period. But she had no problem minimizing the lives of Black people because she didn't see herself as one of us. See, at that time period, we were still has, okay, hey, we all Black faces, we all together. But what we are learning and what we have learned is that other groups don't look at themselves like we look at ourselves. Say, hey, that's them Black, oh yeah, them Black Americans are this and Black Americans are that. Because she quickly say, I'm from St. Thomas. She said that many times. But then she's trying to play a game. We Black Americans, we. No, ma'am, it's not no we. Because if it's we, you would understand why Black folks was upset by George Floyd. If it was we. If it was we, you wouldn't say the one person said that she ended up calling us, and I have to be careful with that, calling us animals. Okay, what person that loved Black America would call us names that anti-Black racists will call us? And she kept on beating the drum about George Floyd, like she's personally offended by George Floyd, while in the company of them folks sitting up there, yeah, like that. They're not saying nothing, but they're like, yeah, Candace.
Can you imagine if that was you? And it was a Black person on the TV talking this stuff that Candace Owens was talking about you? That's got to be the most insidious. Of course, he didn't live to find out who talked about him. But what about the sister? What about the mother? What about the brother? What if the brother's not a drug addict or something like that, or any of those things Candace said? What does he think? What about the cousin? What about the
baby girl?
The baby girl. What about in it? She's going to grow up and she's going to hear Candace Owens talking about her daddy. And if she has any sense, she's going to be like, yo, what the hell is wrong with these people?
She's like 10 or 11. She's already heard it.
How old is she? Excuse me.
She's up there in age. She's up there old enough to know she's talking about her father.
Yeah, that's Candace Owens. That is so crazy. I mean, don't get me wrong. Like, you could have these opinions, like the brother said. You might have these opinions, but these are some of the most emotional, narrow-minded opinions a person could have. It's some way you could say these things with a little more humility. She had no humility, and to go out and say those things. Yeah, it's just, I don't understand. She seemed real brave talking about a black person who just got murdered by the police. Just real. Is that brave at all? No, that's not brave. That's not brave at all.
But that's lightweight. That's what I'm trying to tell you.
Let me play it. All right, let me play it. I'm sorry.
It's lightweight. No, say what you gotta say, but I'm telling you, this is lightweight. I understand where you're coming from with her. You think this is bad. Listen to it all.
All right, let's listen to it, Pumpkin. Here we go.
Listen, I don't even have to like another black person. They can be my mortal enemy. But if I go in front of them folks,
exactly,
I am not going to talk down on that black man or black woman. I wouldn't even talk down on Candace.
Exactly.
In front of them folks. They can say she's there. If there's any issue with Candace,
I wouldn't talk down on her until I see a tape of her saying this kind of crazy shit. But anyway.
We'll deal with Candace, not you. See, that's being on code right there. You don't let other groups of people down other black folk, because they don't come talk to us to down their community. They don't ever invite us to talk down on their people, unless they're certain anointed people like Trump and this one and that one. Okay, you can talk about Trump. We cool with people talking bad about Trump, but the average ones, no, they don't want us talking down on their people. They don't. So you can miss me with all that. She's telling the truth. She's telling the truth. Candace will say whatever Candace want to say to get them folks money. Bottom line. And she did that and she said that. The problem with Candace today and why she got let go from the Daily Wire is this. Candace got too uppity in the eyes of them folks. And Candace thought nobody can do it. I mean, when she went on the Breakfast Club and she said, Miss Shapiro can't fire me. I said, oh, okay. I said, oh, you didn't got uppity with them people, huh? I can hear it. She thinks she was just them people. I'm so high and mighty, they can't do nothing to me. I'm like, oh boy, she about to get a rude awakening. I knew that was coming with her, because one thing they don't like is an uppity black person, and especially a uppity black woman with a mouth. They don't like that. But see, Candace, if she actually understood the country she lived in and the system that's operating this country for hundreds and hundreds of years, she understood that. But, Candace has surrounded herself with them folks. She's married into their families and all of that. So she's not living in reality, let me say. And them folks at the Daily Wire gave her a taste of reality. You understand? Now, yeah. They broke it. And I see somebody say, Candace has an audience. She's gonna. Okay, some people like Candace Owens. I can't deny that. But she's not gonna listen, being out here doing it versus with the Daily Wire is two different things. Candace has not learned to build an audience outside of a system. She's been underneath their system. She had to literally come down where we at, get it out the mud, and build it back up. And it takes time. Yeah, more people may come to hear you, but it takes time. Now, you say Tucker Carlson. Tucker Carlson, his family is mega rich. That Fox News job wasn't his, oh my God, if Fox News fired me, I'm not gonna have anything. Tucker Carlson had the money and the connections. He didn't need Fox News, if you know anything about Tucker Carlson's family. He was already papered up. Candace don't come from a lineage like Tucker Carlson come from. So you can't compare. Well, Tucker Carlson had an audience. He took all his people with him. He keep them paid, and that's why he can do what he want to do. He can travel to places like Russia, interview Vladimir Putin, and he could travel here and travel because Tucker Carlson got paper. He don't need no money. that Fox News money that he was getting, that was extra for him. Now, let's get to something else. One more clip that I want to go through about Candace. I'm gonna play it, but this time I'm gonna restart it and I'm gonna stop at certain points because this one clip, she was in front of Congress. They were talking about hate crimes. Now, the Black American community have talked so many times about we need an anti-Black hate crime bill, right? If Candace really loves,
and just to let y'all know, Europe is missing the same thing. The acknowledgement of anti-Black racism, and advocates or activists, have been advocating for that, pushing that all across Europe, Black organizations in every European country. And lo and behold, guess what? Yeah, you get a Black one out there to go against it every time. And they only need one to prop them up. But all right, let's go.
Of the Black community, then she would have took this opportunity to really talk about anti-Black hate crime, right? But did Candace do that? Let's just roll this clip and let's see what Candace said. Let's just see.
During my formative years, I had the privilege of growing up in my grandfather's home. It's going to shock the committee, but not once, not in a single breath of a conversation did my grandfather tell me that I could not do something because of my skin color. Not once did my grandfather hold a gripe against the white man. I was simply...
She's off topic anyway, so...
never taught to view myself as a victim because of my heritage. I learned about faith in God, family, and hard work. Those were the only lessons of my childhood. There isn't a single adult today that in good conscience would make the argument that America is a more racist or a more white nationalist society than it was.
All of this is conjecture because anti-Black the bill got nothing to do with what she's saying. She's throwing it out there like this is this is something she's hearing in the bill. Like the bill starts off by saying, yeah, a lot of us been told we can't do nothing because we Black, and a lot of us been told, it's like, no, you talking about your individual experience out of how many million Black people, has nothing to do with it. It's about the law, data, what's already proven and clear.
When my grandfather was growing up. And yet we're hearing these terms sent around today because what they want to say is that brown people need to be scared, which seems to be the narrative that we hear every 4 years right ahead of a presidential election.
And that's not even written in there either. No, nowhere does it say brown people need to be scared.
Here are some things we never hear. 75% of the Black boys in California don't meet state reading standards. In inner cities like Baltimore, within 5 high schools and 1 middle school, not a single student was found to be proficient in math or reading in 2016. The single motherhood rate in the Black community, which is at 23% in the 1960s when my grandfather was coming up, is at a staggering 74% today. I am guessing there will be no committee hearings about that. There are more Black babies aborted than born alive in cities like New York, and you have...
notice how she just flipped from brown to Black, too, just in the middle of her speech. It's like...
Democrat Governor Andrew Cuomo lighting up buildings to celebrate late-term abortions. I could go on and on. My point is that white nationalism did not do any of those things that I just brought up. Democrat policies did.
Okay. Now, I'm going to restart it, and I'm going to stop it at certain points and address...
Go ahead, Pumpkin.
No, I was going to say she lied. I ain't never seen nothing what she said when they light up, because they always light up the Empire State Building for different things. I've never seen it. And I used to I could look out my window and look right at the Empire State Building, and I've never seen it. She might be right, but I think she's lying because I've never seen it, and I never heard nobody say they seen it.
Oh, what did she say about the Empire State Building? My fault, I missed that part.
Hey, something about trans. Oh no, people having abortions for abortion. She's a big liar.
It's conjecture. She's a big
liar. She is a liar. She knows it's not true.
If you go to an abortion clinic, you're going to see people there trying to get an abortion. Why you go to the clinic? What the hell? To take pictures and be like, it's people in front of the abortion clinic trying to get an abortion. Look at this. It's like, come on. And there's so many elements to abortion that, that are deep. A lot of them, I'm going to say this again. I met a young lady who this is when I was in my 20s. Maybe I was 25, actually. I was 24, close to 25. Yeah. And I may not have even been 25, but I was living in New York, right? And the sister had a child, and the child had deformed legs and could only move around. The child was like almost what, 3 years old, 4 years old, but could only move around with his arms. And they could, when she went to the hospital, nobody told her about any health defects, any type of thing like that, nothing. And guess what? She's a single woman and she had that child. And I just thought about her, and I was like, wow, man, she has to be a mother of a child that most women, most people would abort, because do you understand the agony that this child is going to go through? Like, do you understand the suffering? I'm not saying you should do it, but I'm saying this person is going to live a life only being able to use their hands. And I'm not talking down about handicapped people.
No, I know what you're saying, because I feel the same way.
You can't make that. You can't make that choice for somebody that you're not even going to assist. You know, but they're not even trying to assist people. They're not even trying to assist mothers that confront this. And it's even women that's dying because of other issues with giving birth, man. It's just
birth is not easy. Birth is not easy, and a bunch of old bald-head white men, white-haired old ass men telling me what to do. Birth is not easy. I was told I would never have children. I have one son, and he'll be 42 in about 2 weeks. So my mother was told she would not live to see me be 5 years old, because she wasn't supposed to have children. She had two. She had my sister, and we were almost 10 years apart. And then she had me. They told her she would die before I was 5. She died when I was almost 30. So, it's just that you do. And this is a true story. Do you ever see the picture of Cyclops with the one eye right in the middle of his forehead, right by the bridge of his nose? Yeah. I know a girl that had a baby like that, and the boy's feet were on backwards, like his heel was in the front and his toes were actually in the back. His feet were on backwards.
People have no idea what they're literally telling. They're forcing people to not even be able to make the right choices for themselves, no matter what they're facing. And on top of it, you don't even have universal health care. You don't even have a country that even wants everybody to get access to equal health care. So go ahead, Andrea. Sorry.
Andrew.
I think too that they blame the women for any, deformities of their children. There's something we did wrong. They weren't just born that way. What were you doing? What were you eating right? It's always this punishment. What they consider punishment either way around. You're gonna take care. You did something, so you're gonna take care of that baby. We're not gonna help you do all that. I read a story where a woman had three daughters born blind, deaf, and mute. None of them. So how do you take care of children like that? The dad said, I don't want no part of this. I didn't sign up for that. He left.
Yo, it's a lot.
Right?
I'm not saying all men. I don't know how many, but
I'm not saying. No, I'm just saying that dad. That's what I'm talking about. That dad. He left. She needed help. Yeah. Right? You can't take care of 3 deaf, dumb, and blind. You just can't. How you gonna do all that? But somewhere down the road, I'm telling you, there's this thing that they want to believe that it's the woman's fault that these babies come out that way. Not considering that a man could have jacked up sperm that's causing these problems. Not that. Oh, it can't be us. It always has to be the woman's fault.
Or it could be something else. It could be anything else.
Yeah, it could be something genetic down the line.
But something had to happen. Housing. It could be the materials in the housing.
Exactly. All
which are dilapidated and old, and the landlord like Mr. Trump don't want to keep up to par, or another slumlord. It could be allegedly. Yeah. It could be it could be the water, the pipe. Do you know how many pipes? And even in the nation's capital, they so behind on damn removing lead pipes.
Yeah.
Do you know how ridiculous that is? And it's plenty of things. Think about what's going on in Detroit. What you think going to happen? What do you think?
Michigan or Detroit?
Deformities are happening all over America, South, Central, and North America, just based on the water being contaminated.
Yeah.
So this is too much. And imagine if this is the last thing you want to be, because this is going to make you an ultimate fool. Imagine you one of those people out there that's like Candace Owens, right? And then all of a sudden she have a baby with those deformities. And the doctor didn't tell her, or the doctor couldn't see, or the doctor told her and she's like, I'm going to have an abortion. You see the hypocritical side. But think about how many women don't maybe get screened wrong, maybe don't have the money to keep going back and getting screened. I mean, maybe, it's so many things, it's just scary, man, people. But let's let her talk a little bit. Sorry.
This was the BS, what she said. Now, it's supposed to be a hate crimes hearing, ladies and gentlemen. Hate crime. There's plenty of FBI data to speak about how we're the victims of hate crimes, and Candace.
Angie, I would never have the nerve to tell a woman what she needs to do with her pregnancy.
Exactly.
I could talk to her. I could talk to her about it. But the thing is that I can never tell her, force her what to do, because the reality is that everything could be fine with your baby and you die from giving birth. You see, it could be so many reasons. And how many people have been faced with that before? It's just, man, I don't get it. So
knows this. Candace not stupid. And yet she didn't do it. So let's start it over.
During my formative years, I had the privilege of growing up in my grandfather's home. It's going to shock the committee, but not once, not in a single breath of a conversation did my grandfather tell me that I could not do something because of my skin color.
Candace, no Black American that I know of have told me, and I'm talking about myself, I've never been told that I could not do anything in my life because of my skin color. I don't know nobody in my family has been told that. I'm pretty sure a lot of people in the chat would tell you that they have never been told they couldn't do nothing because of their skin color, ma'am. But it's supposed to be a hate crime hearing against Black, anti-Black hate crimes, right? Yeah, you're talking about something that has nothing to do with hate crime. Let's continue.
Once did my grandfather hold a gripe against the white man. I was simply never taught to view myself as a victim because of my heritage.
You say your grandpappy never held a grudge against the quote unquote white man. What that got to do with a hate
crazy,
crime?
Man. What?
And you say your grandfather went through a whole lot, and what you mean he hate? Okay, fine. Right? Fine. Your heritage, ma'am, is Caribbean. This is why you feel like you're othered.
I learned about faith in God, family, and hard work. Those were the only lessons of my childhood. There isn't a single adult today that in good conscience would make the argument that America is a more racist or a more white nationalist society than it was when my grandfather was growing up. And
so basically she's doing there's no racism in America type of deal. But y'all, this is the woman that a lot of y'all are saying that she tells the truth. So I guess that's the truth y'all talking about? That's the truth right there. That's what you're defending. That's what you want to let back in the fold, who never even gave an account for any of this that this woman had to say. That's
Look, it's so ridiculous her having the nerve. This shows you the arrogance and how the right wing really feels like they don't have to do half the work to know before they speak on something. The only reason why they're even having this hearing in the first place is because the data has proven that Black Americans want something done. And she's sitting up here talking about, well, my granddaddy and my uncle and my mom, it's like, what the hell, lady? Nobody ever said there's some people like you, but she's trying to use that to deny the data, which is insane. And she's going to keep doing it.
These terms sent around today because what they want to say is that brown people need to be scared, which
I don't know who brown people is. That's not my
be the narrative that we hear every 4 years.
Look, she said it again. She went from Black. Look, first she said Black, then she said brown, then she said Black again, and now she's saying brown again. That's so ambiguous, It doesn't make no sense. But
right ahead of a presidential election. Here are some things we never hear. 75% of the Black boys in California don't meet state reading standards.
That's a failure of California public schools. What that got to do with anti-Black hate crime? Nothing at all.
In inner cities like Baltimore, within 5 high schools and 1 middle school, not a single student was found to be proficient in math or reading in 2016.
That's a failure of Baltimore public schools. What does that have to do with anti-Black hate crimes? Candace, they're parroting anti-Black talking points. like they got anything to do while you're there. And that's why Chris and Clark are looking at you like you stupid.
The single motherhood rate in the Black community, which was at 23% in the 1960s when my grandfather was coming up, is at a staggering 74% today. I'm guessing there will be no committee hearings about that.
Why would they have a whole committee hearing about single motherhood? Why? Just think about that, Candace. Why would they do that? And Candace, let me get back on screen. Let me cook about this single mother thing for a minute. Hello. Single mothers is in every community. Every community in this country, you have single mothers, you have single fathers. It happens. Why are you there to bring up single mothers? Single mothers in the Black community is not our number one issue. Is it an issue to talk about? Yes, but everybody want to, okay, let's bring up single mothers. What about, okay, we got to be fair. These single mothers didn't make these children by themselves. Let's call it what it is. And no, not every woman picked a Pookie and Ray Ray either. Let's just be real. We're going to be real tonight. You got some men out here who will tell a woman a bunch of sweet nothings. They'll make these women fall in love with, oh yeah, I love you, XYZ. Oh yeah, I want to have a baby. And then these women will have a baby with your behind and then you disappear. That happens too. And some of these dudes got jobs. And some of these dudes aren't criminals. So you can't even put it all on Pookie and Ray Ray because Pookie and Ray Ray not impregnating everybody. Some, yes, but not everybody. Let's keep it 100. Single parenting is the issue that we discuss in the Black community. When it's time to talk about anti-Black hate crime, we talk about that, not single mothers. That's the problem. And you went up there basically demonizing Black women. At that time, you're supposed to be a Black woman, right? Demonizing Black women, trying to basically say, oh, they loose. Look, they just have all these babies out here. Look at what they're doing.
Yeah, she's trying to split the issue, make women think about Black women right now when they're having a hearing about anti-Black racism. She's saying, y'all don't need to think about that. You need to think about being a single mother. How does that, you got any anger and pain about that? Let's talk about that.
Right? Lessening the value of Black women before the world and before Congress. But some of y'all saying, you say, what about her husband? Ain't he papered up? I don't care about her husband. What do you got to do with this? You did that when we talk about anti-Black hate crime. So basically, Black women shouldn't be protected because, hey, Black women are loose. Look all the children they have. But any Black woman that will support this woman, there's so many Black women you can support out here that's fighting for the community. She's just not one of them. I don't care what truth she's telling. It's a setting for that. If we want to discuss single parenting in the Black community, we can discuss that, but not when it's time to discuss anti-Black hate crime. Let's get back on screen.
There are more Black babies born. There are more Black babies aborted than born alive in cities like New York, and you have Democrat Governor Andrew Cuomo lighting up buildings to celebrate late-term abortions. I could go on and on. My point is that.
Okay, so that issue about abortion, whatever, that's an issue that we can discuss in the Black community at large. You're there to talk about anti-Black hate crimes. Once again, you're basically saying that Black women not only are loose, but Black women just try to use abortion as birth control. You see they're not worth protecting? Y'all have to read between the lines what she's doing before Congress. A so-called Black woman that should be valuing the life of Black women. But look what she did before the world and before Congress. But yeah, some of you saying, she's telling the truth. Y'all just don't like her. She's telling the truth. There was her time to advocate for Black America right there. And she chose to go up there with a bunch of anti-Black talking points to devalue Black people. And you get mad. Let's keep it real. We want to get mad as a community, as the Asian community. Let's go there. The Asians got an anti-Asian bill. We didn't get one. Show me when Asians got up before Congress when it was time to talk about stop Asian hate and say, well, Asian women have got so much percent of single mothers, and Asian women do so much abortion. Asian women commit crimes. Asian people do this. Asians do that. No, when it was their time to talk to Congress, they say, hey, look at all these crimes happening against us. We need protection. They did not demonize Asians. When it's time for Latinos to talk, they talking about what's happened to Latinos. They're not out there talking about the Latino single mother. They're not talking about nothing else, but we need to get some resources and protect Latinos. But when our people get up there, they get up there, single mothers and like, what? Yeah, I told y'all.
And this is a global thing. This is also in the EU. They get up there talking about, but doesn't it really come down to education, y'all? Isn't that really what's going to fix anti-Black racism? Education. That's literally the same thing going on over here. It's the same thing that happened with the anti-Black bill in the US, yo. Black persons came out and spoke against it in the most ridiculous way. And guess what? It's still going to happen. If you want it to happen, speak about it. Don't be quiet about it because it's actually supposed to happen. It's your human right. Like, seriously, the UN has already said, yo, that's a go. And anybody that got a problem with it is crazy because it's entrenched in the history of the country. You don't get over things like that in 100 years, 300, 400 years of history.
Times, Black folk, whether they from our group or not, is the main reason why we don't get anything. And I'm talking about the Congressional Black Caucus too. We always got somebody trying to undermine us.
Notice how he didn't just say, he didn't say, yeah, Black people ain't blah, blah, blah. No, because he knows it's not all Black people. You see?
How you can sit up there and talk about she's cool, she's telling the truth. When she's sitting up here undermining, y'all talking about delineating, that's why you talking about delineating. Candace, she was up here undermining Black people.
White nationalism did not do any of those things that I just brought up. Democrat policies did.
Then she says white nationalists didn't do anything. Democrats did. Well, Democrats are the white nationalists too. Republicans are the white nationalists too.
You know what?
Now,
I have an idea about what Dave Chappelle would have said to her.
You could shut the fuck up.
Now, let me quote this. Roll That Stone says,
always
media
options.
use George Floyd to
Candace.
emotionalize Blacks. Okay. I know where you coming from, and you saying the term Blacks. Candace speaks against the Black victim mentality as she should. You do not help our Black community with the victim talk. You ain't Black, because no Black person refer to themselves as Blacks. So let me know you're white supremacist or one who may be toeing that line. It has gotten Blacks nowhere. Once again, we don't call ourselves that. So you're not part of our community. Roll That Stone. Appreciate you for the donation, but I am a victim. I am a victim of
see what I'm saying?
Anti-Black racism. I'm a victim of anti-Black sabotage.
Hey, Ralph, I heard you speaking. What's up? Did you hear? I heard you say something like, see what I'm saying?
You know what I'm saying? Yeah, that's that weak male syndrome that I didn't grow up around. I can't do this. He would rather be a victim than a fighter. And this was really holding America back.
Can't be both.
I can't. I wouldn't allow myself to be a victim. You know what I'm saying? Even though I've been victimized, I never look at myself as no victim. You know, like I said, I've been beat by police and all that.
Look, what are you standing up for if ain't nothing wrong happened to you?
You got to stand up for the future. You know what I'm saying? Like, so these people, I'm saying, America is so divided. It's people who never been in trouble speaking on people as if they knew the law, how to get out of trouble, right? Then we got people who are segregated by religion, and then we got people who are segregated by political parties. And a lot of these people see themselves as victims, like he's doing. Like, how did he know if when they on this channel we say Blacks or African American? I'm probably the one to say the N-word the most. How he's gonna say if they were Black or not? You know what I'm saying? That's my points with him. You know, he pushed a narrative of being weak. I just don't. He's just weak. You know, I can't see Can you see yourself letting a police officer punch you in the face, VB, knowing you wasn't breaking the law? That's what I'm asking. I can't.
Ralph. Sorry, Ralph. I was writing something while you was talking. Say that again. What was that question?
Can you see yourself getting punched in the face by the police, knowing that you did nothing wrong?
Ralph, let me tell you. First of all, let me put this disclaimer. The opinions of the panelists are not necessarily the opinions of the host. Before they come out try to give my ass. Yo, check this out. That should be stated already. That should be known.
That should be known. Y'all should know I'm the one with the I'm the one going against the grain on the show. You know what I'm saying? I'm with the grain, but I'm going against it.
People ask me that I voting for Trump. Do I support Trump because of some other conversations people was having? I'm like, man, why don't you listen a little bit and just listen to the dialogue, relax a little. But check this out. We want to have a indifference in opinion so we can have a conversation, so we can let the cream rise. If you don't respect difference of opinion, how you going to have a useful conversation for anybody, including your own people? You got to respect the guest. He's still my brother. Right? Ralph is still my brother.
And I might not say everything y'all like or want to hear. Y'all might disagree with me, like, man, this dude. But I'm speaking from a point where y'all not coming from.
Ralph,
you know what I'm saying? And I like it that way. Go ahead.
You asked me, would I stand there and get punched by a police officer?
Yeah.
Is that what you said?
Yes.
Ralph, I'm gonna be honest with you. I've been the victim of a police brutality situation, and I should have actually. This was back 25. This was Ralph. Hold on, this is 30 years ago, Ralph. 30 years ago, and at that time, Maryland ain't give a goddamn. You wasn't gonna win nothing. They tried to plant something on me too, just because they knew they didn't get anything. But they had dogs. Ralph, they would have shot my ass, Ralph. They would have shot both of us. They would have killed us. But Ralph, what I'm saying is that at the same time, it ain't gonna be happening too much. Like I can't really say. It depends. Now, I'm gonna just tell you, if I feel like my life is in danger, right? And I have a weapon. I didn't even have a weapon at the time, because you see what I'm saying? But
I know how I get down.
Yeah. So if I did, at some time feel like my life is going to be in danger, I would never stop. First of all, I would not stop. You know what I'm saying? That's what I would tell people. Don't stop, man. Drive right to where you're safe and then stop.
And
then
drive to the police station if you got to, so they can have it all on camera.
Exactly. And but at the same time, I could tell you, I don't believe citizens should sit by and watch no police brutality without intervening. I believe that shouldn't be. I believe citizens need to feel like even if they see the police do wrong, you are obligated to stop the police from violating another person's human rights, period.
And I citizen's arrest on the police.
I believe you have the right to use force. That's what I believe. But that's my opinion about it, Ralph.
Okay. And like we should have a citizen's arrest for our people who are seeing police officer uphold the law wrong.
Yeah, because I got kids and a family, man. I ain't trying to die by some racist cop.
That's facts. You know what I'm saying? And I look at it as either him or me. I'm gonna get him out the way first. At least they can come see me in prison. You're not finna take nothing from me. I don't care, man, woman, child, animal. I'm not saying I'm the toughest cookie in the batch, but I'm not taking no crap, man. I done took too much crap as a teenager and all through my 20s to take some more crap in my 30s, and I'm not going for it. You know what I mean?
You know what? The reality of it is that the case, I don't even know. It wasn't me driving. I was in the passenger seat. But I could tell you flat out, stopping for those police that was in Maryland and PG County, where we stopped.
You was in Largo?
No, we was just where was it? It was
Don't say Bowie. Don't say Bowie.
Across the east side. It's just across the east side, man.
Okay.
PG, right? Just across, maybe about 15 minutes on the other side.
Something like a little around Bennett Road somewhere.
A little further up. A little no, further east. Further east, not north, but east, right?
Okay. I got you.
Yeah. But you know what? I'm like, shit. Like, I don't even know why the hell we just ain't hit the highway and keep pushing. Like, cross and let them stop us in DC because there's such a big difference from DC police and Maryland police at that time. The mistake was actually stopping. I hate to say that back then, the mistake was stopping. But I'm not telling nobody what to do now. So don't nobody that's listening to me come back and tell me that I told somebody what to do. You got to figure out what you're going to do for yourself. But I'm just saying, for me, I won't be stopping in the same place no more.
So you say I can clearly take your answer as you don't want to be a victim. And this is the problem. This is the problem I'm having with American males, especially black males in this day and time. And I'm gonna hold the older generation to this because they are the ones leading this. Bow down, just get down on your knees, just do as they say. Man, it's gonna take some people to die about this, man. This is facts. If we want some type of change, it's gonna take some people to die about our respect, man.
Yeah, hold on. It's an echo. Pumpkin, you there?
She got 2 jumps on. She got 2 cameras in.
Yeah, Pumpkin. Should I cut one up? You got to click off on one of them, Pumpkin.
Hold on. Hold on.
Yeah. And my phone had died earlier, man. My phone was charging. My phone had fell. I don't know if y'all seen that, and the charger just snapped.
Ralph, I think the situation, it's not, I don't want to generalize what people should do. People got to decide what they're going to do in the situation they're in. Because at the end of the day, it's their life. You see what I'm saying? But, I mean, I just got to tell you, like, for me, I don't feel safe stopping for no rednecks, bro. I'm gonna be honest with you.
And you're guilty. You're guilty until proven innocent. It's not like you're innocent until proven.
I already been in one situation. It when I'm 25 years old, bro. You know what I'm saying? Police brutality in America. So I don't even. Do you understand how much I never even? Man, when I say growing up in DC, we can be a little bigoted when you really grow up there, because we grow up being like, I ain't going to damn Virginia or Maryland with them damn police. Why the hell would I be doing that?
Fact, especially not coming to Northern Virginia. You gone. They're not playing no games with you.
And look, and Ralph, the one time we broke the rule and went to Maryland at nighttime for a sister's party that kept hitting me up, boom, on the way back, we get stopped by the police. And they even try to, because they couldn't find anything, and they brutalized us.
Throw some crack on you.
Yeah, they tried to throw some shit on us. Of course, we beat that shit, but back then wasn't even the time where they would even be. Nobody was saying sue the police if you police brutality. Nobody gave a damn back then, Ralph. That's 25 years ago.
That's facts. They throw dirty guns on you, guns that they get from that. Man, guess what? So, 2021, I think it was 2020, 2021. I caught this pistol charge. I got into a situation where I ended up shooting at somebody, right? I'm in the right. I'm a licensed carrier. I bet I just let off too many shots, so I had to go to court and whatever. So they take my gun from me, right? 22 Taurus, fully loaded junk. You know what I mean? I hiked the junk up, beam, all that, everything on it. Man, they take my gun. Tell me why I catch one of my homeboys who with my gun. With the serial number scratched off. I'm like, yo, this is mine.
Right.
So they putting the guns right back in the street to lock people up. He got my whole, I paid $400 some change, almost $500 in accessories. He got my gun. They told me I'll sell it back to you for $250. Now look how corrupt the police are. We talking about leaving it in the police hands. I'll never do nothing like that.
And and Ralph, at that time, it's like it's a funny situation because at that time when I was stopped out in Maryland, when we had this case with the PG police, it's like we couldn't, if we did have any weapons on us or any drugs, if there was anything like that, we would have never stopped. But instead, we thinking license plate clean, driver's license clean, we don't have shit on us. Why shouldn't we just stop? Let's hear what they got to say. That turned out to be the wrong move.
You gotta hit them lines, man.
We could have died, bro. flat out. You know what I'm saying? Like straight up. So I can't advise somebody over something that I could have died for. Like, forget all that, you know? Yeah. All right. So Andrea, Pumpkin, you want to say something? Yeah, go ahead.
No, not right now.
Yeah. All right. So let's keep moving. Let's keep it pushing.
Yeah,
myself that.
it's
So you're
a
not part
lot
of
of
our community.
chatter, but I think it's because of the earthquake. It's because
yeah.
you sound muffled. I think it's because
I don't know. It could be your device. Sometimes it's like that. But let's keep pushing. Let's keep pushing. It was an earthquake in the U.S. today, y'all. So I hope everybody's safe. Yeah.
Community. Roll that stone. Appreciate you for the donation, but I am a victim. I am a victim of anti-Black racism. Appreciate you for the donation, but I am a victim. I am a victim of anti-Black. Roll that stone. Appreciate you for the donation, but I am a victim.
You listening, Ralph?
I hear him. I hear him sounding weak as I don't know what.
I am a victim of anti-Black racism. I'm a victim of anti-Black sabotage.
I hope Ralph
even in
ain't crying.
2024, I'm a victim of anti-Black sabotage. Black Americans are victims. Yes, I'm going to repeat it again. I am a victim.
Yeah, he hates your ass, Ralph.
Do you hear? He's crying like a white woman. Hear me roar, please. No, I'm a victim. He's too weak for me.
I think he suspected you was going to be up on the panel today and was like, you know what? Let me just say this shit twice.
And
now, when he talking about Cardi B and them, he's cool. But when he talking about news and foreign policies, man, cut him short, man. But I mean, I don't mind you rocking him out. Rock him out though. But I would never listen to him talk because he's too weak.
I never heard his foreign policy or entertainment news, but let's let it roll. Let's let it roll. He's talking about Candace right now. So
victims of wickedness and oppression, anti-Black racism. We are victims. Everywhere them folks have went, they have victimized everybody. That every land they touch, they made victims of a lot of people. You just mad because we tell you the truth, since we want to talk about truth.
Well, I gotta say, I don't think this is the wise policy, the wise statement necessarily, even if true, right? I think he needs to keep it to Black Americans inside of the United States, the story about anti-Black racism there, because that's all the government is really obliged to move or take action on, But I understand he's a Pan-Africanist, so he's gonna start talking about everywhere,
Yeah,
So,
like everybody else don't have emplacements and laws
and
to stop you from being racist.
I have some, but everybody else don't, man. Exactly, Rob. It's a lot of places that don't have it. So it's not just the U.S., man. It's a lot of in the U.S., by the way, strangely enough, have more laws than a lot of other countries. They just haven't stepped it up finally because it's still very, very brutal, physically brutal in the United States. You see what I'm saying? So people are losing their lives over this stuff. It's not just systemic in the way that where you might get cheated when you apply for school or when you go to the bank or something like that. It's literally like getting stopped by the damn police. That's what happened to me, man. Nothing. You know what I'm saying? It don't matter. It doesn't matter anything about what we look like. We both had dreadlocks. We both Black. We both in a fly ass whip. DC tags. They know they can run the tags and no, nothing on the tags.
It still pull you. It still pull you. You know what I'm saying? That's why I didn't.
Because we was from DC, bro. Like literally. You know what I'm saying?
VB, that's the same exact reason why I didn't get my Challenger. I knew if I got out that Challenger stunting, hanging around the people I usually hang around or go in the neighborhoods I go in, my car is automatically a suspect vehicle. So I said, forget it. Let me go ahead and get me a family truck.
Yeah. Shit, get a Volkswagen. Get some shit. But that shouldn't even have to be the topic. But check this out, Ralph. I think this question is for you from Angie. Just Lovely Me. Why can't we be survivors, Ralph?
Because survivors is just saying, when you're a survivor, that's saying you already been through it. We
Beyonce
still
was a
going.
survivor.
We're still going through it. Yeah, I want to hear it too. We're still going through it, so we're not surviving nothing. Surviving something is when it's over with. You want to put an end to something so you can survive. That's when you can say we're surviving, Miss Angie.
All right, there you go, bro. That's an interesting answer. We'll see if Angie want to say something else on that. That's cool. Angie, you can always hop up too. Let me see. Let me throw this out there. I mean, if you want to, but it was a good question though, because just to make sure we can be clear, you know what I'm saying? So Ralph spoke on it a little more.
Because a lot of people on this panel don't see it from American views; they see it from outside views, and then a lot of people haven't been through this to hear such as the conversation me and you are having to even explain this premise we're talking on. Because if we're going to talk about the presidents and then we talk about the cops and Candace Owens, these are the people that have nothing to do with our type of lifestyle. Even though the cops they get cops from outside of our areas to police our areas and foreigners to police our areas when there are black people trying to be cops from our area, in our area, that they send out our area that can judge our community better. So they're sending people in such as foreigners to lock us up, shoot us, plant drugs on us, just so they can get high rank in office as an officer. And also it makes more money to lock blacks up, men up in general. You don't make no money off locking no woman up. That's why a woman can show her breasts and get off with tickets, flirt them out of tickets, get warnings.
Ralph, but where you getting that data from about women? Where you getting that data from, bro? Like,
yeah, why you always do that, Ralph?
I'm because I watch it.
All the
I
things
watch
that
it.
you say,
I don't watch
all the things that you
Girlfriends.
say, you are quick to throwing women under the bus, and I don't know why you do that.
No, I'm
You know,
not.
you make it. Yes, you
That's
do.
why I
You
ride
do
past
it
it.
a
No,
lot.
listen.
Try to
You
make
got
it,
me. You
make
got
a
me
man and
screwed.
woman
You making your
situation
judgment.
all the time.
You're making your
No, I'm
judgment
not.
too quick.
How often?
Yes, you are. Because
No,
I
I'm
prefer
not.
to have a
No,
woman
I've
drive
heard you
because I understand.
multiple times.
I'd rather have my woman drive my car, my new car, than me. For real, because I understand if anything go down, I'm a passenger. They're gonna try to look. They're not gonna want to look for my woman for drugs. They're not gonna want to, get aggressive with my woman. They'll get aggressive with me in driver's seat. This is a fact. Anybody who's been riding with your woman, you just been riding. Look how
Ralph,
different it is when you get a ticket and when she get a ticket.
So Philando Castile was murdered. He was in the passenger seat. He was still murdered by a police officer.
Exactly.
So
I'm not saying there's not no exempts either, but I'm saying
okay, all right, Ralph. Okay,
we can get on YouTube right now and pull up how many females say
okay,
they getting out of tickets.
whatever. Go right ahead.
Okay, Ralph, I was just asking you about the data, but that's okay. I mean, Angie, you there? What's up, Angie? How you doing?
Peace and blessings, everybody. Peace and blessings.
Hey, Angie.
Peace and blessings.
I disagree with the statement that he was making about he's a victim. I disagree with that too. And that's why I was like, it would just sound better if he said he survived. Because if you're gonna speak as, victim meaning you went through something, right? So say you survived something. To me, when you say victim, it's more like, you lost. Like you're kind of just like Ralph was saying, like it sounds weak. I'd rather hear him say I survived before, you say I'm a victim of something.
I repeat, I'm a victim, and I'm gonna say it again. I'm a victim. He sound like man. I don't know. He sound like somebody would have bullied in school, man.
Oh,
Go ahead, Angie. Yep.
I mean, I know that in the Black community, we have we have had a lot to endure, and we went through a lot. But I think that with our mentality being broken, it kind of hinders us in progression and growth, and to have the mentality of a victim, there's always going to be an excuse and, looking for a savior or someone to come and try to fix it instead of, you being the person to first fix it for yourself. And then, you stand with others who are doing the same.
Drop a bomb, yo. That's all I've been saying on this show. That's a bomb. Because
I'm the type of person, I say the same thing. And
all right, there
our
you go.
Our people got a problem with working till we old. We don't understand that working at an old age keeps us alive longer. They want to retire, get out of shape.
Oh, now
pass
you
away.
jumping in another area, Ralph.
Yeah, I'm just saying in all. I'm talking about
See,
the
now
all
Angie about to
aspects.
be
You
like,
quit.
yeah, what?
You because they playing it. It's still the victim role to me. It's still the victim role
Well,
because
see,
you're
the
willing
thing
to say.
about work is because in the black community, it's an automatic push for us to work already. So when we're working and we're working and we're working, what we don't realize is that we're adding trauma to our body, and trauma takes an effect on the body. So when you actually do get older and you slow down with working, your body has a shock response to it because it's something that it's unfamiliar with. And that is what causes things to happen in your older age. Working the way that we've been having to work is not healthy. It's actually torture.
For a lot of people, Ralph, that should be a lesson, man. You mixing up topics, man. Now Angie agreed with you, and now she got to see. Now you see.
No, but listen, I'm still agreeing with Angie. It still might be torture to you, but we have a system here where it can be part time. You see stuff like that. You don't have to keep the full work at an old age. You see what I'm saying? But you can still kind of work.
But is that what they talking about politically, Ralph? They not when they're talking about the retirement age. They're not talking about if it's part time or not. They're saying that you should just have the right to be able to at a respectable age, man. Because think about this. There's a lot of people, man, particularly black men, bro. Like, come on, you think we living that long?
No, it's not.
Look, Ralph,
I don't
you
know.
said you're a man, bro. You said earlier that men have it harder when it comes to that jail thing. Well, yo, brother, look at the data on this on how long we live in the US compared to women, bro.
I know.
Like,
I understand. Well, don't say that, because if I speak on that
I want
topic,
my pension early.
I understand.
I want my shit early.
I don't want to get too deep into that because I don't want Miss Andrea to take her belt and hit me. I don't feel like getting hit.
It ain't about all that. You make a lot of references that to me, I can only speak for me, that are derogatory towards women. And I, but that's your opinion, and I'm going to leave it at that.
Yeah. Well,
I mean, to be honest, to be honest, I think it's a narrative that causes the division. When, if you think about it, the black woman and the black man, we endure the same struggles.
Mm-hmm.
I hear you, Angie. I agree. It's the
we
narrative.
just don't get the same punishments. That's all. We get the same narrative.
That's not true. That's not true,
but
Ralph.
Angie, but yeah, it's not true because I keep trying to. Ralph, we have said this. I mean, me personally, I've said this over and over again. You can't blame women in certain situations on how the system is set up. We didn't do that. Okay, so if we get a favorable, whatever it is, if we go to court or whatever, and it's favorable towards us, that's not something that we did. We didn't say.
I'm not putting that on the women.
But you do that though. Women this, women that, women get this, women that. That's not something that we
That's
chose.
a privilege. That's what I'm saying. That is their privilege for me to say. That's why I fool with them so heavy. That's why I say I would rather have my woman drive because I know the same. She can get the same ticket I get, right? But when I go to court, they're gonna make me pay maximum fine. I watched them. I went into court. I watched them slap so many women on the hand. But when it came to me, I had to pay all my fines.
Okay, so whose fault? But you can't blame that on the judge.
It's the judge's fault.
Okay,
I'm not blaming the women.
All right.
I'm blaming. That's what I'm saying.
Right.
That's what I'm saying. I don't have. I'm for the women. That's why I understand. Okay. Women got it to where I say are the weapons black men need in the United States to come up. If the women get together and fall in line, the men will fall in line with the women. And if we start protecting each other as a union, you wouldn't have big, tall, fat-faced black men like this screaming he's a victim. You wouldn't have a George Floyd screaming, mama. He's screaming for a woman's help. He didn't even scream for his daddy. He screamed for his mama.
Ralph, I understand you, like, as far as Divinely Inspired. One second. Thanks for coming up, too, bro. I think I understand the narrative situation, though, because when other people are arguing politics, they're arguing it from their perspective. Even if they're people that are voting do want to see an anti-black violence bill come into effect. they just the fact that we're not really controlling the narrative. Some things don't always work for us perfectly, especially the language. Like this is a primary example. Like he say victim, somebody else say survivor. Another person is like, we need to craft our own language. You know what I mean? That suits who we are, what really works for us. And we haven't really been given a chance to kind of do that. But that's why we talking about it, bro. So, but go ahead, Divinely Inspired. What's up? Peace, brother.
Hey, peace, y'all. Peace, VB.
Peace, Divinely.
Peace. The thing is we are survivors. We are the legacy of the ultimate survivors. Yeah. Because if you could survive that horrible, disgusting, repugnant trip, right, across the Atlantic from Africa to the so-called New World, and thrive the way we've done, then we are survivors, right? And we are descendants of survivors. And the thing is, if people are pointing out the shortcomings of the system here, what have you, you can't place blame on one group over the other, blah 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 blah.
Right.
Because then it becomes like almost like the oppression Olympics. And I don't play that shit. I don't play those games, man.
Right.
And there's no room for colorism. There's no room for misogyny. There's no room for any of that. Because we're all in the same boat together. Because at the end of the day, the white man calls us all niggas.
Yep.
And wants to treat us as such as well.
Yep, Ralph. Oh, go ahead.
Yes, so that's okay, brother. So the thing is that yes, we must all stick together, what have you. But unfortunately, most of us aren't taught economics, power economics, actually, right? We're taught how to survive. We're not taught really how to thrive in this system here. And we're given such a little space to do so. But it's never too late to learn. And I believe it was Angie who just said that if we can't be looking for this Messiah, we have to do pretty much for selves, and we have to bond with people who are doing for self, and maybe through that example we can inspire others to do for self and collect and unify under that banner as well. Like I said a few times, there are towns that are defunct that can be bought right now. They have their own power station, own school, own everything. You see? So we can have our own things, our own town, like how we used to have it. And people say, oh, well, when we had our stuff, the white man came, invaded, and burned it down. Guess what? We're still here. We still have the same problems.
You know what?
So,
okay.
Sorry. Yeah, it's what it is. That shouldn't stop. It shouldn't deter us. I dare a white man or anyone to come to my house now. I dare anybody to do it.
And you know what? We should have both. We should have our own towns and the right to go into everybody else's town.
You're right, because there are still, brother, there's still some downtowns here in America active.
Exactly.
Yeah.
You better believe it. So the thing is, one of the first things I did when I moved down here to Georgia, I got my WCL, I can carry conceal, and I'm best believe I'm armed up. So not for nothing, I dare anyone to come through that threshold uninvited. I dare them.
I was watching a video the other day where I don't know when it happened, where a guy was recording from his house the way that police officers were treating another black person, and they stormed his house and arrested him because they said that he was infringing on their police stop or whatever. So I mean, we could say that. We could say that. That sounds good, but they took him out of his house. They ran up on him and took him out of his house.
And they took him to court to get the surveillance, to seize the camera and everything else.
Yeah, he might win in court because it was an illegal. It was illegal what they did, but I'm just saying they did that though.
They did it.
And that's what I'm trying to say. But I understand what Divine is saying. That's what I'm saying. Like we, as a narrative, they say we have more women. He said the women outlive us. We have more women. We need to.
I'm not blaming this on women. I'm saying the women make us men more stronger because we have so much more to protect. Back then, we had unity with our women. We have division now. I'm standing up for women. I'm just saying the women need to stand in line. Be like, yo, I've seen so many videos of men getting they butt kicked and women just holding phones. Bob, them police just whooping them. Even my situation, I had my first baby mom just recording. I'm like, yo, you just gonna record? Go get my brother, get my mama. Yo, this dude got me in the truck, like beating my legs out, with a baton. Like, so for me in my eyes, so if you're not gonna do nothing about it, if you're not gonna be somewhat of a martyr about it or do some type of action about it, you can't complain to me.
I understand, bro.
Okay.
Yeah, but I've seen women. I mean, I've seen men do the same.
Same damn thing. Exactly.
They will pull the hey brother, help me. No, they're sitting there with their phones out.
With that phone out. Yeah, see, I catch that dude.
Yeah, everybody.
Hey,
but everybody's got a right to determine what they want to do. I mean, some people they don't want to get killed because they got children to raise and stuff like that.
That's true.
You can't. I'm sorry. You can't just make that kind of statement like that, Ralph.
I did.
People
I did
value
it earlier.
their lives. People
I did
value
earlier.
their own lives as well. Well, you can, but I'm just saying people have a right to value what they want to value. Okay, people got a right to do that.
Some of us. It's going to take a lot
people
of us
got a right
to
to
die
value how they want to value their lives, and I don't know what I would do in a situation. I don't.
See, the thing is this, sometimes, some people may feel like that recording is necessary to help seek justice for you. But not only this, you got to think about it. How the fear was brought into the women. What you got to understand is what they do to you, they do it to affect us, and what they do to us, they do it to affect you. And
Exactly.
the frustration that they force on us is what causes us to have the division between us. Because we as your women, we hurt in those moments. We can't necessarily, do what we feel we should be able to do. You get what I'm saying? And at the same time, we have to make sure that, we're able to take care of the children and try to keep that going. So there's like a mixture of emotions that's going on because, what do I do? Do I jump in and do I jump in and help him? Do I run away and seek help and they possibly, end him while I'm gone? Do I call and not necessarily be able to record the evidence? Do I risk going to jail with him or do I stay behind with the children?
And you know something? I agree with that 100%, Angie. It's not an easy decision to make. Everybody got to make that decision for themselves. But check this out. There's an overall dynamic going on too, where it's like when you compare the U.S. to other NATO nations, the U.S. police considered brutal. They're considered how they handle their own citizens. They're considered brutal. You would be hard pressed to find another EU country that treats their own citizens like that. Other nations are shocked. Other Western nations, they're shocked. And look, I'm gonna give you an example of it, not to take up too much time, but just so y'all know, I'm being real about this. Like, look at this. It's a drug area in Copenhagen called Christiania, right? And everybody knows this that travels, right? A lot of people come to Christiania from other countries in Europe to, especially from Sweden and Norway. They come here to buy their dope, right? But check this out. It says here, this is an old article, but this shit is regular. This is the regular attitude. Look, article is 11 years old, more than 11 years old, but it's 2013. But this is the regular attitude of that place called Christiania. Look, police fired 4 warning shots after being attacked with stones and at least 1 Molotov cocktail while raiding drug stalls in Christiania today. In a press release, the police said that they were met with stiff resistance from a group of masked assailants, but that they managed to arrest 7 individuals and confiscate drugs. We have again experienced that Christiania is ready to go to great lengths to defend its criminal activities. Now, this is the damn criminals. You know what I'm saying? Like they will fight the damn police outright over here. Can you imagine what's going to happen if an innocent citizen who's not, if something happens, people will make some noise. And if they see you brutalizing them in the wrong area in Copenhagen, you might get rocks, bricks thrown at you, anything. Seriously. I mean, it's really like
that's what I'm saying. California used to be like that. California used to be like that, where they wouldn't let certain, not to cut you off, they wouldn't let police in. They would let pigeons off. Police couldn't come in certain areas.
But you know what I think it is? What Angie's touching on is that the trauma, the trauma from the legacy, bro, that is what's making African Americans very different how they react to violence, towards the police. Like it's almost they fear the police, man. They fear that they can't do anything. They don't feel like they can enact justice.
Bro. And see, the thing is that the police, I can speak for like being, living in New York for most of my life in the city, right? So in the Bronx, the police are predatory. No one calls them. They're just there. And they're mostly white, mostly Irish, what have you, and have these preconceived racist notions about our people, right? That we're subhuman, right? But see, here's the thing. Their racism is generational. Their family's been there for like 100 years, whatever, and they've been taught pretty much on how to deal with us, right?
Right.
And see, the thing is that because of the lack of repair, there's no repair to our people after slavery. That's what reparations means, to repair. Doesn't mean cutting you a check. It means to repair the conditions that one is in, one was forced into. You see? So the thing is that without laws, without being, first of all, given basic human rights, to be recognized as a human being, never mind civil, human rights, right? We're still going to be looked upon as those beasts in the field.
Mm-hmm. And we want something special that ain't nobody else getting.
Right. And see, the thing is, when Herbert Hoover, not Herbert, I'm sorry, what's his name? J. Edgar Hoover, right? He was asked, what are you most afraid of? And he always said a black messiah coming up and uniting the people, right?
That's right.
So the thing is that they are really afraid of us because they know the reckoning. Yeah,
but that's my thought on what I'm saying here, because like here in the South, like I said, we're armed here, so we don't get the same type of police brutality as you get in a DC, a Baltimore, a New York, a New Jersey, where they don't have the rights to bear arms. So if you look at it, most of the places where the police brutality is, it's the places where you're not allowed to carry.
Now I gotta disagree with you, bro.
Yeah, me too, right?
Look at this. Where are the last places they had martial law? Baltimore, they had it. They was going to put one in Chicago, right? Heavily black on. Baltimore, you can't carry, right? So we go to if we look at DC, when they want to do things, you can't carry in DC. Far as on the East Coast, New York can't carry. What are you going to do to protect yourself? This whole East Coast, you can't really protect yourself until you get to the bottom of Virginia, till you get to Virginia and on under.
I mean, well, even in the South, I think, see, when you're up north, you got more of it's more likely to have a crowd. It's easier for things to get seen, so thus you need a bigger army. But in the South, they can catch a lot of individuals and only need, and don't need as many people. I'm in the South. I'm from Georgia, so I see a lot of attacks on the brothers, even my brother. You know, I've seen a lot of police brutality, and even on my uncles and stuff. So, you know, and they've been like injured and harmed and battered, you know, and police get away with it all the time. And, you know, even though we have that right to, you know, carrying things and such, they make it hard. They make that hard. You know, they can take it from you. You know, you can't really, you know, in the South, we deal with a lot of racist police officers and a lot of racist communities as well.
I
But
get
You know
it,
what
and
I think?
I agree.
Oh, go ahead.
Go
Go
ahead.
ahead.
I would say the only difference I would say, Angie, is that the police aren't predatory. Like when you go up to New York, they're there. And one of the things I had to get used to was not hearing sirens every minute and not seeing the police. The only police I see are the ones that live next to me, and they bring their cars, their squad cars home. Other than that, NYPD, for years, you couldn't look them in their eyes.
Right.
Because they would stop you and say, "What the hell are you looking at?" And they would fuck with you. And excuse my French, but that's it's a big difference that I've noticed down here. Yes. Does police brutality happen? Hell yeah, everywhere.
Right.
Even where Shock is from, even in France. They have a
Everywhere.
problem with the cops out there. Brothers do. Right?
Yeah.
So
It's everywhere, bro.
everywhere.
And so
But the
what
thing-
I'm saying is, like I said before I got called for my phone died, they put police officers who don't know how to deal with us in our areas. They take the police officers from our area and put them in other areas where they're low crime, so they don't get the same type of pay. Then also, not only that, they separate the people from the communities. The jobs are divided. So when you're in places like Baltimore, Philly, DC, going further north, those, like you said, those are predatory police. They're not. You got to be doing dumb stuff in the South, speeding, riding around, tents too dark. You know, you got to make yourself a target out here, man.
That's not
Up
true
north,
at
you're a
all.
target.
I don't know about
That's
that.
not true at all.
I mean,
I'm just saying, yo, if you move
You
in
know,
front of
down
you,
here
if
in
you
the
move in
South, you
front of you, a
know,
target.
my parents lived in the same house for 20 years. My brother, you know how many times my brother has got stopped walking in his own neighborhood from the very police officers that lived in the neighborhood?
Oh,
Or you fit the
I totally
description,
agree with you. I
or
totally
you
agree
know
with
how many times I had to verify that he lived there. You get what I'm saying? I watched my brother get beat up by a police officer. You get what I'm saying? I've seen the attacks. So like up north, what I would say is, because there's a bigger crowd of people, they have a bigger crowd of police. They have them out there. They have them standing and waiting. And down here in the South, you know, they don't need a reason at all, but they're not on every corner. They're not just standing there. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
The police has pulled me over for no reason. Oh, you missed the stop sign. I know that's not true. You get what I'm saying? Down here, they just ride around and find whatever they can. Up north, I would predict, you know, they're already standing there just waiting for whatever they can.
Park. You got
But that's
the vans
predatory though.
outside. Yeah, you got the vans outside. You
Right.
got narcotics outside waiting. Narcotics police pulled me over in 2009. Hit me with hindering, second degree assault on an officer, hindering and conspiracy because he couldn't find drugs on me. It was and my first kid's mom, she was talking reckless to him, and he ended up putting my hands on her, and I ended up fighting back, and then they ended up robbing me and beating me and stuff like that. But the fact of the matter is, what you said earlier, it does something to women. I seen us staying there in fear, but I'm saying if we all collectively together, it won't work. It wouldn't have to be like that, because we'll all be saving each other's kids and families. It just takes a few of us gonna have to die about it. And also, it's more predatory in the North because we understand we have a multiple of ethnicities or races of people who are looking at you as basically as an animal, instead of you being around your own kind of people who are policing you and not afraid of.
Yeah.
And down here, we're still getting hung on trees.
Very true. But see,
Exactly.
it's not about law enforcement in certain neighborhoods, like I could say in the Bronx, right? In New York City. It's not because it's a larger amount of people, because they're not like they don't run deep in Brighton Beach where the Jews are. The cops do, right? I've seen the Jews chase cops out.
Yeah.
Especially black cops, right? Trying to tow a vehicle. They'll chase them out. Say this ain't Harlem. They'll tell them that. So
I've seen it.
So not for nothing.
But why is that? Why is that though?
Why
do
is
they
what?
get away with it?
Yeah,
Why-
we're over policed in our communities. Yeah.
We are over policed. And
But look, even if they attack, white people attack the Capitol and only mob, hundreds of them, and only 2 got shot. One got shot.
Man, I would have got
that. Wouldn't
That's a
happen.
huge problem.
If
That's
I were a cop that day, I would have been fired and probably put in jail because I'm spraying.
Me too. Me
I
too,
would've been
bro.
spraying.
But you know what? I don't know about that choice you're saying, but it's a hard decision to make. But you know, they save lives by working together that way. You know, because they could have been ran over. You don't know what's going to happen. But in reality, they would have definitely. My opinion is, if it was black people, they would have started shooting. That's my opinion.
Well, of course, but the thing is, though, once that one, and it was a brother who shot that one in the neck, by the way.
God bless.
Hey, but once he would have let off, and they're all trying to come through that partition, that barrier there. Oh
I
man,
might have been the first one
off.
to fire off, and then the mob would be chasing my ass. You'd be seeing me run towards the door.
I don't want to sound bigoted, but I'm about to. You see how strong those white people were? They didn't give a damn about their lives in the situation. All they care about what they wanted. That's why I'm saying that dude is a sucker. Yo, I'm not trying to hear it. I threw rocks when I was at when they had that martial law in Baltimore. Okay, I've been pepper sprayed. I've been made. I've been pepper sprayed. Yeah, I've been pepper sprayed. I've been made.
The president told them to go there, bro.
Yeah,
it don't matter. Listen, if a president told you or not, they got to be. You have to be.
Listen, Ralph. If Trump told blacks in D.C. or anywhere in America to attack a state capital,
it wouldn't happen.
They would shoot your ass. Yeah.
That wouldn't even happen. You'll see two black folks down there who think they hillbilly talking about where is it at?
And Ralph, notice he didn't tell no black folk to do that for anti-black racism bill.
He told his base, and his base was very comfortable because no one stopped them. Really, they marched right on in, right on up. So they pretty much knew that
That's
they weren't
suicidal,
going to
though. But to the black mind, that's suicidal. To the white man, that's not.
But
to the white man,
that's crazy. No, but Ralph, they taught that in a laboratory, bro. That was taught in the United States of America. That was nurtured. That fear, that was nurtured, brother.
I understand that. That's why I'm saying I don't want to sound like I'm playing the bigot role. But even if they were taught to be more supremacist or be more powerful, they don't care about what's going on as long as they're getting their point across, as long as they're proving their point. Yeah, that's all I'm saying for a few strong blacks, man. Just get together and make a statement.
No, Ralph. Yeah, I understand you. But the thing about anti-black racism is the one people that have been taught the most that they can be brutalized by the police is black people all around the world. That's number one.
Right.
Number one.
That's more of a reason to fight. Because you're not. I'm not taking another police. I'm not taking another beating from no police. I'm trying to tell you, I'm going down the blaze of glory.
Hey, Ralph.
I mean, I'm down with the fight, but what we have to understand is, to actually make something happen of it is, we gotta all together understand the struggle and how everything affects us as a whole.
Right. But Ralph, nothing's stopping you from forming your own organization, brother. You can find some like-minded people down there in Virginia. In Virginia.
That's what I'm saying. I'm surrounded around people like that. That's what I'm saying. So if I know if anything was to pop off, I don't want to sound crazy on the internet, but if anything was to go crazy, I'm situated if it was to get down to that situation. You know what I'm saying? And then also, even if like Miss Andrea, if I don't know you, you know what I'm saying? I don't know you, but if I ever seen you and I seen something going wrong and I'm driving by and I got my gun and I see you or anybody around you, I'll shoot at the police car and speed off. I'll give them a reason to stop what they doing and speed off.
Oh, all the time. I look, I watch. If I see a black person being pulled over by the police, or even just ultimately having a conversation with the police, I stop whatever I'm doing and I watch until they separate. I do that.
That's great, sister. That's great. Let me ask everybody a question though, since this did come up, and some of the commentary. How many of you all? Well, let me ask everybody individually. I'm gonna start with Angie because she doesn't always hop up on the panel. So, Angie, do you feel that black men in police stops are more in danger of their lives than black women?
Um, for the most part, yes, I kind of do, because the men are our strength. But is it an unequal thing where it happens more to men than women? No.
Explain it.
I'm in more fear for our men because I know that they're our strength. So the angle that police come to them is more aggressive. It's more for a reason to take them out. With women, we still get the same treatment. We still get mistreated. It's just that the aggressiveness with us, is not as much because um we're not the strength, the physical strength overall. You get what I'm saying?
Right. They may not feel so comfortable with just murdering you on the spot.
Oh, they don't care about that.
Oh, okay.
They don't care about
In the
that.
last 10 years, it's been they've been getting female bodies. They've been killing women.
Okay, there you go. That's what I want to know.
But far as I'm saying, far as my teenage years and like they just about 10 years ago, I'm almost 40. So, I realized, like I was saying, I'm driving. If I know I'm at late night and it's my woman finna drive, I'm smoking my blunt in the car, whatever, she finna drive. I'm not doing none of that wild stuff around areas I don't know driving. My woman finna drive. I'm not finna do none of that because I know that if I get pulled over, any drugs, anything in the car, no sir. Pull me over, they're gonna ask me get out, bring the dog. I might say something like, hey, look, man, you see, well, we're gonna run your tag. They're gonna do the whole 9 yard on me and then find a way to do something. I never seen them plant drugs on a female. Never seen
That's
it.
not true.
Okay,
I
so
didn't
if they
say
pull you
I didn't say
over,
that. I didn't say it's not true. I just said I've never seen it.
okay, but so you're saying if your wife is driving, you're gonna be in the passenger seat smoking a blunt. That's what you're saying?
Yeah, that's what I
Okay,
do.
so if she does violate the law and you get pulled over, they can search your car because they smell marijuana. You're
Well,
putting her
a
in
crime.
danger.
It's not. I'm just saying it's not a crime. But what I'm saying here,
in Virginia, it's not a crime anymore.
No, it's not.
Okay. Oh, that's like DC. Yeah, they can't use that for any criminal investigation. The smell of weed, it can't be
Can't
used
use
for
that.
anything.
But they will force that in certain areas that I do know that are full with white police officers in Chesterfield, such as going to Azalea or something like that. Where you have to use a crime. So they understand if you're in an area, you know what I'm saying, where it's predominantly white or they don't get a lot of crime there, you just expect for something to get put on you. You're gonna, you might get your tail light busted. You know what I mean? Anything. You know what I'm saying? Something can just happen. I'm just saying I'm not talking down on a woman. I'm just saying I haven't seen it. I've seen it with too many of my homies, never with none of the women I was dealing with.
Well, I mean, I think that is because you're seeing it from your point of view.
Exactly.
But it happens to us all the time. We get mishandled all the time. We get treated, as if we're not women at all. Like animals, basically. Women get drugs planted on them. They get thrown around on the hood of cars as well. We get that same brutal treatment, and we get the judgment and everything. Now, what I would say is, it's easier for them to want to off the black man because they know that, you know, you guys are our physical strength ultimately. But as far as the treatment towards us, it's happening every day. They don't spare us.
I get you. Thank you for saying that. It's good to hear people's perspective on this.
Yeah, because I want to
Go
say,
ahead,
did you
Andrea.
hear,
Go ahead.
you remember
Yep.
you remember that police officer just I don't know how many years ago who was arrested for always sexually assaulting black women. Anytime he pulled him over, he said, and he didn't care what he trumped up on him. If you don't perform some type of sexual act on me, you're going to jail, right? So all this stuff is happening. When he got arrested and he was found guilty of all those charges, he's going to ask the jurors, why did you do this to me? No, because you were white and you thought you were going to get away with it. There's too many women after that came forward and said, yes, he did this to me. But they didn't. When you're by yourself, what are you going to do? I remember one time I was driving home. It was about 11:30 at night. I was leaving one of my friend's houses, coming back home. I got pulled over. Didn't know why. And the cop, the first thing he asked me is, do you have any warrants for your arrest? I said, no, I don't. And he said, well, the two cars behind you were going 52 miles an hour. This is a 40-mile-an-hour zone. And I'm like, okay. I was on the phone with somebody so they could hear the whole conversation, because he never said I was going 52 miles an hour. He just said the two cars behind me were. And I'm like, okay. And I didn't say nothing else. He did whatever he was doing. He came back and he said, I'm going to let you go. I'm like, I appreciate that. But it's not. He never said I did wrong. But I'm sure if I had gone off and said, what you pull me over for? You know, you have to do whatever. To me, I want to live. I'm going to do what I need to do to protect myself, to keep me from having to have this other situation happen. Because I was close enough to a Waffle House to scream for somebody to hear me. So I'm just saying, everything is not, I'm not trying to leave before my time. I'm not.
Yeah, and I don't think this I don't think it's useful to have the gender dialogue with anti-black racism. Like
exactly.
I just don't think it works, because anti-black racism is really comprehensive, like how you can be affected, and it should all be done by data, how NGOs and the government collect their data. They're usually supposed to do it with third parties, second and third parties, not alone. The federal government's not supposed to do the data alone. It's supposed to be reviewed and have the input of other NGOs on the ground in different parts of the country. It's supposed to be comprehensive data, and with some checks and balances, but I agree, it kind of divides us in a situation we should be united with. And at the end of the day, any black person murdered, because we've seen enough black men and women
do
to the police. It's just like, it shouldn't be happening to any of us, period.
Period.
But it's still happening, and it's terrible, and it's happening even more. From when I just looked at the data, it's happening even more in DC than it was when I was actually growing up there, to be honest with you, like really. So I'm like curious about that data. I'm going to take a close look at it. And as a matter of fact, I posted some data here. This is the national data, right? People can check this out. But of course, this is by the police. So you're going to have to qualify it with some NGOs, right? Because they might slip on the numbers and be like, we don't know. Was that police brutality? We don't know.
Yeah, it ain't bad. It ain't that
You know
bad.
what I'm saying? But this is some of the data in DC too, the police record. And the same thing you got to do. You got to qualify with some other sources. But it's still revealing. It's still revealing, It's shocking, And so I appreciate everybody. Hey, listen, my comrade Shaka is about to go live. It's been 5 hours, coming up on 5 hours and 10 minutes. It's been a good discussion. Everybody, I'm going live again tomorrow night on some more international news. So I appreciate everybody coming out, and come back tomorrow so we can have some more conversation. I'm going to post the time once I know better. I'm going to coordinate with some folks. Also, Angie, I don't want to step over your stream if you're going live too. You know what I'm saying? But I appreciate you coming up, Angie. It was nice to have you speaking on the panel.
I miss being over here with you guys.
Most deaf.
But you had some insightful commentary. It was on point. And the dialogue with Ralph, I want to say too, because it's not easy being the alternative perspective. You know what I'm saying? All the time.
Right. I like it,
up, bro. Just for
I
the sake
definitely
of
like. I
conversation.
definitely like. I definitely like it, and I shout out to Miss Andre because I like her little feedback. Because when other people get up here, like I said, she's my star of the show. BB, you the king, you the cap. But she my star of the show. Pumpkin, I love you too. Angie, you great, Divine. I love when you. I love when a lot of people come up here that like. I wish it was a real big panel where we all can just, have a,
Well, it's
yeah,
getting bigger. It's getting
yeah,
bigger.
it is.
You know? And
But
with the help of everybody's great commentary, But go ahead, Ralph. Go ahead.
and I wanted to say to you, Angie, them sisters seem like they backing away from you, ain't they? They was, hey sis, they running away from you now, ain't they?
Oh, Ralph, hold on now, Ralph. Hold on. Let me put this up just for everybody who didn't see this before. So I don't want nobody coming, thinking that's where the hell is this at right here? Here, I got to put this up. Boom, disclaimer. The opinions of the panelists are not necessarily the opinions of the host. All right, there we go. Now, go ahead, Ralph. Continue.
Yeah, they backing away from you, slowly but surely. But
I don't know nothing what you talking about, bro.
I'll be watching Angie. I come catch her late. I'll be trying to jump in, and then I slide through and throw a little something. But I realize, after a certain situation, they stop showing that real love, and I wish they'd go back and really do that, hey sis, and support us some more because y'all ran over there. Stay in support our homie because she actually come up with so many great topics to talk about. I mean, not just the Kevin Wesley situation, but when
she got a lot of great
she got, and she supports the Black unity. She supports the Black man. She's definitely supporting the Black woman, and she's not biased about it. You know what I mean? So
Definitely.
I love that.
I love hearing the voice.
Yeah, I thought you was faking first, though. I ain't gonna lie, I thought you were faking for, but you know what I mean? I was like, you know what? Hold on, let me get this girl a real shout.
Man, I ain't think nothing like that. I don't meet people with a paranoid tip or with any expectation. I listened to Angie and I heard she came over here. Yo, brother, one thing everybody got to be clear on is we met because we were both being harassed over the internet for 6 months.
Right.
6 months. That's how we met. It was no conspiracy. You know what I'm saying? It's just like, damn, enough is enough. Like, what you doing out here? What is this all about? And she saw that and she came and spoke. And it just so happened that what she was saying was exactly identical to what we experienced. And I hope people walk away with something from that,
Cutting it short. It wasn't towards you, Angie. It was towards the crowd. I believe that crowd was vicious, and I thought they would try to get to you another way. But it wasn't directly that, it was me saying, oh, the crowd, not just specifically you.
No,
but I'm going to drop down after that. I love y'all.
I appreciate every last one of you. I love Rob when he come over. I get so excited. I love all y'all. Y'all family to me.
Yeah, me too. I love our Black people. That's
right.
how I feel. I don't have. I mean, when me and Ralph go at it, we just. That's
I
what we
love
do. I mean,
too.
but I love, and I love the dialogue. I just get a little frustrated.
We got to do this.
Yeah,
this messed everything. I have a lot planned.
Oh, and Pumpkin, thank you, because a lot of people don't know, but Pumpkin is really the co-host. She helped arrange a lot of the points we were going to touch on the political conversation tonight. We didn't even get to everything, but I want to thank her again because she's got a lot of knowledge about the United States politics, and Ralph does too.
And that's our elder sister too.
And that's our elder sister.
Yes. I just subscribed, so I'm definitely going to be tuning in.
Okay. All right. I appreciate
the lines across. I think they're quick, cross the lines. I can hear 3 or 4 conversations. All right. I'm going to go out and stay out this time because it's jammed. But I'll view it when it's over.
Buccaneer wrote. Oh, go ahead. Somebody going to say something? Well, I was just reading from Buccaneer, Buccaneer, that the police officer that was raping Black women is Daniel Holtzclaw. Damn, what a name. That's like Holtz. That's a name from over this way, yo. Holtz. Claw. He got 263 years. Well, good for him.
Yeah,
good for him. Because you could get death for that crime. You know what I'm saying? So he's lucky. He should be thanking the United States government and all his special rights, because we know everybody ain't gonna get that. So that's the worst violation. Black
Serial rapist.
Americans have a lot of fear of the police, and that shouldn't be the way it is. But if the United States government doesn't want to, if the federal government doesn't want to clamp down and make sure that people can live in peace without having their own police attack them, then in my view, they're creating the problem. They're not stopping the problem. They're playing a role in creating it. So I hope the U.S. government steps up on their promise, and on their with their it's their role to stop crimes like this. It's their role to make sure everybody's safe. And they shouldn't be scapegoating. I don't want no big ass crime bill instead of police brutality bill or anti-black racism bill. I want the anti-black racism bill first, and then you could deal with the crime bill after that,
Mm-hmm.
But that's just my opinion. We can disagree. All right, y'all. I'm out. Everybody, those of y'all that want to check out some of Shaka's content, he's about to be live. So just go over there. There's the stream. You can catch him. And peace, Shaka. Good to see you. I see him in the chat. And B Buccaneer, good to have you, brother. Yeah, you tune in late, but tomorrow night it's going to be live too. So check it out. Donnie, exactly. Donnie, what's up, brother? Thanks for coming.
Donnie.
Yeah, peace and love to Donnie. Exactly. Divinely inspired. That's came through. Angie came through. Damn, who else was it? Ralph. How could I forget Ralph? The hell wrong with me? Ralph about to snap on me. I hear you, Ralph. No problem. And Pumpkin. There we go. The first one in the house was Ralph and Andrea. Yo, I love everybody. Peace, y'all. I'm out.